Reflection, Kindle edition, The Peace and Hall Press, 2018. Reflections copyright, Lynette Fromey, 2018. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced or transmitted in any form or by any means, electronic or mechanical, including photocopying, recording, or by any information storage and retrieval system, except by a reviewer who may quote brief passages in a review to be printed in a newspaper or magazine, without permission in writing from the publisher. For information, contact the Peace and Hall Press at P.O. Box 431, Cobb, California, USA. My edition is the first printing from 2018, Kindle edition 2019. ISBN 978-0-991-3725-2-2. Library of Congress Catalog Number 201-89-47-665. Cover design by Lynette Fromey and Red Wolf. The persons and events described in this book are real and true. In some instances, pseudonyms have been used to protect the privacy of individuals. In such cases, the altered names are indicated by an asterisk the first time they appear. I, Myra Elvira Harding, have been given permission to read this book from the Peace and Hall Press. I will be reading once again my Kindle edition, which is a digital download that I got from Amazon. You likely heard of the murders. This book is what happened before and after them along California's beaches and bluffs, San Francisco's Haight-Ashbury, the Redwoods, Topanga Canyon, Beverly Hills, the Santa Susana Mountains, and the outback of the Mojave Desert. It's about the Charles Manson I perceived, and a gathering of people like me, preparing to survive either a revolution or the static institutions that were systematically trading all of our vital necessities for money. Lynette Fromey, 2018. 1963 to 1967. In 1963, when President Kennedy was murdered, I was in a 10th grade English class waiting for lunch break. A wall speaker delivered the news, and as the class stared dumbly, our mature and stable teacher turned her back to us, sobbing, "Now the Russians will come for us." I didn't know which was more shocking, the tragedy in Dallas or our teacher's emotional breakdown. Scanning my mind for anything Russian, I landed upon a vintage foreign film dubbed into English and shown on Saturday afternoon TV. An underage Russian soldier traveling by train on a pass to see a sick mother shares a fleeting romance with a beautiful peasant girl. Such appealing young soldiers on our doorsteps didn't seem like such a bad deal. I felt that our teacher's response was overblown. Anti-Soviet hype aside, wasn't our country stronger than just one man? Outside the classroom, my best friend and I bumped through gloms of other slightly hysterical teens until officials closed the school and sent us home. She probably knew as little as I did about Russians, though her father was on the verge of promotion to Army General and a prestigious post at the San Francisco Presidio. Her house was farther, so we ended up on the piano bench at my house, pounding out anxious duets and excess adrenaline, until my father rushed in, from the back of the house, roaring about our lack of respect. I didn't know that he cared about President Kennedy, or that he was even at home. He ordered my friend out of our house and returned to his den. It was a sad and discombobulated time. Charlie, as I knew him, was born out of Terminal Island Federal Prison near the shipyards of San Pedro, California, in March of 1967. He was 32. He wore a 1950s-era prison-issue suit and a Buddy Holly haircut to go with it. I was beginning my first semester of community college 10 miles away in suburban Torrance. I was 18 years old, restless to flippant, in a 2-story condo belonging to my parents. I had red hair to my shoulder blades and an old-fashioned skate key on a chain around my neck. I didn't want a diamond ring. Charlie took a bus to San Francisco, where his parole officer was expecting him. Without money for food or hotel, he tapped the parole officer for 10 and was escorted by a young stranger to the crossroads of Haight and Ashbury Streets, where he was a clean-cut anomaly amid streams of bearded, long-haired hippies. I didn't know anyone in Torrance, as my family had just moved inland from Redondo Beach, and by May of that year, I was disillusioned. College in Torrance was not the mind-expanding exchange of ideas and information that I had imagined. One night, my father and I clashed over something silly, a word or a definition. Suddenly enraged, he pointed to the door and yelled, "You get out of this house and never come back." I cried, stuffing a big purse full of books and makeup and miscellaneous junk. I called my college boyfriend to pick me up, but he said he was too drunk to drive and suggested I hitchhike. It was nearly 9 p.m. when I trudged to the nearest freeway on-ramp and stuck out my thumb, but I wasn't going to see my boyfriend. When we were 16, 2 friends and I, on weekend explorations, had discovered the boarded-up, apparently deserted town of Venice, one of a handful of LA beach towns that periodically boom and bust. We'd wondered what bomb had left this devastation. The cracked cement and shattered glass. An empty theater with a few red plastic pieces still dangling from its marquee. What monster had devoured the population of this bright stucco suburb to leave it so eerily empty? After kicking around the rubble of a block of vacant shops, we had followed our curiosity through silent neighborhoods where only a curtain moved, or a thick-shoed old woman plodded her daily constitutional with a cane. Tidy pre-World War II duplexes were clean, their lawns edged. The few people in evidence were old and dressed in the style of the Churchills and Roosevelts. And the Second World War that had sloughed off the heels of the First Wars and all wars had just moved on, a part of it now in Vietnam. But for us, on street after sunny street, the whole world might have been peacefully snoozing until, on turning a blind corner, we were struck and mugged by the vast Pacific and a beach that was startlingly populated. On the sand, on the strand, and beneath the gazebos, beside a rusty snack wagon and the mute jukebox of an abandoned patio cafe, people ranging spectrums of age, Race and culture leaned and lay dozing, skated and strolled. Women with loose long hair and men with beards. There were painters at sidewalk easels, bookworms stretched out on the sand, bikers, beatniks, odd-end people so cool and comfortable compared to the stiff, cinched-in straight people of the early 60s. Rough travelers and homeless squatters in a parallel universe with housewives, bare-limbed preschoolers, and the tanned elderly residents of the low-rent community. We'd read about beatniks, but had never seen one. Passing small groups, we heard conversations and the ideas we had read about. Existentialism, transcendentalism, disestablishmentarianism. There was talk of Alan Watts, Tim Leary, Ken Kesey, discussions about Buddhism, reincarnation, timelessness, and universality. Older black men in berets gathered at a bookstore, where the only books on display were by W.E.B. Du Bois, and signs everywhere read, "Make love, not war." Some of the beatniks didn't speak, and some spoke in similes, like this and like that, about New York City and Frisco, freight trains, saxophone players, rounders, reefer, spare change, and going through changes. To us, they were gems of true character. Unlike the frightened shadows who cheerlessly admitted to being our parents. These were the real people, and if we were respectful and hung around long enough during that year of getaway weekends, they would tell us their stories. They are blended in my memory with the sense of seaweed and yellow mustard and hot grease, with tin-toned transistor radios, distant bongo drums, waves with children's voices in them, and from the toothpick-looking roller coaster tracks high over the Pacific Ocean Park, the rhythmically recurring choral crescendos. Only 2 years later, Venice Beach was dark, damp, and utterly deserted. All familiar landmarks gone. A light far down the Strand turned out to be from a new bookstore/gallery whose proprietor and customers seemed too cool to notice me, searching for a face I could trust. The man behind the counter began to close out the cash register, but I could not bring myself to speak. Outside, I moved for cover beneath a gazebo, facing a gloomy sea. The store's light behind me was doused from the sidewalk, its glass doors locked, and as footsteps and car engines faded, I was left in the dark, completely alone, and at a standstill. My dilemma was broken by a blur. A man in a smuggler's cap, flight jacket, and jeans hopped the half wall in front of me and leaned against it. Animated, smiling, he was old or young. I couldn't tell. He had a 2-day beard and reminded me of a fancy bum, elegant. But my fear was up. "Name's Charlie," he said, looking directly in my eyes. "In San Francisco, they call me the gardener." Sensing my alarm, he said simply, "It's all right." And I felt within the tone of his voice that it was. He moved with smooth confidence. He appeared both big and small. I was enchanted, yet flustered and mentally hiding. And then he wasn't there at all, until I sought him back in earnest, and he was seated on the wall. I gathered in the pieces of my mind. "So your father kicked you out," he said with certainty, and once again my mind went with the wind. But before I could ask how he knew, I began to tell him about a life I imagined living, and the so-called reality in which I felt trapped. He said, "The way out of that room is not through the door." I puzzled and considered trying windows. "Don't want out?" he said, "and you're free. The want ties you up. Be where you are. You got to start someplace." He had a cleft chin and a southern country accent I would later recognize as typically West Virginian, more a strum than a twang. He said that what I wanted out of thought, rather than place. Instead of sounding cockeyed, this reminded me of a poem I'd written one sleepless night in a dead-end depression after staring at my gray and red checkered pajamas. Just as children imagine being small enough to walk around the designs and curtains and blankets, I found myself on the gray and red checkerboard, trapped in one gray square. I could not cross its borders. Around and round its edges I'd paced like a caged animal, collapsing in one corner to gnaw the bare bones of despair. But when I'd looked up, within this fantasy, my square had become a diamond, changing my perspective, had changed my world. Within Charlie's laugh, I understood. It seemed ironic that it would take a stranger for me to know this comfort. I was most arrested by his eyes. They knew me. He was a present and active intelligence. I didn't understand it. I didn't know what made his face a comfortable place to rest my eyes. He was an older man, I was sure now, with loose brown curls showing beneath his cap, and a jawline that could have been used in shaving commercials. He, in fact, had recently shaved, leaving only the stubble of a full mustache to run down the sides of his mouth and connect with the shadow of a goatee. It was not attractive to me, this sandpapery facial hair. It was too bum-like, too much neglect. But beneath it were decent features. He was neat and appeared clean. He knew something about being trapped, he said, because he'd only recently been released after 7.5 years in prison. Then he revealed to me a glimpse of a life spent in and out of confinement, of the hurt, the anger, and the peace he said finally came with knowing and accepting himself. He was going north to see his mother, he told me, and I could come with him if I wished. I thought about my boyfriend, far from that moment, but this man was a complete stranger. He glanced down the walk. Apparently, someone was waiting for him. I struggled with the decision. Finally, he said, "I can't make up your mind for you." He smiled sympathetically and was on his way. I watched him go half a block before grabbing my bag of books and running to catch up with him. A bulge of male bodies and one teenage girl were waiting in a beat-up car. Charlie encouraged me to squeeze into the dark between these dim figures, who only grunted acknowledgement. Darlene, a bandanaed brunette, looked hard and didn't even speak when introduced. Half an hour later, when we stopped at a house in the suburbs, I felt relieved. More men were inside, but also Ginger, a stylish, sensible-looking blonde who owned the place. The group in the car had begun to look to me like they might be on an interstate crime spree. Ginger had a square job and only minor friction with the law, but through some contact of her past, and in common with Charlie, she knew ex-convicts and had a habit of helping them out. That's what she told me while we looked through her closets to find me some clothes. I don't recall what I was wearing. My parents wore gray and beige. During high school, I ditched the blands for paisley dresses and a raw walnut as a pendant. But after graduation, I was back to loafers, slacks, and knit pullovers. Ordinary middle American moderation, skate key aside. Ginger wasn't that different, but at my height, 5'3", she weighed less than 125 pounds. Still, she found me some nice-fitting jeans, cotton blouses, and a lightweight jacket. Then she invited me into the kitchen. The mean Darlene, who was obviously another of Ginger's beneficiaries, was actually pretty in the light. She had claimed a section of the living room where she sat bent over poster paper, drawing. Ginger considered her a true artist. Darlene, it turned out, was a 17-year-old runaway. Arriving in San Francisco 2 months before, she had been hustled by a street pimp who was handling her luggage when Charlie had recognized and embraced her. Thanking the pimp, he'd taken her bags and headed her in another direction. She had never met Charlie before. The men at the house were cordial with one another, but not friendly. Referring to each other by last names, Charlie was Manson to them. The other names I've since long forgotten, as we would not see Ginger, nor any but one of the men again. All I knew, when 4 of us got back into the car around midnight, was that I would be continuing my travels with several more sets of clothes, a stomach full of strawberry shortcake, and 3 companions that Ginger had known for more than an hour. Darlene fell asleep on the lumpy guy in the back seat while Charlie drove and talked, and I listened. His cap was gone now, revealing well-cut, wavy hair, the leather jacket replaced by a black mac or trench coat. All night long, as geometric shapes of shadow and light flickered across his face, he told me about their travels. He had zest and a knack for storytelling, but how he and Darlene had gone all over the state without being questioned, he being nearly twice her age and an ex-convict, and why, if she was his girlfriend, she was sleeping all over the man in the back seat. I did not know whether in answer to my thoughts or his own. He addressed these questions with candor beyond my comfort. He said, Darlene is bright. Darlene is talented. Darlene is a beautiful girl. But Darlene clings to gloom. I can't seem to talk her out of it. I wondered if Darlene was awake. She's had a hard life, he said. Raped when she was 11, had a baby at 12. I could not imagine. She was self-conscious about her stretch marks when I met her. She wanted to make love in the dark. How gauche. He was telling me the secrets of this girl's anatomy. I told her, those stretch marks are beautiful. Those stretch marks are like a badge. They're part of what you went through to be you. Don't think those marks are ugly. That's somebody else's thinking. I thought to raise another subject. But Darlene is headstrong, he went on. Started running away when she was just a kid. And angry all the time. Fight you in a minute. And I figured that. She's taught me, he counterbalanced. Like most men, I thought I knew what I was doing. I thought I was doing all I needed to make her happy. We had a room in San Francisco, and I was out with some people. This was a few weeks after I met her. She didn't want to go. So I come back to the pad that night, and just as I start to open the door, he acted this out. I hear her in there, as she's going, oh, and ah. And I know what she's doing, but I can't believe it. She's got some guy in there. Not only that, but she's never sounded like that with me. Charlie looked shocked. I laughed, and he smiled. It was an ego death, he said blithely, a comic at the funeral. I mean, I wanted to go in, but I felt like a fool. I couldn't very well. She was obviously enjoying herself. I was so mad I walked the streets half the night on fire. I realized I wasn't giving her what she wanted, and I didn't know I felt that inadequate to be that jealous. You know, a man wants to think he's all a woman could want or need. He's the man. Little girl comes along and sets him straight. This combination of braggadocio and self-realization sounded true to me, and I felt somehow rewarded by his comeuppance. I was just beginning to gloat when he countered, but then it's her turn. And she don't want to give up her ego. She wants to be on top. But she wants a he-man to look up to. She wants a lord, but she wants to dictate what he thinks. She thinks she wants to be happy, but she's not happy unless she's miserable. He was grinning. I was taken by his honesty and humor, but the subject matter was embarrassingly personal. His language from the streets or below. How could I assent to this? I feel like I was stepping down. As the sun rose, huge and golden, I was weary and suddenly struck by memories of everyone I was leaving behind. He smiled at my tears and sang, the tenderness in his voice both a catalyst and a comfort to my sadness. When we stopped for gas and to stretch our legs, Darlene and I went into the restroom together. I felt much better. I splashed cold water over my red face and said something simple, but she didn't speak to me. In Berkeley, Three of us got out on a street corner, and the big man drove away. Then we walked up a flight of stairs to see Mary in her second-floor apartment. Tall and sweet-faced, a natural blonde, Mary had recently quit her job as librarian for the university down the block. She had straight birch blonde hair to her shoulders, round blue eyes, a straight nose, and a well-defined jaw. Poised and articulate, she easily made cornmeal muffins while she and Charlie talked. By the sound of it, we were all going to the woods. I liked the idea, just for a trip. I pulled a pen and tablet from my purse to write a letter to my boyfriend, but it didn't go beyond 3 lines. I was listening. Darlene was pacing the living room when Charlie finally joined her. Their voices were too low for me to understand, but she was obviously angry. His tone was conciliatory, but she was unreconciled. The talk rose and fell. She was absolutely refusing something. He said something as if giving her permission or telling her he wasn't going to object. Then he walked out of the room. In less than half an hour, Darlene had gathered her belongings and called the big guy to come and take her away. It was so fast and final that I thought I ought to feel something, but I didn't. While Mary took a shower, Charlie spoke highly of her. He and Darlene had been homeless until they'd knocked on Mary's door and she'd taken them in. He told of how funny it was when Mary had discovered him using her toothbrush. I was disgusted. He wouldn't be using my toothbrush either. At the time, I had already imagined him kissing me. The attraction was disconcerting. Something about his moves and casual postures made him interesting to watch. In the evening, after the cornbread and a thick soup that Mary had cooked up, she did the dishes, while Charlie sat at the kitchen counter, and I sat in a stuffed chair in the living room. I ceded the chore to her because it was her apartment, her meal, and because, although she was soft-spoken, everything she did was in a deliberate, almost commanding way. She was 4 or 5 years older than me, and possibly as many inches taller, the height emphasized by her thinness and posture. Her clothes were the well-made, expensive college edition Bass, Bauer, and Bean, but they were not new, and she appeared to dress practically rather than to affect an image. After drying and putting the dishes back into the cupboards, she told us that her taffy-colored dog, a retriever mix, needed to take a walk. She can't wait to get out of the city, Mary sang as they went out the door. Mary and Charlie's relationship seemed both nonchalant and formal. I couldn't tell if it was more than a friendship. He was so enthusiastic about my getting to know her that it sounded like boasting. He said, "Mary come all the way out here from Wisconsin by herself. She's been living alone, just the dog to talk to. Working, going to school, working 18 hours a day. No dates, no movies, no music. She can play the flute as well as any member of a symphony orchestra, but she's got it hidden in the closet. She's already got 2 college degrees." I wasn't sure if he was telling me how smart she was, or wondering aloud how much education a person needs. Earlier, I'd heard him tell someone that his own schooling had been cut short in the third grade. When she returned, Mary went to the kitchen and filled the dog's bowl with water. Then she joined us in the living room where Charlie was tuning a guitar. He asked her if she intended to play the flute with him, and she just smiled. "Not now," she begged off. So he played for us. He sang popular love songs and ballads, a cowboy tune, and a few he said he'd written in prison. He strummed jazz and fingered Spanish classical, but it was his voice I thought most worthy of attention. It sounded like one of the crooners I grew up with, hearing on the radio, a Crosby or Sinatra. Its quality was that good. And he was unself-conscious about it, a natural. At times I saw him as robustly handsome, not just for the shape and features of his face, but for its expressive content. Later that night, I watched cards, coins, and cigarettes disappear and reappear, slipping through his fingers. Not only did the tricks capture my awe, but his showmanship and his spirit. I had to remind myself that this person could barely read, and that I looked down on him. For in a world of novels, he was just one fascinating character. In a dark room, I sat fully dressed, thinking of the old life, and here, the new. I wanted to hold on to both. As I expected, he came in, put his arms around me, and I, in my actions, said yes. No. Yes. No. With the history of old movies in mind and no intention of giving in at all. He gently pushed me away from him. I pushed him back. He laughed but said, "Who do you think you're fooling?" and walked out of the room. I was glad it was dark. In the misty morning, I ignored a wish to sleep, got up, straightened my clothes, and made the bed. Mary came in, stripped the bed, and began gathering things we might need for the trip. After toast and coffee, we loaded the trunk of her elderly sedan with plenty of her clothes. Charlie said we wouldn't need all the food from her cupboards, her stereo and speakers, and a stack of her record albums. The Beatles, Ravi Shankar, Country Joe and the Fish, her dog, Muffet, and her last paycheck. I had no money at all, but since I'd regularly tanked up the family car, I had my dad's Standard Oil credit card. Charlie began the drive north, asking Mary to take over so that he could look at the scenery. He didn't call it scenery. That's the word I would have used, as in backdrop, for all the important actors. I cannot tell you which route we took, or whether those were Douglas firs or loblolly pines we were passing. I was just a tired hitchhiker on their vacation. I thought we would arrive at his mother's house, but they began looking for cabins to rent near Mendocino, a speck of coastal town 2 hours north of San Francisco. Whether they found one in a newspaper or by conversation, Mary paid rent to a bent and barnacled landlady who lived far from the property. The dark wood cabin denned at the end of a retired resort road had only 3 rooms: a bathroom, a large kitchen, and a combination living room/bedroom with one double bed. The landlady had offered to rent us an extra bed, but Mary and Charlie had declined, and I'd felt embarrassed at what she must think. By the time we got to the cabin, we had all taken showers, and Mary had made the bed. I was exhausted but uneasy when they began to undress. Charlie didn't wear anything to bed. Mary stripped down to her underwear and a cotton camisole. When they got into bed and turned out the light, I got in beside her. I kept my clothes on. Charlie slept soundly and rose early. Mary and I woke and tried to go back to sleep. We heard him talking to the dog, and they went out together. Soon, Mary rolled out of bed, making motorboat sounds with her mouth. Turning her long, thin back to me, she dressed in jeans, a flannel shirt, and thick cotton socks. She handed me a pair with a shy smile and encouraging blue eyes. She was unquestionably Scandinavian, raised in the northern Midwest where they speak in short, chopped sentences, like in the cold. I perceived something else in her large, direct eyes. It was fear. Neither of us was accustomed to sharing a bed with two people we barely knew. While Mary was in the bathroom, I lingered in bed, trying to understand what to do that day. I thought about my boyfriend. He was tall, tan, and mentally keen, an experienced surfer, and as good-looking as any male model. He was also moody, could be mean, and even when we were together, neither of us felt complete. I was too inexperienced for him. Maybe when I went back, things would be better between us. Outside our cabin, the sun-dappled foliage reminded me of summer camp. The air cool, crisp. Muffet appeared between the trees with Charlie behind her, his face radiant. Bending to run his hands through her fur, he said that they had seen this and they had done that, and as if he and the dog were in the same mindscape. Mary started breakfast, and they talked about going to the beach. I grabbed the moment to read. I had planned to get a number of books to read that summer, mainly so that I could return to school and say I'd read them. I wanted erudition, but I also wanted credits in my educational account. I was reading Steppenwolf by Hermann Hesse when Charlie said something remarkably similar to what I'd just read. This first thrilled, then made me suspicious. He said he didn't read. He read road signs. He could read, but he didn't read books. How could he know anything? California Highway 1. The narrow, two-lane Pacific Coast Highway winds high above giant sea-sloshed rocks with little alcove beaches. An East Coast hippie couple renting a red farmhouse across the road showed us the anchored rope that locals used to get down the cliffs. The prospect of trusting this rope for the steep descent halted me cold But seeing the big mustachioed man take hold of it and lean back from the cliff with all his weight spurred me to flip off fear and step forward. Charlie quipped, "No, let me be the hero," as he reached for the rope. His smile and a glint in his eye contacted a deeper part of my consciousness, and I felt simultaneously thrilled and embarrassed to be busted, displaying bravado. I was an undercover tomboy. I believed I could do almost anything that guys could do, but I would never have made such a claim. On the beach, we stripped off our shoes and socks, rolled up sleeves and pant legs. We spent the afternoon by ourselves, searching for natural treasures, soaking up the faint warmth, and watching the sun sink into its own red lake. I lost most of the experience in a blinding preoccupation with my skin. My legs were ugly, so pale you could see the red and blue vessels. On the Southern California beaches, where surfers ruled and all respectable people were tan, a teenage friend had once hollered, "Lynn, where are you? You blend in with the sand." I took it seriously. It was a matter of status to be dark, a matter of popularity. I had blistered and lobstered myself in the attempt. The only melanin I seemed to have was in spots. As a new teen, I'd been embarrassed to learn through a magazine ad of a skin cream that would remove ugly blotches, freckles, and flaws. Another page advertised the glossy, bronzed bodies of people using quick tanning cream. The results on me were freakish. The dye turned me iodine orange, and I spent about a month looking like the victim of a violent car crash. Charlie suddenly told Mary to look at my legs. I shunned him. He told her, "Look at all the colors." I covered my legs and wanted to hide. I was angry. He adopted it. Haven't those legs served you? Haven't they carried you everywhere you wanted to go since you got up on them? I reluctantly considered this. It was true that I took them for granted. They were functionally more than adequate. I'd been a dancer. He said, "Neither of you know how perfect you are." I wanted to believe him, but hid the thought quickly so as not to be taken for a fool. Nobody else had ever said that to me before. Mary didn't seem suspicious of Charlie. Not that we talked about it. Charlie did most of the talking, by our preference. He made observations and sometimes told us stories about the prison on McNeil Island in Washington State, where he had spent the majority of his last federal sentence. He was 24 when a judge in Los Angeles sentenced him to 10 years for trying to cash a check he won in a poker game. He sounded blasé about it, a little surprised that this rinky-dink $37.50 check had gotten him so much time. That first week, we drove to the peninsular town of Mendocino for groceries, and so Mary could rent a post office box. Her parents and Charlie's parole officer had to have a point of contact. Architecturally, Mendocino, like San Francisco, was a New England transplant, a replica of its early inhabitants' origins, with both fine Victorian homes and patched wood shacks. By remnant and recent renewal, it had the look of a sepia photograph of many 19th century Western towns, with a Cracker Barrel grocery, a leatherwork shop, the original timbered hotel, and a garage, once a livery stable and blacksmiths. Some of the streets were still lined with boardwalks, no doubt because, before asphalt, they became muddy and puddled. I could see the women's long skirts dragging in the dirt, right then. In 1967, pioneer skirts were back in fashion, along with fringed buckskins, boots, high-necked lace blouses, and other antique garments that had been stored for years in attics and trunks and were showing up in secondhand stores. I waited outside while Mary and Charlie went into the grocery. Nothing had been built along one side of the street to ruin the view of the grassy promontory to its cliffs and the sea. 2 wind-wild horses frisked there, up to their fetlocks in spring grass. Their flying manes before the ocean looked like the illustrations in horse books I'd checked out of the library while I was in elementary school. Most of my classmates' parents, like mine, had come to Los Angeles in the 40s from other parts of the country or world for the job opportunities. NASA and the aircraft companies drew them, the military got a big batch, and all of the human service professions needed people. One of my classmates' parents was a gardener, another a homicide detective, a third an astronaut. My dad worked for Northrop Aircraft as an aeronautical engineer, designing planes for the military. My mother looked after him, me, my younger brother, and later a sister. She was good at it. She'd been obliged to quit high school at the age of 14 to help with farm work and the raising of younger siblings. She had never gone back for the requisite papers to qualify for professional employment, but she was proud of my father's position and education. He earned all of the household money, and he controlled it. She wouldn't have thought to have it any other way. But my father's job was not secure when there was no need for the product. During the 50s, after the Korean War, his company periodically announced pending layoffs, and he, being one of the younger engineers, bore the news home with cynical jokes and our future in the poorhouse. He was smiling, but real fear was in his eyes, and although he never lost his job, he desperately strove to secure it by taking advanced math, physics, business, and language courses. He would just get home from work and sit down to eat with us when it was time for him to be hurrying back to the car for the hour-long drive to the university. On nights when he stayed at home, he isolated himself so that he could study. He was very serious and wanted no interruptions. Charlie was talking with a stranger on his way out of the store. When we walked down the street to view the town, He spoke with half the people who looked in his direction. Many replied as if resuming conversation with a friend. A couple of times when he spoke with young women, I felt illogically jealous, both of his directing his attentions elsewhere and of their apparent ease in the exchange. I didn't even look at most people for fear of invading their privacy. Privacy was a major concern of my parents, who were easily embarrassed. From the beginning, I was the odd show-off in the family. My father had pointed this out to me in a manner of scolding, even before I had started kindergarten. Actually, he was right. I didn't know how to ride a horse at the age of 5, no matter how many times I'd seen it on TV. He was probably protecting me, but his reprimands made me tuck myself in like a hedgehog. On the roads through the woods to and from our cabin, Charlie explored. He was a safe driver, but whimsical, backing up or turning onto side roads to suit his curiosity, all while conversing, singing, or being silent, giving no hint of his purposes. Sometimes he read houses, speculating on their owners. These people have a lot of love. Probably got grandchildren that come up in the summer. These people are afraid. Look at all those locks. On a whim, he would jaunt up to the doors. At first, I couldn't believe he could be so sanguine. You could have dropped him anywhere on Earth, and he'd have had an extraordinary experience. He said that in prison, he'd realized he could be free wherever he was. He told a story about being in the hole in Terminal Island. A warden had stopped to ask him why he never asked to get out. "You know," he quoted the warden, "if you acted right and asked me, you might get out of here early." "Get out of where?" Charlie asked him. "Out of this penitentiary," the warden barked. "What penitentiary?" Charlie asked. "Are you in a penitentiary?" "I'm not." I enjoyed watching and listening to Charlie, but balked when he tried to coax me into his enjoyment. I didn't know what I wanted. I couldn't go home. It hadn't been my real home for years. I wondered about my mother, brother, and sister, but we had been apart many times before. Mary made small dinners in the cabin while Charlie talked with the dog and then with his guitar. Private conversations, venturing out on chords, repeating sequences, and fingering single strings. His body bowed over it, his face blank, as if listening to its confidences. Some of Charlie's original music was catchy, and some of it complex, with pivotal chords and key changes. The words were simple. Your home is where you're happy. It's not where you're not free. Your home is where you can be what you are, 'cause you were just born to be. The notion that we might be born simply to experience existence was not mainstream thinking at the time. Anywhere you might wander, you could make that your home. And as long as you've got love in your heart, you'll never be alone. Hardly new, a little sappy, yet hopeful and timely, and I liked it a lot. But some of his phrases were embarrassingly vacuous. They'll show you their castles and diamonds for all to see. Redundant. Ridiculous. Nobody lives in castles. But they'll never show you their peace of mind, 'cause they don't know how to be free. True or not, those lyrics sounded faux folk and freedom to me. My English lit teacher would have snarled at them. One morning, for some reason, we left the car and took a ride to a wide lake or bay where one of Charlie's new acquaintances had a wooden rowboat that we pushed off the pebbled shore and paddled to the center of some spectacular coniferous scenery. As the sun lifted mist off the water, an otter floated by on its back, gnawing a gristly mollusk clutched between its paws. The day became hot and stunningly blue. Cool water slapping the sides of the boat as it rocked us. But I got sunburned and lost my book. It left in the car of the stranger who brought us. I was sorely disappointed and blamed Charlie because he clearly didn't sympathize. I didn't say anything. I just thought he was careless, arrogant, and obviously illiterate. A few days later, he surprised me with another copy of the same book. He'd seen it in someone's cabin and had simply asked for it. Mary was generous, providing me with shampoo and all of the necessities without making me feel in the least indebted to her. Charlie was considerate, deferential, almost solicitous. I was flattered, but I didn't like it. I wasn't used to it. I liked him better when he was aloof. Your ego is a too much thing was one of Charlie's prison compositions, with minor chords and an insinuating, snaky sound. He sang it to neighbors in the red farmhouse, but I knew it was really to me. I felt pulled to attention, personally attacked, and disdainful of the peculiar lyrics. The expression, too much, dated it. 4 or 5 years earlier, too much was common teen slang for amazement, delight, and even disgust. Everything was too much. Your ego is a too much thing. Your ego is a too much thing. It'll make you fool yourself. You'll think you're somebody else. Look out for the trouble it brings. You get afraid you're gonna act like a clown, and you get mad when somebody puts you down. Your heart's a pumping, and your paranoia's jumping. Your ego is a too much thing. When things are going just fine, your ego puts itself in a bind. Your certainty turns to doubt. Then you start flipping out, and you ease on out of your mind. While singing, Charlie grazed me with the ego eye. This was a tete-a-tete. Something was definitely going on here. The East Coast couple had given us an open invitation to visit their farmhouse. Their hospitality and fascination with Charlie kept us coming back. The man and Charlie discussed music and most things mechanical, while the woman offered coffee and whatever she had baked or cooked. Other neighbors sometimes filled the house. One day, Charlie was telling a group of us about a 40-day stint in solitary confinement. When I got there, the guy in the next cell was whistling and banging a tin cup on the cement wall. Charlie demonstrated, whistling the United States Marine Corps anthem while tapping a spoon against a ceramic cup. Over and over, night and day, the same tune in that cup, and I thought I'd go crazy. The first 3-4 days I yelled, like cursed. I did everything I could think to shut that guy up. Then one day, he stopped. Charlie straightened, as if listening. A comically hopeful expression crossed his face. And then, he said, I heard. In monotone, he resumed the anthem. I tried to cover my head, he bleated. I stuffed my ears. It was killing me. Charlie looked farcically pathetic. I broke up laughing. He was a raconteur, but also a mime. His face contained more comedy than his words. Did he ever stop? Someone finally asked. Hey, I don't know, Charlie replied, grinning. After about 10 days, I was humming and tapping my foot. With that, he stroked the strings of the guitar and began to play it. Later, he told us that the fellow with the tin cup was a Section 8 military psychiatric discharge. As a prisoner in the 1950s, Charlie had helped to convert the Navy prison on Terminal Island to a standard U.S. prison. He had met crazy eights from World War II and every military conflict since. Federal prisoners are those convicted of crimes on or against federal employees or properties. Crossing state lines and the commission of a crime is federal, as are crimes committed on military bases and Indian reservations, and crimes under the jurisdiction of the Department of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, the Drug Enforcement Agency, the Treasury Department, the U.S. Postal Service, and so on. They were bank robbers, embezzlers, counterfeiters, racketeers, drug traffickers, gun runners, even moonshiners. Charlie remembered a Kentucky moonshiner who claimed that the only reason he got caught was that the feds had double-crossed him. Early one morning, they had raided one of his stills and chased him up a mountain, managing to keep within yelling distance. They had begged him to stop just long enough to give them a breather. He had agreed and kept his word. They hadn't. Charlie said that this country boy was just more honest than other people. He said everybody laughed and thought he was a dumb rumpkin who got outrun by the feds until he went out to the track, took off his shoes, and showed them he could outrun just about anybody. I didn't know the affinity Charlie had with such men, or that he had relatives in Ohio, West Virginia, and Kentucky, some of them genuine hill people. Our cabin smelled like weathered wood, sun-bleached canvas, patched cotton quilts, a little must, rust, stick matches, kerosene, and candle wax. It also smelled of evergreen air that we welcomed inside whenever it wasn't cold. The cumulative sense, both indoors and out, crept into my sense of self. It made me feel like something more than lonely. There were possibilities in those scents. The kitchen had a short, pudgy grandmother refrigerator, a white enameled stove with black iron burners, and lots of counter and cupboard space containing only a dented sieve and a midnight blue turkey pan. Mary had brought a 25-pound sack of soybeans. Superfood, the guy at the store had told her. We filled the turkey pan with water to soak the soybeans for later cooking. Traveling through redwood country would prove educational. 2 types of redwoods live in California: the giant sequoia, growing inland and generally of greater girth, and the coastal redwood, considered the world's tallest tree. Some of both have bases bigger than the average garage and make humans appear the size of chipmunks. The coastal redwood is California's state tree. It is not, but should be, on the state flag beside Ursus actos horribilis, the grizzly bear that has long been gone from California. When the first Americans unofficially moved in to take possession of Mexican California, they called themselves, in their adversary's tongue, Los Osos, after those very present, much feared, and respected beasts. Several skirmishes and a rowdy battle later, the men raised their bear flag of victory. According to one diarist, a torn piece of petticoat on which was hurriedly drawn a bear that looked more like a Berkshire hog. The grizzly on California state flag is symbolic of that bear. A couple of miles up the coast from our cabin was a point of land and an empty lighthouse, both named for the explorer whose expedition unwittingly gave California its name. Point Cabrillo, Mary read from a limp map. Named for Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo. Friend of yours? Charlie queried. An explorer, she said, smiling. Some say he discovered California, and some say he named it. I've heard Charlie say only a few things regarding such discoveries, and one was this. Discovered right out from under the people who were already living there. Which is true. Europeans found an uncounted number of native tribes in California, and anthropologists at the turn of the 20th century ran to catch a glimpse of the last of them. Charlie also said, someone said that someone said that someone told them that someone said. He seemed to think that a large part of history was hearsay. It's people who know what they're talking about. I wanted to argue. It's years of research. I don't have anything against it, he said. I just look at it for what it is. He was too calm to argue with, so I argued silently and later looked it up, as if to prove his point. History tells that Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo left his Portuguese home in the early 1500s. joined the Spanish army into Cuba, and serving under Hernan Cortez in 1521, helped to take Tenochtitlan, now Mexico, from Montezuma and the Aztecs, and rename it New Spain. It says that 20 years later, New Spain's viceroy commissioned Cabrillo to take 2 ships north, charting the unmapped Pacific coast and searching for the fabled El Dorado, or 7 cities of gold. Here, legend and fable join hearsay and fantasy. It is recorded that Cabrillo explored the entire western coast to what is now the state of Oregon. It's also recorded that Cabrillo sailed only as far north as present-day San Francisco, where a violent storm repelled him to the south, and he died on one of the islands off Santa Barbara. Further encyclopedic research explains that Cabrillo's northward expedition never got farther north than the current San Diego Bay, and it was there that he drew his last breath. One version states that on Sunday, July 2nd, 1542, Cabrillo's party sighted California. California. Allegedly, no historical reference to the name was known until the rediscovery of a Spanish novel, The Exploits of Esplandian, a fantasy adventure published in Madrid in 1510 by Ordóñez de Montalvo, or in 1500 by Garcia Rodriguez de Montalvo. The book told of Christians in Constantinople fighting an army of Black Amazons led by Queen Khalifa, or Khalifa, from the island of California. In the novel, the gold-rich island is guarded by flying beasts that can carry men into the air and drop them from unsurvivable heights. California could have been 16th century slang for the boondocks, but some historians found it plausible that Cabrillo and his crew had at least heard about the novel and made use of the name. Whether or not Cabrillo ever saw Cape Mendocino, which is 110 miles north of the town, he is credited with having named that westernmost point of California in honor of his patron, Don Antonio de Mendoza, Viceroy of New Spain, and thus with naming the county and town of Mendocino. Another Mendoza, later Viceroy, muddles certainty about this point. And what is absolutely clear to me is why they didn't teach this in school. Critical comment on schools and books often surfaced in Charlie's conversations. While traveling one day, he sang this: "If a pound of prunes costs 13 cents at 1:30 today, and the grocer is so bald he wears $1.05 to pay, if with every pound of tea he gives out 2 cut glass plates, how long before Willie falls on his roller skates? Oh, put down 6 and carry 2. Gee, but this is hard to do. You can think and think until your brains are numb. I don't care what teacher says. I can't find that sum." I was amused, but wondering how to contest the subversive lyrics when he leaned in my direction. Victor Herbert, he informed me helpfully. Herbert was an Irish-American composer known for comic operettas. I'd never heard of him. On a whim and a tip about an art show, we drove up the coast beyond Point Cabrillo and found that the whole town of Casper was for sale. All I could see of it were 3 dilapidated buildings that appeared never to have left the 1930s. A faded for sale sign stood post in front of a former lodge or cocktail lounge, and in the dust around it, brittle weed clumps waited like winos for another drop. Locals told us that the legendary racehorse Seabiscuit had lived out his final days nearby, and I pictured fedoras passing through Casper. The art show consisted of a few bland landscapes, the others allegedly having been sold. But here of all places, on a warped boardwalk and a desolate shanty town, we ran into another ex-convict who knew Charlie. What are the odds? And didn't like him, I could tell. What an awkward coincidence. He looked like Jackknife of the Yukon with his beautiful wolf girl, and we looked just odd. My hair was haywire. I had on Mary's clothes and no makeup. The girl was magazine perfect, in expensive leather from her knee boots to the Russian fur hat pulled over curtains of satiny hair. I felt like a hillbilly next to her, or worse, middle class. There was an animal thing between Jack and Charlie, a sense of hair raising and laying back of ears. Flashes of teeth played out as smiles. They circled each other. What was Charlie doing with 2 women? What did Charlie think of Jax? Was Jack laughing at Charlie? Was Charlie gloating? How primitive. How embarrassing. They were competing. Jack threw back his head, teeth to the sky. He was a cold dog, all right, and not a bit handsome. Crooked and bony at both ends. But there was something sharp and superior about him. The cruel curl of his lip, or that sniffing smugness. It made me think something was definitely wrong with Charlie. I already knew something was wrong with me. They exchanged a few growling attaboys and we parted. But I was so embarrassed at possibly having been perceived as a menage a trois that I couldn't see straight. As for Charlie, he was a shameless show-off. He was too confident. And he was short. He should have been taller, but he didn't stand up to his full height. I had seen that stance before. It wasn't a slouch or a slump, but the slightly rounded shoulders and ducked head of a boxer. Kathleen Maddox, Charlie's mother, was certified born in Moorhead, Kentucky in 1918. Her parents were a railroad conductor and his strict Nazarene Christian wife. 1918, at its outset, could have announced the apocalypse. The number of war dead continued to rise as a lethal flu swept the globe, killing millions. But from the day Kathleen was born, war energy was redirected and America began rebuilding. Women voted in national elections for the first time, and home commodities, radios and automobiles among them, became affordable and plentiful. For 11 years, American expectation and the be-all, end-all economy were on the up and up. Until 1929, when the stock market abruptly avalanched, taking a shocked country into a cold depression. Kathleen Maddox turned 11 in 1929, and only a few years later, she ran away from home. She told family that she'd hooked up with an older man named Colonel Scott. But by November 1934, when Charlie was born at Cincinnati General Hospital in Ohio, it was William Manson, a 24-year-old day laborer for a dry cleaning service, whose name appeared on the birth certificate. The baby's name was recorded only as Manson. Barely 16, Kathleen had given her age as 18 and claimed an address on a Cincinnati street that, if city records are reliable, never existed. Shortly thereafter, for reasons unknown to me, Kathleen Maddox and her brother Luther were arrested and convicted of strong-arm robbery. William Manson was out of the picture. In West Virginia, the baby Manson was renamed Charles Mills Maddox after his late grandfather, and raised for 6 years by his maternal grandmother and a succession of relatives. He visited his mother at the West Virginia State Penitentiary in Moundsville. In a dim tackle shack in Casper, Charlie inquired of a prickly old man about the prospective sale of the town. He bought dime candy bars and emerged in the sunlight, handing one to each of us. "We can't afford the $2 million," he said, "so I got these." He liked paydays. A sweet caramel roll thickly studded with salted nuts. At night in the cabin, Mary lit a candle, some incense, and a single marijuana cigarette that we passed between us in the age-old ceremonial style. I had occasionally smoked the dried leaves of this plant with friends for at least 3 years, and invariably received from it both heightened awareness and hallucinatory paranoia. The fixed notion that people were laughing at my stupidity blocked perception of the world around me. An acquaintance had told me that marijuana seeds could be popped in an oiled skillet like popcorn. He persuaded me to go into the kitchen to make up a batch. It was a light-hearted joke. I didn't feel that he was being malicious. But I couldn't get over the idea that I really was stupid, because while he and other friends could sit in the living room having a good time, I was in a partial stupor, trapped in thoughts about myself. Charlie and Mary's relationship is more developed than mine. Mine is with either of them. It's as though I'm watching behind soundproof glass, unable to communicate or to understand what they're saying. I go in and out of consciousness of the scene. They are standing near a candle talking, their inflated shadows enhancing them. Her posture is of open interest, her shoulders relaxed and neck long. He makes her laugh, and her eyes become more hugely blue and shining. I think she may be in love with him. They disappear and reappear. I try to be invisible until I could hide and sleep. If he had wanted to be alone with her, if they had wanted to be more intimate, they didn't embarrass me by showing it. I still slept in my clothes. Charlie raised an eyebrow, grinning as he looked past Mary at me one night. But he settled into his comfort and fell asleep. Apparently, he was not out to conquer. I think I wanted him to, because I was struggling. I think I was waiting for someone to jump into my mind and pull me out. On a walk the following day, I fell into the same quandary. In the patches of woods, never mind the forest, I could not see the trees. Here in the open, where a mind can expand, my view is narrowing. I'm struggling to keep a normal face, but under it, I believe I might embody all the badness, wrongness, and stupidity of the world, and I don't know how to carry it. Just guarding the secret is exhausting. In this obsessive self-consciousness, I nearly ran into Mary and Charlie. But rather than demonstrating scorn, they showed me the den of an unidentified animal. Charlie said that with Muffet along, we were unlikely to catch a glimpse of it, and we walked on. They didn't seem to have noticed my conflict. Charlie talked to Muffet as though she understood him. She was a lustrous, intelligent animal with the sort of dog ears that teachers told us not to put at the corners of pages in our books. They expressed her character, but to him they were beacons. He said that she sensed more, and that he was learning from her. I wondered if Mary was ever jealous of her dog's devotion to Charlie. Mary wasn't selfish, but she was private, like I was, with personal sensitivities that were sometimes mysterious. She surprised us one night, kneeling beside the bed, unlatching her flute case and assembling the silver pieces with conflicting emotions on her face. The instrument was clearly a treasured and difficult friend. My father had displayed such emotions when I was 6, and saw him put together a clarinet that, to my excitement, he had brought from the attic. He was a fair piano player, reading from classical and popular sheet music, sometimes even singing, and I sang along. I idolized this aspect of him, but when his audience was impressed, a smirk quickly replaced his sincerity, as if to protect himself from ridicule by pretending to be joking, and he never allowed himself to be taken by the music. This was true on the day he played the clarinet. His face reddened, and I felt in him a scorching humiliation. Without completing the piece, and despite our entreaties, he silently, almost angrily, put the clarinet away, and I never saw it again. Kneeling, straight-backed, the candle flame sparking off her flute, Mary pressed a deep breath through taut lips into the instrument. She played haltingly at first, but with courage. Then, catching a muse and releasing herself, she exhaled enchanting music, lifting my mood, my spine, and my admiration of her. Mary was 23 and had attended two colleges, Wisconsin State and the University of Wisconsin, earning 2 degrees before I got out of high school. An efficiency expert, in a hurry, she might put on the first 2 shoes she could find, even if they didn't match. Charlie loved it. The downside of her efficiency was impatience. She could be frustrated by delay, and her irritation showed, but she didn't often speak it. She might have been called taciturn, tough at worst, abrupt, stub-jawed, button-lipped, and closed-minded, but never for long. She was bright and attractive. Her will was good, and she didn't bother with grudges. Charlie leaned on her for any necessary business, and often said she had a lot of love. Mary and I were soon joining him on his morning expeditions, exploring the forest of redwoods, oak, bay laurel, rhododendron, poison oak, and who knew what else. Seeming random swatches of land had been cut bare, while others were overgrown with brush. We stayed, for the most part, on denuded paths where we could walk with ease. When Charlie ventured into the thickets, I found myself feeling edgy about getting spiders in my hair. I thought I loved the woods, but not like he did. He seemed to think they called to him. We followed him one day on an exhaustive journey he felt compelled to make in response to something he could not specify. At last, he declared it to be a circle of 3 tall redwoods he seemed to consider personages. Despite my ordinary lack of concentration, I lay on my back in the center of this circle with Mary and him for most of the afternoon. Young sequoias look like Christmas trees, with needled branches from bottom to top, but mature trees often are bare on their lower halves. From this perspective, the 3 trees appeared to get closer at the top, as if confiding in one another. I think of Charlie's trees as the 3 graces of classical myth and art. Whatever they communicated to him, he kept to himself. He certainly had more stamina and patience than I did. I got cold sooner. I itched. I was unused to being still for half an hour, much less 3. He liked to explore until his stomach growled. Then he looked to us for food. The soybeans we'd set out to soak had sprouted. Aside from nibbling their bitter roots, we didn't know what to do with them. When food ran lowest, we got into the car and drove 10 miles to Fort Bragg, a commercial fishing town, all nets, creaking docks, and clinking metal, for cheap hamburgers and a takeout window. Charlie ate in the way he did everything, not primly, but with finesse. He appreciated any offer of food or drink, whether he accepted it or not. If he liked it, he ate without saying much. If he didn't like it, he just didn't eat much. His tastes were Depression era or prison issue. Mary and I were amused to learn that he keenly liked canned fruit cocktail, and that, given a choice of any cheese in the world, he'd ask for Velveeta. We had no notion of how differently he'd been raised, first by many individuals, and never in one place for long. He didn't know his father. His original birth certificate marked him not legitimate, and in the 1930s, the word bastard was still in use as a scarlet degradation. His mother had filed a paternity suit against Colonel Walker Scott in 1935, but Charlie didn't speak of it. From immediate and extended family, he went to foster homes, boys' schools, juvenile halls, jails, and prisons. He didn't, then wouldn't, go to school. Tests later assessed his IQ at far above average, but he refused a normal education. His English was colorful but limited, his grammar unruled. He said ain't and used double negatives and common unnecessary indecencies. Paradoxically, he was a grade A communicator. He compensated, using his face, body, and mainly his brain. He likened the brain to a computer, and the mind to its operator. Back then, computers were the size of rooms, and his concept was uncommon. His own computer files were extensive. He'd been exposed to the behaviors, ideologies, and experiences of hundreds of mostly men by the time he was 20. But we didn't learn about Charlie's early life until later. Instead, he entertained us with anecdotes about his more recent past in each of the 2 federal prisons off the West Coast. He mimicked the sometimes pathetic or unsavory characters with a fondness and honesty that broke us in half laughing. One memory was of a couple of old glue sniffers on a recreation yard, one standing rigid, looking skyward, sniffing a rag doused in factory glue. The other one approaching and asking, "What are you doing?" "They're coming for me. They're coming for me," the first one answered. "This is the spot." "Who? Who's coming?" "They're coming for me. They're gonna send down a beam." "Who's coming? I want to go." "You can't go." "Why? I want to go." "You can't go. There's only room for one." They began wrestling for a place on the imaginary spot, the first one hollering, "No, man, you're gonna rank it." Mary and I were getting glimpses into one of the world's remaining inner sanctums, and we were intrigued. What I believed about prisoners came from the usual media sources and seemed to be a mixed message. There were true bad people who had to be kept away from the rest of us. And there were people who just ended up in the wrong places at the wrong times. I focused on the latter because, since people were fundamentally good, some people were in prison because mistakes had been made, sometimes by police and prosecutors. One look at police brutality against civil rights marchers told that story. Throughout time and great literature, soldiers, scientists, artists, clerics, philosophers, kings and queens, had all been imprisoned. If I had any objection to the convicted class, it had more to do with morality than illegality. Charlie told a few stories about shirking the requisite prison jobs. In one, he had taken a job in the music room, furnishing, equipping, and maintaining it, while listening to and playing music all day. It was the perfect job for him until a guard found out that there was no music room before Charlie had opened one. He'd had jobs in the kitchen, on a paint crew, and as an orderly. All were short-lived. Sent to work in the prison factory, he did an investigation and started making speeches. "Fred," he'd say, "I thought you were against war. What are you doing making parts for the military? Joe, how long you been working here? You say you didn't get parole. Don't be surprised. They need you, man. You're building their penitentiaries." He said that he even got kicked out of group therapy because the psychologist said that he confused people. Delighted at having successfully failed so many positions, called Crazy Charlie by some of the staff, he was free to pursue his music. I laughed at these stories, but questioned the morality of avoiding one's share of work. Where I was from, people's pride was neither in inherited wealth, nor in the ability to beg, swindle, and steal it, but in punctuality, reliability, and steady hard work. Shyness aside, we were a prideful people who didn't call in sick unless we couldn't stand up, and stayed well just to keep our noses in the air. Charlie, Mary, and I were partly supported by money that Mary had saved. It didn't seem offensive or irresponsible, but as though we were furthered by Providence. And contrary to being a malingerer, Charlie was perpetually engaged. In Mendocino, his explorations led him to facilitate exchanges between strangers. A man looking to unload an old Mercury with the father of a teen who wanted a fix-up car. A woman seeking a cheap propane stove with somebody clear across town who never used his and gave it up for free. Charlie had a knack for this, and he didn't make a thing for it, but new acquaintances and invitations to dinner. His alertness and ability to entertain people were sometimes the only resources supporting us. My memory of the people we visited is a vague amalgam of artistic, do-it-yourself couples in well-constructed, rented cabins, living the good life, unmolested. Besides no fast food franchises, no supermarkets, and no neon at all, Mendocino had no visible police force. Laissez-faire was law, and seemed to promote respect. Far from being based in passive weakness, it assumed right behavior, and would deal forthrightly with transgression. Northern woods hippies were no more likely to be bullied than any self-reliant people. The cabins were comfortably furnished with antiques or cleverly salvaged scraps of natural, nearly edible materials, instruments of art and music, colorful quilts, weavings and embroideries, dried flowers, clay vessels, incense, candles, and books galore. This life was my ideal. Fresh air, privacy, the forest, the sea. What more could an artist, writer, or naturalist want? However, Mendocino offered no jobs with which to support this lifestyle. Jobs engendered by entrepreneurs were worked by their families and friends. In fact, after the lumber mills were shut down, Mendocino had almost no economy until the late 1950s, when a group of local artists formed what was already, loosely, an art colony. This, and the tide pools, brought in more tourists and retreaters for the cabins and exclusive inns. There was talk amongst travelers of a spiritual presence. Charlie remembered waking one night as he felt something leaning on his feet at the end of the bed. Muffet sat tensely watching beside him. They'd both stared into the dark for some time before Muffet had laid down again, and he had drifted to sleep. He wondered if we'd been awake. I didn't believe in ghosts. Mendocino had its legendary phantoms. A Victorian lady staring out to sea from a window of one of the finer old houses. A veteran soldier said to have been murdered at Big River's sawmill. And spirits cut adrift by shipwrecks. But these were clearly insubstantial. The East Coast couple, who seemed practical in other respects, said that they had a baby ghost they sometimes heard laughing or crying in a bedroom upstairs. I figured this had to do with their wanting a baby and being unable to conceive. But while crossing the bridge over Big River one night, Charlie, Mary, and I all saw something. It could have been a bum. It was dark. Charlie braked the car and backed it up on the bridge. My pulse bumped into my nerves. No one or thing was visible, but you could never know when a semi might come barreling at can't stop miles an hour while you're in the middle of a dark highway looking for ghosts. We said and saw nothing but a light far out at sea, and we drove on. A surprising sense of the supernatural came to me the first time I saw Charlie dance. We were in a cabin, listening to record albums. Mary had gone to town with our hosts. I don't remember the music, but that it moved him. His countenance lifted, and his body appeared weightless. Each finger and limb moving without effort and in perfect rhythm. I was not hallucinating. Yet, his face kept changing as he dipped and dodged, crept and leapt a foot still, winking at me. He moved through the dances of different eras and cultures, nimbly, and in a progression so quick that I could just recognize it, each before it fell into another. Then he switched to enacting everyday motions in sync with the music. Showering, dressing, brushing his teeth. I'd been trained in dance since childhood, but I had never seen anyone dance like that. This shocking surge of talent and creativity frightened me, and I ran out of the cabin. He found me sitting beside it with my knees drawn up to my chest. Chuckling tenderly, he said that he was just as surprised as I was. He had never danced like that, he explained, because in prison, tough guys don't dance. He had, however, learned to box. At one of the boys' schools, the Catholic monks taught their charges using gloves and rules of fairness. Charlie remembered being called a duke and earning a gold and green jacket. He had an edgy but abiding respect for the monks who taught him handball, basketball, and things that would later save my life. Under the bridge at Big River, Mary spread a woven blanket on the sand and unpacked sandwiches she had made at the cabin. She had taken to wearing shorts, her long legs tanning nicely now, despite days dimmed by a vague fog. I wore one of her thin skirts that were too long on me, but I could drape it above my knees when seated and consider myself bohemian. I had quit wearing makeup. Mary didn't wear any and hadn't shaved my legs or underarms since leaving LA. This was becoming the fashion anyway. My high school friends had read that European women didn't shave and were considered very sexy. Last to come from Mary's satchel was lemonade. Wine would have suited my picture better, but Charlie didn't drink it. He said he'd quit drinking alcohol when he admitted to himself that he didn't like the taste. I was surprised to hear him say it. Where I was from, people learned to like the taste. Liquor ads showing sophisticated bon vivants with relaxed bodies and fluid wit were encouragement enough for me to keep trying, even when I didn't like it. But sweet tart lemonade goes well with salty ham and sea air. And a mix of warm sand with the distant shush of white water makes a potent sedative. Big River flows beside the Mendocino Peninsula from the forest to the sea. Historical archives recount a boat wreck near Big River survived by German immigrant William Caston in 1850. They say that Caston saw wealth in the redwoods, built himself a crude cabin, and stayed. Maybe, maybe not. It wasn't Caston who set up the sawmill. On record for the same year that Caston came to land, the trade cargo ship Frolic, a double-masted square rigger sailing from China to gold-booming San Francisco, ran aground on a reef less than a mile from the beach at Point Cabrillo. Long after passengers had clambered onto land and left the area, the wreckage of Frolic drew scavengers and treasure hunters. Among them, a lumberman named Jerome Ford, traveling from San Francisco. In his archived diary, Ford describes the largely unmapped area with no roads only narrow trails, and numerous swollen rivers to cross, one of which carried off 2 mules and most of his crew's food and blankets. But Ford recognized that he was surrounded by a fortune in timber. Back in San Francisco, he consulted a wealthy city council member and developer named Henry Meigs. Meigs, who had orchestrated the creation of Fisherman's Wharf and other city venues renowned to this day, sent Ford on a second trip north to secure land for a sawmill. In his diary, Ford reports finding only 6 men living near Big River, one of them William Caston, who had taken out a land claim. Ford arranged to pay Caston $100 plus first timber for land on which the Big River Mill would be erected. According to the record, the mill was constructed on the east coast of the U.S. and shipped whole in a schooner that Henry Meigs had purchased around South America and went up the coast to San Francisco, and then, with a full crew of managers and laborers, north to Big River. Thus began the export of Mendocino's forests, the sawn redwoods taken by boatload not only to San Francisco, but across the world. One of the first mill operators later lamented his part in what now looks like a desecration. But the town of Mendocino grew, passing through several names including Big River Township and Meigsville. Fine homes were built, a church, a hotel, families were brought in, and along the riverbanks and the outskirts in places colloquially known as Portage Flat and Fury Town, sawyers, mill workers, and cooks lived in digs to which they were accustomed. They were immigrants from the Azores, China, Denmark, Finland, Germany, Italy, and Sweden. In the late 1800s, a visiting journalist explained Northern California's lumber business to readers of Harper's Magazine as follows. The coastline is broken at frequent intervals by the mouths of small streams. Sawmills are placed wherever a river mouth offers the slightest shelter to vessels loading. There are even mills which offer no lee. And here the adventurous schooner watches her opportunity, holes under a perpendicular cliff, receives her lading in the shortest possible time, and her crew think themselves fortunate if they get safely off. Big River is one of the best lumber ports. But even here, vessels are lost every winter. One of the old residents told me he had seen more than 100 seamen perish in the 20 years he had lived here. I was also shown the strange and terrible cave into which a schooner was sucked in a sudden gale. Her masts were snapped off like pipe stems, and the whole was jammed into the great hole in the rock, where it began to thump with the swell, so that 2 of the frightened crew were at once crushed on the deck by the overhanging ceiling of the cave. 5 others hung on until ropes were lowered to them. A more terrifying situation can hardly be imagined outside of a hashish dream. Within 3 years of selling property for the Big River Mill, William Caston told people that the area became too populated for him. From the 6 men in 1851, It now counted more than 600. So Caston sold his remaining land to a William Kelly, whose name remains prominent in Mendocino to this day. Developer Henry Miggs's name, however, does not. After finding himself in deep debt, Miggs, still a well-regarded San Francisco alderman, stole blank city certificates from the San Francisco's treasurer's office and made them out to himself, increasing his account by $800,000. In October of 1854, knowing that discovery of his theft was imminent, he absconded during the hours of darkness, taking his entire family out of the country and leaving a financial shockwave that rocked the city from one end to the other. Though Miggs was unknown to have ever actually been in Mendocino, and despite his outlaw status, he would manage to have much of Mendocino shipped to him. Charlie pulled Mary's car to the roadside, near some salt-corroded resort trailers and a scallop of sheltered shore. In the distance, gulls and pipers glided above the water and tiptoed along its edges. It looked like another good place to spend an afternoon. Kicked back on the heels of our hands, Mary and I fiddled driftwood bits between our toes and let the waves lull us while listening to Charlie fine-tune his hobby. He had made his first guitar from a cigar box, strung with rubber bands, and later constructed one in a prison wood shop. He said that he had played in state institutions during the 40s and 50s, but that Alcatraz had the only music program in the federal system, and it took him 4 years to get a guitar into another prison. Other prisoners had given him pointers. Among them was former gangster Alvin Karpis, doing the end of a long federal term for crimes committed in the 30s, with the press labeled Ma Barker Gang. Charlie didn't give us details. I read about it in the newspaper a few days later. Interviewed from his home in Canada, Karpis was quoted as saying that he'd taught Charlie to play the steel guitar back when Charlie gambled and was known as Tips. Incrementally, I learned that Charlie had been in custody in Kentucky, Ohio, West Virginia, Illinois, Indiana, Virginia, New York, Florida, California, and some states in between. Squinting through the splintered sun, thoughts came to me unbidden and passed unparalyzed until 3 bare-legged children stood over us, none older than 7, staring at Charlie and at the guitar. He engaged them in conversation, and they proceeded to tell him that they were living in one of the trailers by the road, and that their mother allowed them the run of the beach as long as they stayed away from the water. I was impressed by their directness and by their independence. I thought they were cute, but I listened to little of what they said. Charlie, on the other hand, asked them philosophical questions I considered beyond their understanding, and gave their answers more import than I thought they warranted. He demonstrated guitar chords and entertained them for much of the afternoon with lively songs that seemed to excite them, until their fidgeting quieted and they stood still, and they stood lit with sunset watercolors and wondrous expressions. The faint voice of a woman turned them toward the highway and back to Charlie. Mary and I waved to a distant figure leaning from one of the trailers. Dancing foot to foot, they waited until she had called again, and Charlie looked up, nodding to them. Then they excitedly said goodbye and ran to her. I was a little stunned by this exchange, and none of us spoke. We watched the sun through a thickening mist that threatened to run ashore. I cringed. Fog, to me, was like dawn to a vampire. The halo of fuzzy curls it fashioned hadn't been stylish since the 1800s. As we got up to leave, Charlie asked, "How are you going to learn from what you look down at?" I knew he was talking to me about those kids. How are you going to learn from what you look down at? I wanted to deny it and defend myself, but he was right. I did look down on children for being uneducated and untrained. I thought everybody did. I liked to think myself a humble egalitarian. But in fact, I looked down on about half of all adults for being too trained, on rigid religious types, on most rich people, all of the white people of the southern United States, and a long list of other people I'd never met. Not to get into the animal and plant kingdoms. I felt a slow seep of shame hemorrhaging across my face. And just as I felt shame, we were stopped short when a white-haired, spook-eyed fisherman scuttled across our path, muttering something dreadful about fog, as though it could overtake and drown him. I felt clammy and queasy. A swollen roller walloped the rocks, and we left that beach. Discomfort plagued me during those tepid days. The wood splintered and sticky. The rough coastal bluffs damp and dangerous. Even the cabin was unwelcoming. I couldn't find a place to rest. Aloof by appearances, I hoped Charlie would approach me. When he did, I snubbed him. One day, Mary purposely left me alone with him in a neighbor's cabin. Something important was happening, and I wanted to follow it through. I had read and believed that LSD could be used for psychological cleansing. I had taken it several times before, but this time was different. Slowly becoming conscious, I see the games I've been playing with him. He isn't playing. He walks outside of the cabin. I survey its interior, pretending intention, but I wonder what he's doing. From the porch, I can see him looking into a flowering bush. I have to be closer to see. Bees. He's watching honeybees. What century is this? I am in and out of consciousness. The car is against my back. I see him walking toward it, getting in and starting the engine. Climbing in, I'm comfortably terrified. Am I always terrified. On the rubbery black asphalt, down to the sea, I feel him beside me, and, strangely, within me. He's not what I have thought, not the back alley boot scuff or social bottom brick, not a lost child, a sex-starved ex-con, a huckster or trickster, though surely all of those. Transforming before me, he is grand and humble, godly and infernal. In metamorphosis, a startling, substantial phantom. Is it the drug or my mind creating these changes in him? And if so, why do other people not appear in so many forms? The sky shades and rains tenderly. I've badly shortchanged him. I follow a queasy mouthful of panic, and the narrow tar road becomes a sprawling tongue that is swallowing us whole. But he is no comfort, for now he has no face, no features. He is nothing but a chilling emptiness that drops the bottom out of my illusions, leaving me horribly alone. He might be Sharon, hauling me to hell. At the bottom of the hill, he restrained the panting beast and looks to me for direction. The crossroad offers no hope of escape, and across it, spread before us, stands a Gothic family cemetery, encrusted tombstones and crosses bulging unevenly from rocky ground. I'm stunned. His disembodied voice sounds sinister. Oh, that's where you want to go. And we roll across the dark divide to a packed dirt drive that passes between the tombstones. Sharp rocks crack and flick from beneath the tires, stirring the startled cry of a dove and the sudden flapping of its wings. I think I may have made my final decision. Does death walk alongside life? Or are they opponents? Or both? And why? Why is it necessary? Could I kill myself to avoid this painful end? Or am I dying in fear of it? Fear, born of doubt, brings violent visions rolling down on me, like the salty undertow grabs and plunges the panicky swimmer until up and down are indistinguishable. Experience comes without the buffer of words, in sensations and symbols, the brain code of my dreams. I am standing on ridge rocks in the sun, wind-whipped and mesmerized by a gorge of rolling water below. Dank breath rises from the troubled gut. I am padding along the barren shoreline, examining curious rock arches and sea sculptures, when the cold chisel bites my feet. I am standing horizonward at dusk, seeing restless, white-capped ghosts in the turbulence. My experience is little. I have paddled Southern California waters for most of my life, with barely a tug from the undertow or a salty tumble. But this Pacific Sea can be bitterly cold and hard-handed as it slaps the northern shores. I've seen its elegance sliding like liquid glass, its playful gushes in frilly lace to flirt and fuss about the necks of the craggy old rocks. But I am blind. That shock-headed old fisherman may be crazy, but he knows that this gentle, yielding liquid can kiss and nibble until pits become caverns, that it can bash and batter the life out of him. Hell aches and groans inside me, sharp and hot, frozen and stinging, the hollowness of unwholesome hunger, the slow leak of bleeding dry. It is choking, smothering, swallowing the tongue and swallowing the sea. Pressure without relief, the cramp of the womb before it expels us, the awful openness into which we are thrust, its abandonment in a wet blanket, a howling wind through broken windows, and running in search of something I can't name. I'm hiding so hard that I cannot see, and inside, faced with eternity. When I opened my eyes, Charlie was at the wheel where I left him, watching the sun go down. He did not assault me, even by looking. At dusk, he started the engine, and we moved on to Mary in the musical house of friends. And that night, as we sat listening to records, Charlie asked me for my skate key. Slipping the chain around his neck, he said something ironic, and partly to himself. Something about how he couldn't get over it. People outside are more locked up than the ones who are in prison. I grew up in a Los Angeles suburb, on a block with 11 boys, no girls. I had a Western six-shooter, an Army automatic, and a replica of a pirate pistol that my dad had brought me from a business trip to New Orleans, all cap guns. Our neighborhood was partially unlandscaped, leaving piles of dirt and gravel for trenches and hideouts. Every day, we couldn't wait to get outside to play. Cowboys or war. The boys let me play, even as they sometimes complained that my hair gave away the hiding places. One year, while we were dodging Germans, A tall soldier took me to a chimney corner, kissed me on the forehead, and whispered, "You stay here. When all this is over, I'll be back to get you." He was in a different movie. Despite ridicule from the ranks, I became his personal nurse until, in a moment of wellness, he left me for some girl in his grade at school. That little romance changed my channels. My mother had the wisdom to channel me into dance classes. The Westchester Lariats were a community group of over 60 people aged roughly 7 to 20. 7, and the ardent personal project of a University of Southern California professor of folk and dance physical education. Dr. Tillman Hall had taken the reins of a small square dance group, expanding its repertoire to include folk, popular, and modern dances as his knowledge and personal contacts grew. Besides traditional and acrobatic square dances, we learned a polka, schottisch, rumba, samba, and cha-cha-cha. We did a showy Viennese waltz, a snappy foxtrot, the can-can, the Highland fling, the tarantella, the hula, the Charleston of the 20s, jitterbug of the 40s, and the 60s twist. We learned new dances, practiced for hours each week, and returned home damp with sweat. I was 10 when I took the first of 4 cross-country tours with the troupe in a chartered bus without my parents. Nearly every night in a different city, we performed a 2-hour-long song and dance show in theaters and auditoriums, military bases, and outdoor arenas. For 6 to 8 weeks of each summer, we slept in campgrounds, barracks, and often as guests in private homes, from farmhouses to mansions. I saw more lifestyle than I realized, and nearly every state in the Union. My mother helped to sew a large collection of ethnic costumes. My father financed my trips. His parents lived in Brooklyn, New York, and I was allowed to spend several days with them that first summer when our troupe passed through the city. My old grandpa in his dapper hat, suit and vest, took me by the hand to see all his proprietor friends downtown, and everywhere we went, he introduced me as my little granddaughter from Hollywood. A dancer from Hollywood. Grandpa seemed to think that all of Los Angeles was Hollywood. After the public fanfare and handshaking, Grandpa treated me to a big meal at Schratt's, and when I couldn't eat it all, he scolded me severely for ordering it. He was embarrassed by even the suggestion that we take the food home. Grandma served her meals on china plates with fancy white linen. Dinner was a solemn affair during which she criticized my use of the salad fork for my meat. Grandma carried herself like Queen Victoria and looked a little like her. In reality, she was the wife of a retired tool and die factory foreman, and the comfortable 76th Street row house she and Grandpa had occupied for years was owned by one of her 2 sisters, who occasionally lived with them. I don't know where these great aunts were during my visit, or who the old woman was in a bedroom at the top of the stairs. But I found her sitting in a rocking chair by a lace-curtained window. She apparently thought I was my father's sister. I was fascinated by the things she was saying, but suddenly my grandfather found me, Grandma right behind him. They were embarrassed and angry. The old woman asked them a question that Grandpa answered tersely. When she asked again, he snapped at her. They pulled me out of the room and scolded me for entering without their permission. It hurt. I liked her. The dance troupe occupied my time and gave me a sense of camaraderie. I looked forward to each summer trip and was always a little sad to come home. We traveled to the new state of Alaska, where the Alcan Highway was still partly gravel, performed on TV variety shows, and in big theater productions at the Hollywood Bowl, marched in the parade at Disneyland each year, met Lassie and Timmy, Walt Disney, and other Hollywood personalities. I turned 11, ready to find a real job. It was in the local newspaper. LTHS cleaning 3 days a week, 2 hours per day, at a residence only 2 blocks from my elementary school. I was thrilled that first day after school, walking to work. I was exhausted walking home. My new boss, a humorless, middle-aged woman, was demanding. She and her family lived in a giant laundry pile that they never completely picked up. It was disconcerting to see that her girls were about my age. Though apparently studious, they trapezed in, dropping their sweaters while I washed stacks of crusted dishes and various saucepans of cold water, keeping separate the dishes that had served meat from those that had held cheese. The religious custom was never explained to me. At 80 cents an hour, it wasn't the job of my dreams, but I wanted to work. On Saturdays and Sundays, I was educated in the Catholic faith for my mother. My dad was relatively Lutheran, but he didn't go to church. I enjoyed the company of my younger brother and baby sister, and alternatively tussled with them. I could do flips on the trampoline and off the diving board at the Y, nailed a plank to my skates for a skateboard, and later learned to ride a surfboard. I liked being a kid and resisted the obligatory bras, garter belts, razors, and stockings pushed by excited young mothers, along with charm school and ideals that made me feel less than adequate. Walking to the store, I was cruised by a carload of older boys. "Hey, honey, you want to come for a ride?" Flattered, excited, I pretended to ignore them. They laughed and yelled, "Ugly!" burning the rubber as they peeled away. I never even got a look at them, but for years, in times of doubt, I could hear them yelling, "Ugly!" and going away. It was a common lack of confidence. I felt nakedly unexposed and stupid, but also intensely curious about all natural phenomena, firstly birth and death. I wanted to witness birth, observe surgery, and sit in on an autopsy. At the time, not even expectant fathers were allowed in hospital rooms. I was told so by nurses who invariably advised me to go to school for the experience. School was a blur. My dad bared his teeth when he tried to teach me algebra. He had large, even teeth that clamped fiercely in anger. They suggested few home lessons. Turned out to be a mistake, one after another. I blocked. His anger happened quickly. The angrier he got, the more I blocked. He ended up telling me I was dumber than the cat, and I had to learn algebra in summer school. As I turned 12, my father was in midlife. He bought himself a sports car and a 26-foot Chris Craft that he rarely took out of the harbor after the first 6 months of its novelty. None of his acquisitions seemed to satisfy him. Before smog obscured the view, I climbed to the slanted roof of our garage and lay staring into the sparkling darkness. I talked to God there, and infinity embraced me. But upon my descent, the flickering magic vanished, and reality labored on. About that time, I read a fascinating book about the experimental use of the new drug, lysergic acid diethylamide, and psychoanalysis. Not long after, I saw a Harvard professor on television discussing that same little-known substance. Contrary to adult drones, the world was still a wonderfully mysterious place. A strong desire for harmony and justice gave me angry indignation over news reports of stubborn, often thuggish injustices dispensed by common white people in the South. I had been through the southern states, had seen the literal signs of segregation and contempt. What was wrong with these adults? I had no real knowledge of my civil rights, of what it took to get them, or what it would be like without them. But the realization that a whole group of people had to go out into the streets and be clubbed in the head to obtain what I already had was shocking and shameful to me. Why weren't the American people correcting this injustice with the same vigor that sent them after Hitler, Hirohito, and Mussolini? And what was the preoccupation against communism about? The political right pushing for national fear of an ideology, and for wars to protect people's civil rights, while right here at home, millions of people were denied them. My father didn't want to talk about it. He cut off those conversations and seemed to think me a willful troublemaker for raising them. He said I was too independent. When I was a child, he'd engaged me in sarcastic banter, but now he considered it disrespectful, and I should automatically drop it. The slang I was bringing home from school further disturbed him. And after all the years of living together, We had no communication. None. Suddenly, he laid down restrictions and ultimatums. I balked. My mother was weak and helpless in the middle. One week, she said I could go to a party. But moments before my friends arrived, my father threatened to leave her and the other kids if she allowed me to go. And it was my turn to feel helpless. My father stopped speaking to me when I chose to go to the beach with my older cousin rather than with the family. You'll either go everywhere with us or you'll go nowhere with us, he told me. I was 13. From that day, he forbade my presence in any room of the house he occupied, and instructed my mother to refuse me an allowance or travel money. He permitted her to set a plate for me in the kitchen, but thenceforth ignored any other arrangements, effectively blocking me out of his life. My mother supplied me the money she could, but advised that I could have avoided these hardships had I just gone along with him. As my school grades began a steady decline and a parent's signature was required on report cards, I signed my father's name, and neither of my parents missed the chore. Life for me was not that different. I had to drop out of the dance troupe, but when the family went on vacations, I had the house to myself, borrowed the car, and had a few friends over. Not every kid was so lucky. We drank a little to punctuate this freedom, but when the folks got home, the car was back in the garage, the booze back on the shelves. I liked to think of myself mature. In that vein, I tried vodka with my orange juice for breakfasts, but arrived at class barely able to stay awake. I didn't want to be unconscious. I wanted experience. One summer, my mother, brother, sister, and I took a Greyhound bus through the Midwest to a 2-block alfalfa town and the farm where she grew up. For their parents' 50th wedding anniversary, their 9 children had planned a reunion of over 100 relatives, most of whom I'd never met. The country was open, with long grasses and big, rich dirt clods under plows pulled by giant horses, and the air was so dense with life that breathing was like eating. My grandparents didn't even have running water. The farmhouse was small and wooden, with a pot-bellied stove in the living room, a 2-seater outhouse in back, and a pump in the shed. And I thought it was beautiful. The relatives had rented a meeting house in the next town and had dinner and cakes and liquor catered in. Grandma took off her apron and repinned her loose, high bun. Everyone was dressed up but Grandpa. He still wore overalls and stubble on his face. He didn't want to go. All his little chicks had grown into hens. All his little chicks who had grown into hens were around him flapping. His face was red, and he wouldn't speak a word. Finally, someone explained to me that Grandpa had had a feud with a man in the next town. He didn't want to get dressed up or to be honored at any celebration, and he didn't want to go to Burbank. I also found out that Burbank was only a block long, most of it shut down, and that the feud we were snagged on was 10 years past. He hadn't been there since. Grandpa waited until all his girls were anxious, mad, and tearful. Then he got up, shaved, and put on a suit that just barely buttoned. I felt as awkward as he apparently did at the party. The relatives seemed like strangers, except for my aunts who clucked and chuckled in clusters. My cousins and I managed to have a few drinks and take a rowboat out on the lake, where a comfortable companionship settled over us. I think we were all lonely. During the bus trip home, I fell so in awe of the land that I stared at the fields as far as I could see and cried. We had moved into a more modern house in Redondo Beach, and it looked even worse to me upon our return. The walls were eggshell white plasterboard. Sometimes I would jump on any city bus just to see where it went. I'd look at the faces in the bus and imagine their lives. I'd see neighborhoods of black families sitting outside on crooked porches, eating, smoking, or playing music. They were in groups, and it seemed they were always laughing. That looked like healthy family life to me. Then I'd go home to a concrete community and face an uncomfortable blur of nervous stomachs and minds, turning over the pages of the Wall Street Journal. When my parents saw the Watts riots on TV, they were scared. They didn't say so. My father just walked out of the room. But I could see it. What if those angry black people came to our community? A chill settled over the suburbs. My mother believed we should help people. She gave offerings of money and prayers at church for the poor, the sick, the crippled, the outcast, and I made sure to be nice to kids like that at school. I read books about such people and felt a personal responsibility. During my 15th year, I told my mother that I wanted to get a job and move out. My friend, her sisters, and their alcoholic mother had offered me an expensive room and board. My mother said, "You'll never make it," which apparently was all the pep talk I needed. I found a job the next week and moved. Our school gave academic credit for employment, so I could be a student and a sales clerk, fish scooper, and cage cleaner in the pet store down the street from my new home. I loved working with the animals, but they weren't themselves. The kittens, puppies, and guinea pigs were morose and sleepy. The capuchin monkey irritably hunched and losing its hair. It flashed vampire teeth at cage cleaning time. My boss hadn't thought to tell me how to bag fish. Customers were calling back to say that their pet fish were dead on arrival. Had I left a little air in the bag? No, I hadn't. Fish, my boss explained, need air. I suppose I should have known, but Never in 11 years of schooling did I learn that fish need air. I liked my job, and on weekends, my friend and I went around the corner for the carny atmosphere on the Hermosa Pier and to the Lighthouse, one of California's best little jazz clubs. We peeked in until invited by the manager, who warned us that we would have to leave if we attempted to buy or accept drinks. We saw Dave Brubeck, Cal Theater, Dizzy Gillespie, and others up close. After several months at the pet store, I noticed that my boss and his only other employee were having a tiff. I never knew what started it, but one day my boss came to me and said, "You'll have to leave right now. She says she's going to report me to the IRS. I haven't declared you on my tax forms." I didn't understand the prospective penalties and never knew the outcome. I just got a new job serving root beer and hamburgers. My friend was job hunting too, so we felt we could pay rent on a big, old second-story place in Manhattan Beach. Our unfurnished apartment was windy and empty. Our imaginations had it comfortably decorated, but we never did the work. We played jazz, blues, and folk records, pretending to be beatniks, and became rapt students at coffee houses in Hollywood, where live music was played and educated adults discussed the world. A PhD took us to his beach home to experience LSD, just months before the U.S. Congress pronounced it illegal. It was an exhilarating time. On weekday evenings, I worked hard in the restaurant and didn't get home until after midnight to study, sleep, shower, dress, and run for the 7:25 a.m. bus to the high school. It was challenging. My friend, who had already graduated, was smart, but did not have the nerve to keep a job on the rare occasion that she got one. We would have to find a cheaper apartment. Her timidity was biological and inherited. I didn't have time to think about it, nor the expertise to help her, but I knew not to hold it against her. The restaurant where I worked was co-owned. Because I was quiet, each boss confided in me about the other. I kept their confidences, but division brought down the business, and I was out of work again, until a friend at school got me a job stretching artists' canvas in his family's gallery by the harbor. I liked each of my jobs and felt enhanced by the experiences. After graduating from high school, I turned down marriage proposals from 3 men who seemed pushed by age and might have selected wives from a catalog if it were an option. One of them finally married another of my friends, and I was sincerely happy for them as they drove off from their topless sports car. I wasn't much of a drinker, but sudden loneliness seemed a fair excuse for drinking the case of beer they left me. To support myself without a roommate, I took a full-time job as a credit verifier at one of the fluorescent office cubicles of a furniture store. Then I started drinking to get drunk. My stiff and bitchy boss was typically meticulous about all things trivial. I stayed off the radar. The job entailed fact findings that could deny furniture to people who had applied to pay by installments. I disagreed with the company's policies, so I sometimes failed to record the condemning details, particularly when they involved charges of marijuana use. One day, I went to see my father. He scorned me, but later had my brother invite me to dinner. I cried. After 5 years, his silence had ended, and I was welcomed home, with stipulations. I tried to respect the ways of my parents and the household, and to keep up a satisfied appearance. But at my desk job several months later, I felt compelled to struggle for my psychological life. I left work, closed my savings account, and flew to San Francisco, where long walks and cable car rides cleared my mind. I talked to people uptown, midtown, and downtown, improv entertainers, street musicians, one elderly accordionist with a tame monkey, a tall black man in a suit selling newspapers, stating that the black Muslims of America wanted to go back to Africa. I didn't understand. I thought they wanted what white people had. At the end of the day, I lay alone by the open window in a cheap hotel room, listening to the tick of the radiator and the honking and roaring of traffic below. I was still the same me. The theater crowd across the street wore black velvet and diamonds. I'd felt like a child next to them. A few days later, out of money and the energy for adventure, I called my parents to give them my relative location and was welcomed home with understanding, the kind that comes after whispers and before a visit to the nice psychologist. My parents tried, but I was so angry with them for being apathetic. They weren't curious about the world. I wanted someone who would be real with me, who would appreciate my hard work, and can spot and call my games. At $25 desperate dollars an hour, the psychologist was pitifully shellacked with professional humility. He stuck out his hand as I left his office, and, like in 100 movies I'd already seen, he said, "Trust me." I was furious and stomped off to do something self-destructive. I drank all the wine that Christmas and took too many Excedrin. I was really just giving my family a big dose of my hate. Taken to the hospital doing commercial parodies, Excedrin headache number 955. I kicked the nurses and threw up voluntarily. My dad stood in the hallway listening to me. I loved my dad, and he loved me. I recognized his unusual patience as we drove home, but both of us knew there was nothing to say. Our worlds were too far apart. The house was sterile. Every one of my mother's coveted luxuries dust to me. Nobody played the piano. Nobody sang. It was a ghost town, but for one lively little sister who was fast being subdued. I had to do something, so I entered college. I was to make plans to pay room and board to my parents. They were not negligent in proper teaching of responsibility. There was just no bond between us. Nothing. The Beatles were singing of strawberry fields where nothing was real, and I idly considered a serious suicide. I didn't really want to die, but where had the living gone? Charlie made love to me naturally. Unlike the movies about moral frustration and then the sudden manic depressive mashing of mouths. He took his time. When he allowed it, he moved me. When I stopped it, he freed that energy, allowing me to feel beyond anything I had experienced. Mary was sitting on a tree stump, crying when we came out. Charlie said something that made her streaked face break a shaky smile. I could see that she loved him more than any man in her life, save her father, and maybe even him. I was impressed by that love. When Mary was upset, her lower trip protruded. Her nostrils flared. She pointed her chin up and looked away. I thought of her as inwardly solid, but brittle. A man once called her a cold fish. Charlie told her she wasn't cold. He scoffed at the description and blamed the man who didn't know how to warm her. Charlie would make love to each of us and to both of us. He once asked us each to sit in a chair and watch him make love to the other. Beyond initial discomfort, I saw moving artwork and dance, tenderness and surrender. One morning, he called to both of us from the bathroom. We halted at the door, but from his seat on the toilet, he urged us to enter. Then he grunted, loud, exaggerated grunts, devilishly obnoxious grunts, until we were so red-faced that we became embarrassed about being embarrassed. Later, we stood at the doorway watching him shave. It was more like sculpting. Removing a spot of whiskers, the whole persona changed. Characters took face in the mirror, some with different voices and accents. His honest portrayals of human behavior were hilarious. His humor without sarcasm or guffaws, just ironies and paradoxes, a funny mug and an irresistible grin. He said, "Looky here," and "You dig?" From someone else, it might have sounded artificial, but from him, it was experience confided. He said so much I wanted to capture, but I couldn't recall right after he said it, because there was always something new. He said, "Words out of now are like fruit. The moment you pick them off the vine, they start to die." At night, there were long drives through the woods, presenting a theater of dark shapes and shadows. He said, "You can go up and down the same road, and it's always different. Different angles and different light. It's always different." He savored his moment, but didn't hang on to them. He said, "It's all right now." The Beatles were singing of now. I thought that they must know the same. Back in the cabin were candles, clean bedding, and the embrace of the stereo speakers. He settled down between us with an arm around each, made us comfortable, made us laugh, and appreciated the moment, sometimes dropping to sleep in the middle of a sentence. I lay awake in wonder of him. His view of the world was my earliest conscious dream. The three of us caused speculation. We remained welcome visitors, but the conflicts of some couples kept us away. Men tended to think our arrangement ideal, not knowing that Mary and I could be moody and brooding. We were not satisfied with ourselves, each inwardly thinking the other was favored or better. I hear Charlie's voice like honey and deep sliding tones. So you feel inadequate. Are you adequately inadequate? He comforted and cajoled, lampooning our nitpicking notions of self-worth, our strivings to become something. "Relax," he said. "You already are something. You were born perfect. You just forgot." We struggled with the concepts of ego. "Ego," he said, "is made up of thoughts. It's a big collection of thoughts." "Whose thoughts? Where'd you get those thoughts? Do you even know what you're thinking?" These were reasonable questions I'd never considered. At least some of my thoughts came from my parents, schools, and TV. But how much did they affect me? I expressed almost nothing of my thoughts while he spoke his aloud, as if walking around in his mind, as if the world was his mind. I got the feeling that he could quite literally read our minds. But is it my mind? Do I exclusively own the ghosts of thought that waver in and out of my brain? I exhausted myself exploring inner and outer landscapes. And only when Charlie made me laugh did I begin to release my grip on insecurity. People work hard for comfort and security, but security comes from within, and too much comfort smothers the soul of living free. The soul of living free eventually ate Mary's bank account. One day, we had only 50 cents, and we were hungry to the pit. We drove to the Sea Hill Market and went in together. I was eyeing the fat potato chips, but Charlie brought a pound of hamburger to the register. On the way out the door, he began unwrapping the meat, dividing it into sections. Then he put it all on the ground. He said, "Now we can get full just watching." Muffet's mouth was watering, Charlie laughing at her pleasure. Mary stood watching, her chin tucked into a grin, and her eyes brimming with a flood of affection. I was helpless to resist. Charlie said that dogs own their people rather than the other way around, because people have the responsibility of taking care of them. He said it was the same with all other possessions, that they own us as much as we own them. He joked that, in reality, he owned all the cars, but allowed other people to drive them. He was half joking. When Charlie was 13, he took a joyride in a Packard hearse. Subsequently, he escaped a boys' school, hot-wired a 1948 Chevy, ran it at 98 miles per hour through a Standard Oil gas station, woke up with a wounded knee, and was sent back to boys' school. "I took a lot of cars in 48, he said. And then the 1950 Studebaker. Sheriff Black of Beaver City, Utah, put me in jail for that. I was in a band called Stark Naked and the Car Thieves. In 1954, it was a Cadillac, and from 1956 until late 58, he was imprisoned for stealing a 1951 Mercury. He said that he'd been married to a girl named Rose who wanted to go to California. I told her, I don't want to go to jail, he said. And she said, we won't go to jail. So we took the car, and she was right. We didn't go to jail. I did. Mary cashed in some kind of savings she had in Wisconsin, and when the money arrived, we took a trip for supplies. Chapter 2, 1967, San Francisco, the Priest. I first saw San Francisco from above, not a skyscraper city, nor a web of threaded freeways, but an open-faced picnic city spread on stuffed green hills. Thick picnic houses and frosted gingerbread houses neatly stacked on the heaping hills. Downtown was a surreal, wavering chessboard of colorful blocks and classy specialty shops up and down steep slopes, tracked by click-clacking, ratchet-catching, chug-chugging, pull-pulling, tug-of-war with gravity cable cars ringing their arrival. And in the day distance, from the hills you could see the chocolate factory on the wharf, the salt bay gleaming blue, the specks of colorful boats, and the deep orange, larger than I thought, Golden Gate Bridge. On foggy mornings, it was a sedate city of Victorian houses that had not yet opened their eyes. Long drip nets of mist still floating at their windows. But on clear mornings, crisp winds gusted scents to thrill your senses. I bet there wasn't a city in the world like it. Besides the open cable cars and the panoramic views from humongous hills, besides at least 7 ethnically distinct neighborhoods natural to the city since the rest of the world came to port, Mission and Fort, with their garlic, fresh mint, olive oils, cayenne, curries, and soy sauces. Besides the migratory flocks of long-necked tourists in ice cream parlors and Red Dragon restaurants. and the remnants of non-conforming North Beach beatniks in their musty bookstores, and galleries smelling of linseed oil, paint, clay, and leather. Besides all of that was the Haight-Ashbury district, a crossroad around which were gathered the new beat, new hip, less proud, less isolated young hipsters, the hippies, a whole new culture. We entered the Haight through heavy traffic and throngs of people in vintage costumes customized for comfort. It was a time and place of unbound hair and bralessness. New in fashion were low-waisted, snug-fitting, bell-bottomed jeans that swayed at the feet, making a slender body look willowy. Music trickled and gushed from windows. Kids ran through crowds and never seemed lost. And everywhere, the words of love and peace were unabashedly aired, along with earnest belief in the ideals that went with them. Mary knew a Catholic nun through whom we met an Irish-American priest who had just loosened his collar and let his hair grow for Christ. All of the years that I had been taught to revere the Catholic fathers put them at a distance from me and other mortals. Father Mike was young and bearded. He was smoking a joint. I could barely believe it. Before going out the door with his briefcase, Mike welcomed us to stay in the 3-bedroom Haight-Ashbury apartment he co-rented with a theatrical homosexual and a hefty red-haired woman, both of whom worked during the day. Charlie recalled that when he had first arrived in the city without friends or money, a 16-year-old had called him brother, given him a blanket, and introduced him to the Diggers, a group of unestablished philanthropists providing free food and clothing. He thought highly of the Diggers and went out to see them. I walked around the windy flat, awaiting my turn in a clawfoot bathtub, and through the bay windows watched a lively stream of people on the sidewalks below. When Charlie returned, we buoyed ourselves with cannabis and bobbed the main stream to Golden Gate Park, where paths narrowed and people meshed, spilling over the bright grass in the clearings. The air was spicy with oils and smoke, the spirit high. It spread through the gratefully live musicians and laughing dancers, bands of merry men and barefoot maidens, childbearing family circles, curious observers, veterans, and vagabonds. Absent were hot dog and beer vendors, and money was not an issue. A day in the park was a utopian dream, but at the end of the day, we were happy to have a place to stretch out our sleeping gear. Father Mike and Charlie talked into the night about world changes, as reefer smoke curled between them. Mike seemed gleefully free of church constraints, yet eager to air his personal theology. I fell asleep listening to the odd harmonies of Jefferson Airplane. I was reading Siddhartha by Hermann Hesse about Siddhartha Gautama Buddha. Like Mike, I'd been raised in Roman Catholicism, but Buddhist practices of meditation and spiritual union with nature seemed more Christ-like to me than the rush of material production/consumption that Western life had become. Eastern beliefs in karma and reincarnation were common in hippie communities, loosely meaning a kind of universal report card and progression via rebirth, whether in this life or in a series of lifetimes. With these ideas and a rejection of anything establishment, conventional employment was dismissed. Bartering became part of the new Renaissance, an active trade in wood and metal crafts, cotton clothing, raw wool and yarn, organic vegetables, marijuana, and LSD. The outcome would theoretically be a cleaner, more conscious, less violent world in communion with natural life. The underground Brotherhood of Love was even more invested in the transformation, distributing LSD as a sacrament to as many as could be reached. The Beatles confirmed for me the correctness of our direction, musically tying all the tie-dyes and God's eyes in a philosophical whole. They were nothing short of a phenomenon. Charlie told Mike that while in prison, he thought they were just another teeny bopper fad. But after listening to their words, he understood what the kids are talking about. We would travel between San Francisco and Mendocino countless times. And on each visit, Mike and Charlie exchanged supplies and information. On one trip, Charlie ran into the two ex-cons he'd met at McNeil Island, one of whom had taught himself to knit and sold sweaters as part of his living. He was short, stout, had very white teeth, and smiled a lot. The other had a handgun. Charlie told us he had to take care of something and left with them for Berkeley, where they were staying. On his return, he told us that the short one would be back the following day, and that, by the way, he had talked them into giving him the gun and had tossed it off the Bay Bridge. In Mike's communal kitchen, we had to reassure the chubby, red-haired tenant that we were not eating her food. Standing by the toaster, impatient to talk, she complained, it sounded more like boasting, that her parents would just die if they saw her with her new boyfriend, Earl. I didn't think anything of it. But Charlie later commented that this woman's parents had programmed her in reverse, creating long-standing conflict with her, and then expressing their abhorrence for interracial relationships. When, on Haight Street, a young black woman engaged Charlie in flirtatious banter, I didn't understand what he said to her, but it made her laugh. And I felt a sense of pride that she was interested in him. Then I heard him say, "I see you, woman, but I'm not your man." As we got into our car, I asked him what he meant by that. He said, "I see her beauty, but I'm not her man. Her man is black like she is." Simple. It wasn't simple to me. It was racist. My parents had never said anything to me about race. They generally followed major sympathies or said nothing at all. I had gathered my opinions from books and movies, seen racially diverse talents in Hollywood, and listened to Bob Dylan and Joan Baez records. Black suffering at the hands of white oppressors was one of the dialogues of the decade. Across the bay, the college at Berkeley was a boiling pot of pooled outrage against war and racial discrimination. I asked Charlie, "Are you prejudiced?" He countered, "What do you mean?" "Do you see black people as equal?" He eyed me skeptically. "Equal to what?" "To white people," I said angrily. He shook his head slowly and said, "Don't you like yourself?" "It's not that I dislike black people. I like myself. I accepted what I am a long time ago. I wasn't sure what he was, or if I liked it at all." He said, "I grew up shooting dice with the black brothers in the joint. Lived with them at the bottom all my life. Some were like fathers to me. But that don't make me one of them. I knew it just as much as they did. I'm white, they're black. We're different." I couldn't believe he thought this. I was a quiet champion of the poor and oppressed, and prepared to feel sorry for his life in prison. But progressive people everywhere shunned even the word difference. I asked, "Well, do you think you're better than black people?" He said, "Who's to compare? There's a beautiful tiger with stripes, a leopard with spots, and a lion with a mane. They're all cats, but they're different. Not better or worse, just different." That sounded right to me, but I didn't like it. I said, "These aren't cats. They're people." He said, "To deny differences is to deny life and nature, and that's a lie." I saw two little boys walking arm in arm, one black, one white. Charlie noticed and told me that those kids didn't realize what was pushing them. I didn't care what was pushing them. I was comforted by the sight of their contrasting colors. Black Americans had suffered, and we had to make it up to them. They were ready to take vengeance to the streets. Only 2 years before, LA ghetto dwellers had burned down their own neighborhoods. Charlie said, "Look, I have Mexican tattoos on my arms. I speak some Spanish and I learn the Mexican songs. But I'm white. I'm what they call a patty, from a white mama and a white daddy." He smiled, and then he became serious. "That's up front. We were up front about it, and there's respect in that. It's your nice society that looks down on people. It's you who look down on them to think that they would want to be like you. The real black man don't want to be like anybody but himself. And then the word equal is silly, isn't it? Does the tiger say to the lion, 'I want to be equal'? No. To him, there was no question of equal or not equal. He just is, and he serves life." He paused. "There is an order," he said. "Better or worse, up, down, back, forth, got nothing to do with it. What people think does not even enter into the natural order." He was quiet for a moment. Finally, he said, it's your society that looks down on people and wants to help them into the misery, and the lack of love that drives all you kids away from home. You, yourself. I let the question about races rest. I had to admit that with all I'd had in society and all I'd learned, I was unhappy and confused. And it was true that I didn't want to spread my unhappiness to anyone else. The scene near the university in Berkeley was almost military. The marchers dressed mostly in surplus khakis and army greens. American flags were on display, sewn on one guy's butt, upside down on another's jacket. In Charlie's view, the emblems spoke loudest, and though the speaker said, "Down with U.S. foreign policy," the symbol said, "Down with the U.S., down with America." He said it was like downing ourselves. On Telegraph Avenue by the university, activists distributed political pamphlets. Black Panthers were selling Chinese Chairman Mao's Little Red Book. It did seem like half the world was going communist. I didn't feel qualified to hold an opinion. Having few facts about communism to work with, I was either too dumb to understand, or our teachers and leaders hadn't adequately illustrated the pros and cons. By then, I distrusted their opinions. Communist governments' motives were equally suspicious. But worldwide communists verbally sided with capitalism's poor and oppressed, an increasingly popular position amongst young people. Any difference between courage of conviction and criminal conviction was blurred. All prisoners were oppressed, and therefore not only accepted, but favored. Established institutions and material wealth were out, poverty in. Suddenly, it was popular to be ill-born and low down. People of no class had real credentials. In fact, if you hadn't lived a hard life, you might want to lean on, borrow, or steal the life of someone who had. The Black Panthers and Black Muslims rallied on behalf of Black people with a capital B, incidentally raising white fear and guilt. They intoned hurt and anger few white kids had known, and it was commonly said that white people have no soul. Charlie said, "No person, race, or religion owns soul. People may reflect it, but when you hook up, the soul has you. You don't have it." I was fascinated with Charlie's perceptions. Before putting on my skate key, he wore no jewelry of any kind. On meeting a burly stranger with a penchant for ornamental chains, he asked, "Who's got you all locked up, man?" Catching his meaning, the man said he didn't know why he liked chains. But Charlie later speculated that the chains were part of some woman's thought. His feelings about women seemed conflicted. He had said that he intended to visit his mother up north, but he never called her and showed no hurry in getting there. He had also told me that in Haight-Ashbury he was called the gardener. But when I mentioned it earlier, he chuckled puckishly and confessed that it was just a pickup line. Before we left the city, Charlie stopped to talk to a man who was fixing a car. He said, "I once knew a man who went to work to buy a car so that he could get to work and make enough money for gas and car payments." The man with grease on his nose laughed and said, "Yeah, that's me." Charlie said, "Me? I'm gonna go look at the redwoods." A century before, the entrepreneurial Henry Meigs left San Francisco for refuge in South America. The errant creator of San Francisco's Philharmonic, Fisherman's Wharf, and a sawmill in Mendocino took his wife, children, servant girls, and a plentiful stock of fine wines to Chile, where he laid down business and political tracks until contracted by the Chilean government to build a railroad. With his success, the government of Peru requested his services for construction of 2 railroads over the Andes Mountains, resulting in hundreds of miles of track built on millions of California redwood ties shipped from Mendocino. At a train station in Lima, a bust of Meigs was erected with a plaque that translated, "Don Enrique Meigs, Railroad King of the Andes." As with most of history's wealthy and accomplished lawbreakers, public opinion couldn't decide whether to scorn or praise Meigs. Before he died in Peru, the California legislature voted to completely absolve him for theft of San Francisco city funds. In a forest north of the city, we got out of the car and stood in the stillness. I wondered if his mother lived near. "She does live near," he said. Then a ghostly reverence for this forest came over me, raising the hair on my skin, and his voice was firm, as if I should have already known. He said, "You're standing on her." Mendocino was fragrant in new life and decay. Odd, prickly creatures bubbled in tide pools below waterlogged sod, wildflowers, and grasses. Apart from the strange afternoon fog, days were warmer, especially inland where woodlands enclosed sunny hills and meadows. We tripped. Charlie's hair had grown down around his ears. A clean, burnished brown, it never seemed out of place. He had a trim goatee and often wore, without a shirt, a white sheepskin vest Father Mike had given him. It exposed his tattooed arms and a T-shape of chest hair that tapered to his navel. One day, Mary came laughing with 2 white seashells that looked exactly like nubs of goat horns when placed high on the sides of his forehead. He allowed us to glue them on, but then insisted on twirling flower sprigs in our hair and stripping us nearly bare. Grabbing Mary's flute, he played a few rough notes, to which his eyebrows did a dance, and commenced to chasing us around the woods, giving random campers a glimpse of who. People came to investigate, and we sneaked back home. Charlie entertained with imitations parodies, and characters he seemed to pull from creation. He could turn a rag into something classy and use anything for a prop. His humor was based in truth, recognition of which, paradoxically, sometimes came as a surprise to him. Mary and I were reluctant to participate in even some of our own schemes, but he enjoyed himself without fear, and sometimes without us. By a hillside farm where sheep grazed, he stopped the car and said he would be back. He picked up a tall walking stick on the dirt road to the farmhouse and talked with the farmer for 10 or 15 minutes before he returned, chuckling to himself. All he said as he started the car was, "Man says they don't hire shepherds anymore." From rock grottos to forest cathedrals, the northern coast is luxury to my memory. On the beach, Charlie sang, "You must give to find love," with a tinge of tango and a mood shift from minor to major chords, somber to joyful, very cool. His voice grew in volume rather than loudness, and within the volume were dimensions in vibration. He was intensely handsome to me at these times, like a classical actor in an understated role. It wasn't the presence of seriousness so much as the absence of frivolity and everything else. It was the crashing of the incoming tide, the melting sun, and such feeling in his voice that it made me shiver. He made love in the same way, and although I couldn't entirely accept it, his sensuality communicated. The Mendocino summer turned us beautiful colors. On a walk through the woods, Mary and I stopped by a friend's cabin, and we were amused to find the latest fashion magazines advertising cosmetics to make you look like you just walked out of the woods. The natural look was definitely in. I felt natural. For the first time in my adult life, laughter welled from deep inside me rather than politely from my throat. And I became so interested in the world around me that I forgot to doubt myself. Then I remembered. We took trips for supplies and for change. Mary and I did change, touching newness and retreating to the familiar discontent. It seemed that the happier we got, the more miserable we were on the rebound. It occurred to Charlie that we, and much of the world, were at war with ourselves. Little by little, he conveyed his dawning notion that he was trapped. He couldn't be at peace until we were at peace. One day, we heard him singing to himself, "Got a skate key on my neck, got $1 million in my shoes, ain't got time to sing the blues." When Charlie got depressed, Mary and I felt a little better. When he muttered, "I just want to be a dirt farmer," or "maybe I'll be a truck driver," we smiled at each other. These childlike inclinations to be whatever and whoever he saw on the highways endeared him to us. In fear that he might actually go, we came around to a full recovery. Charlie was changing too. There were times at night while he was driving that he stared at the blacktop as though hypnotized by it. Not bug-eyed or weird, just serious and straight ahead in a very relaxed manner. And he talked. Some of what he said was beyond my understanding, but there were two distinct voices. One of them was wiser, the one that did the telling. The other was his ordinary voice, asking things he sincerely wanted to know. Sometimes the things he learned in these conversations made him line up and turn to us to see if we had heard. At other times, he drew into himself and was solemn for a long time. I would attribute the advent of these dialogues to extended stays and a stark form of solitary confinement that may no longer exist in American prisons. He describes it as follows. In solitary confinement, it is dark. There is nothing but a cement floor and you. In darkness, there are no bounds. Am I up from the floor or down from the ceiling? Am I right or left? Of what? It's all relative. And if I could conceive of a question, surely I could conceive of the answer. When Charlie was new to San Francisco, someone had introduced him to a strong dose of LSD. He remembered it laughing. They took me to the Fillmore, and I turned inside out. I became all the people dancing under the strobe lights, and I panicked. I ran outside, and I was everyone on the streets. I tried to get away. I didn't want to see it, but I couldn't get away from it. Later, he said, lay on a beach and laughed with Timothy Leary, thinking that, as crazy as it seemed, in this fast and pharmaceutical age, it made perfect sense for spiritual transcendence to come in a pill. The LSD in San Francisco was rumored to have been created by a renowned yet mysterious man named Owsley, a philanthropic genius. But Father Mike warned that the street market had been polluted with harsh varieties containing other drugs, and there was no way for a novice to know the difference. Mike was a reasonable constant in an anything-goes atmosphere. Each day he went to work with his briefcase, and each evening he and Charlie talked. Their conversations were sometimes debates, peppered with Charlie's old cleverisms and Mike's cliches and pedantry. Mike offered. By the same token, Charlie dismissed with, and you can get on the cable car. They laughed at being from such diverse backgrounds, discussing the world's opening mind. Mike's house on Cole Street branched off of Haight Street, and Haight was the place to be. It led to Golden Gate Park and to people from all over the country. At least half of all residents and travelers were barefoot. I cut my foot on a broken bottle, and Charlie insisted on carrying me home. I was a bell-bottomed newcomer, but plenty of hippies wore wild flourishes and beads, paint, and feathers. Tie-dyeing had just made a splash, and clothes were made to trip on. Tripping was not falling down, but waking up and enjoying the view. Marijuana was plentiful and inexpensive. It slowed the minds of our generation enough to realize that we were getting old way too fast, collecting worries instead of experiences. The consciousness it raised called for comfort. The caress of soft materials could be sensual, and early forms of polyester felt exactly like what they were: plastic. Breasts of all sizes bobbled beneath thin materials, and, with exceptions, the effect was more natural than vulgar. On the other hand, not everyone shared sensibilities. Some street people doused their clothes with patchouli oil, as if to eliminate the need for washing. And today, I can't smell patchouli without thinking of sordid sweat. Behavior ran the gamut from creative to crass. But the majority of hippies were joyful, considerate beings. I heard Charlie tell someone that a true hippie would give you his shoes if you needed them, and be standing on the side of the highway playing his guitar with a smile on his face. I knew he had done it. I saw in his face the long open road, highlighted by extraordinary experiences and a little longing. Mary and I were like luggage he had to carry and store. Yet we'd do something simple, like find his socks, and he'd say, "What would I do without yous?" Charlie had a limited pass to travel. He was required to mail in a monthly written report to his parole officer. Mary always took care of the forms. He was supposed to be looking for a job, but he was a musician. Anyone who heard him sing and play the guitar would agree. And he did play and sing for people who gave him money, like Mary and I, for instance. Roger Smith was a decent federal parole officer, both professionally and personally. Charlie took us to see him. Blonde, brawny, and educated, he had a pert wife and a 22-foot sailboat. He offered to take us sailing in that sometime, commonly understood as never, but he liked the three of us, and he had no reason to believe that Charlie would ever do or be anything other than what Mary and I and his talent allowed. Soon, we were traveling the length of the state. Road songs. Up and down California's highways, Charlie sang. He sang the fence posts, trees, and mountains, songs made up on the spot, or old songs with new twists. And he seemed to know every gas station attendant, the old man with the bifocals behind the counter at the food post, even the cops. While other people feared and showed hostility towards police, he wasn't in the least defensive. Thus, the cop who rousted us was granted his authority, and rather than trying to bust us, directed us to local sites of interest. Charlie said that despite abuses of power and the ignorance of some, police had valid purpose. He said, "I got no argument with that." The part about granting them their authority was interesting, since one must have it to give it. The road helped clear our minds of doldrums, conundrums, and other noisy drums. Charlie was full of characters who took our attention, among them a lounge singer, a cowboy crooner, a Heim Fleischleister, a Nebbish. Mary and I sometimes laughed so hard that our stomachs were vibrated to a lasting calm. Road time also helped us get to know each other. We were talking about artwork when Charlie said that his first grade teacher had criticized his painting. He looked dejected. Mary and I laughed. "No, really," he said, half really. She put her nose in the air and said in front of the class, "Now, Charlie, everyone knows that turkeys are not purple." He said that was the last time he tried to draw or paint. He joked about his lack of education. One time, a guard had looked at a letter he was writing and read it out loud. "Dear Swart," it said, "you are my grill." Charmed and armed with this new information, Mary and I could poke him with it. We were getting to know a little boy whose life was hard for us to imagine. In Santa Barbara, we spent days on the beach and nights with Paula, the smart and attractive wife of one of Charlie's old cell partners. She made 3 strangers and a dog feel entirely welcome, even when she was at work. From another friend's house in Los Angeles, I left Mary and Charlie to visit my family, saying I would be back in a few hours. My mother was frightened when she opened the door. I embraced her and she stiffened. Where had I been? Why did I look so different? In what I enthusiastically described as a healthy life of camping and sightseeing, she saw a depression of homelessness and poverty. Sickness and death would follow. No amount of reassurance could dispel these predictions. And I smiled and said, "Mom, it's summer. I'm well and I'm happy." But I suddenly felt terrible. Divided, torn, contemptuous, and sorrowful. I loved my mother, but I couldn't stand to be around her. Mary and Charlie found me at my boyfriend's house the following day. I insisted upon going back to my parents' house to pick up a few things, but once there, I got stuck, nervously sorting my belongings. I couldn't stay, but I couldn't go. They waited, but only when they moved to leave did I grab a stack of my old writings and break free. Charlie didn't speak to me on the way to the car. He lay on the back seat and fell asleep while Mary took the wheel. I felt confused and delinquent, but as we got farther away, I felt relief. At dusk, we stopped for fast food. Charlie stirred, his hair mussed, his face puffy like that of a petulant child. He ignored us, getting out of the car with Muffet and going to the takeout window. From there, he carried 4 hamburgers to a picnic table, sat on the table with his boots on the bench, and unwrapped the first hamburger for her, making sure that there were no pickles in it. When Charlie spoke to me again, he said, "You don't seem to understand the meaning of your word. Without word, there's no reality between people." He said, "Old men in prison taught me, word is bond. When you break your word, you break trust. When you break your word to yourself, you lose your soul." Later, he told me, "My mom was a liar, so I learned to dislike lies." On the road one night, Charlie asked me what I was thinking, and my instant reaction was to protect myself from ridicule. I said I wasn't thinking anything. He pressed me, and I refused to remember. Angered, he swerved the car to the roadside, alarming me. He said, "Why would you hide from me?" I shored up defiance. As he turned onto the road again, he asked, "Are your thoughts that terrible?" All I could think was how unterrible, how insignificant they actually were. No longer sounding angry, he asked, "Are you afraid of being foolish?" Maybe I'm foolish. Do I sound foolish to you? I didn't answer him. He said, "What you withhold is from you, not me. I'm on my own trip. What you think is for you." Confronted with my stubborn withdrawals, Charlie sometimes surprised me with U-turn sentences that began in ominous tones, signaling the end of tolerance, a parent's ultimatum, a breakup or divorce, and cruised around a 180 corner toward lightweight suggestions I can only approximate here. If, after all this time, you can't even let go of that, then you can give yourself a break and do what you can. In one arresting sentence, I felt cornered, paralyzed, relieved, and open to a new idea. I was suspicious of psychological machinations, but these switchbacks, rather than being calculated, seemed to come naturally to him. In either case, they freed my mind from one pattern and gave me a choice as to how I wanted to proceed. I'd spent a big chunk of my life afraid to move or speak freely. I didn't want to live like that. By Santa Barbara, the stack of my old poetry became a burden, a constant reminder of old, mostly miserable memories. Unbeknownst to anyone, I dumped it in a trash can, and that night, without warning, Charlie turned from inspecting the content of Paula's refrigerator and delivered Shakespeare's soliloquies with more unaffected eloquence than from any actor I had ever heard. Paula's husband was a talented jazz trumpeter who, in the unconventional style, had crossed a line that sent him to federal prison. Although I never asked, I thought he might have been addicted to heroin. It is unfortunate that all illegal drugs and plants were lumped together in anti-drug propaganda. After marijuana was commonly discovered to be less harmful than alcohol, some people assumed that the negative hype about heroin was equally false. Paula's husband had years to do, maybe even a lifetime of addiction, while she lived alone, worked an office job, and visited him when she could. Mary's parents were coming from Wisconsin, so we left Paula and traveled north to a friend's house in Berkeley to welcome them. When they got to the house, they wouldn't come inside. Charlie and I came out on the porch to be introduced, but after hello, an X of silence fell. So we left them to have words with their daughter. They took Mary away in their car and, on return, stood talking with her beside it. Mary came through the screen door, smiling with a red face and wounded eyes. Her mother had chastised her for giving up a good job, and her dad had called Charlie a mooch. In no time, we were rolling north out of suburban traffic, past the surfers in Bodega Bay, to an unoccupied beach where we could take off our clothes. As Mary ran to the water, Charlie told me to look at how beautiful she was. Intimacy between the three of us had seemed illicit at first, my mind constructing questions as barriers. Yet, I could create nothing that didn't dissolve in reality. Our skin felt natural. Our lips felt natural. And he felt natural between us. He moved us so that we didn't need to think about it. Sensually, rather than with design. And we learned to relax into him. He wondered if Mary and I were sexually attracted to each other. He said that once, while he was making love to a bisexual woman, she had blurted, "Not like that, stupid." He had the forbearance to request her instruction. But Mary and I were not bisexual. We were mutually attracted to him. In Mendocino, we let our cabin go and bartered for a red pod-shaped trailer that we towed to a wide private beach. A contest of ownership had left this beach in legal limbo, incidentally opening it to the few who discovered it. Surrounded by dirt cliffs and a rock peninsula, it was island idyllic. In almost total isolation, we cooked on an open fire, bathed, and washed dishes at the shore. Charlie stayed up late and got up early. I didn't know how he did it. One morning, Mary and I stayed in bed despite his efforts to rouse us. 2 hours later, as we squatted beside the fire, cooking, he was still gone. When he showed, he had traces of rust-colored cliffs on his clothes. He recounted being trapped on a ledge that was easy to reach, but dangerous to leave. For an hour, he had clung to the jagged, unstable face of the cliff while picking a route to safety. "You should have been there," he said enthusiastically. you missed a good experience. We took walks along the beach. Southern California's beaches were barren by comparison, and the only driftwood I had seen was on a pedestal in an art gallery. I could never have afforded it. Here, driftwood was plentiful and free. I collected one piece after another. One was so big and heavy I had to stop and rest. Charlie helped me with my precious finds, hoisting the heavy log on his shoulder. As we spotted more and more objects dug, he bent to inspect each piece and ask, "You want to take this too?" My arms were already full of shells, stones, and small sea-whipped branches, each and every one a unique sculpture displayed across the earth as if tossed by. Suddenly, I snapped to what he was saying. Did I want to take the whole beach elsewhere? Could I personally own it? How blind am I not to see and leave this perfection? And there he was, silently carrying a tree trunk on one shoulder. I looked at him consciously. He understood, bending to lay down the load, and the face of an ancient wise man smiled. When I was small, the beaches in Southern California were a perpetual treasury of starfish, sand dollars, and other beautifully shaped shells. Only a decade later, they were gone. I'm sorry to say we took them. I, my little brother, our parents, and similar bands of thieves. My father, on behalf of his family, carried the bucket containing at least one live starfish from each trip to the beach, as if we had some place to keep them or would be having them for dinner. In a week, they would die, their fine pastel shells placed upon nails in the garage, or taken to school, then dropped, broken, and thrown away. But I think that the unconscious reason we took them was a longing to be closer to nature. The majority of shells from previous centuries were then scooped up for commercial sale, lest merchants miss out on an opportunity of a lifetime. Infrequently, vacationers found the beach owned by no one. They stayed their distance, but when their vacations were spent, they waved goodbye or dropped off leftovers. Children were sent with butter. Teenagers came with grass. Encircling a night fire, we shared their smoke, and the conversation turned high school. A girl dropped the joint, and one of the guys joked that she was clumsy. Another excused her, saying it was good weed. And a third countered that it wasn't as good as the stuff his brother had. It brought my mind to other nights on other beaches, where kids chugged Coors and then told tales of other drunken times. Charlie struck a guitar chord, and when everyone looked up, he said, "I've got an idea. When I say now, everybody talk about when you were 5 years old." On his word, I began talking, but I could hear a mishmash of peanut butter sandwiches, fire engines, Santa Claus, and Mommy. Everybody cracked up. In psychiatric parody, Charlie crossed his leg and queried, "What does it all mean?" And leaning forward, "Do you really want to carry all that around with you?" Then he made up a clever song, never sung before, about now being endless. That all ever done in now is still being done. And that all nows make up one big now, called forever. When he paused, I heard the ocean, as if for the first time. I felt the air around me and saw, above the mist, an astonishing display of stars and planets. This moment of silence is still in me. With Owsley's latest, we ventured into psychic space. Late in the shadowy trailer by the kerosene lamp, Charlie searched drawers and cupboards for something to quench his thirst. Finding nothing but stale water and a neon envelope of powdered space-age drink. After reading the instructions on the envelope aloud, he explained to it that he didn't want a quart, only a glassful, and then feigned helplessness when the package failed to give clue. Finally producing his own ratio of water and purple powder, he drank with satisfied thirst. But alarm crossed his face. Quickly, he moved the glass down, pretending to pee, raised it to drink, back down to pee, to drink, to pee. His comical expressions had Mary and me rolling in bed. Later, he stood naked at the open doorway, philosophizing while urinating into the darkness. He said many things I don't remember, but holding the sides of the door jamb, moving his pelvis in and out, he explained with glee, "I'm fucking the world." The Professor. By circumventing shoreline rocks, we reached another beach and came upon a safari tent with boisterous noises inside. A statuesque young woman with one curler in her hair and a short stack of dishes was hurrying to the water. She ignored our greeting but called for her husband, who bent as he came out of the tent, huffing because of his balloon shape and size. A serious beard failed to conceal his grin as he extended a hand and invited us inside. But first, he lifted a flap and said firmly, "Come out of here now. Come out of there now. We have guests." There was loud rollicking and a sudden bulge of the tent before 3 small boys tumbled outside under his arm and, peeking at us, ran to be near their mother. The man bade us sit around his squat coffee table. Sliding back the lid on a wooden box, he selected one of several dozen finely rolled joints and lit it with a stick match. "My wife rolls them," he said. "I'm sorry, I have no more hash." We settled on cushions and sleeping bags and a few cracker crumbs. "I can't control them," he said, passing us the joint. Re-entering the tent, the woman turned to bark. "Get out of there! Go over there and play now. I mean it," Charlie said. "Just dropped out, huh?" The man chuckled, coughing out smoke. "Couple months ago, can you tell?" He was a college professor on sabbatical, and she looked like a fashion model. After a second joint had gone around, Charlie asked him, "What do you know?" The professor hesitated. Charlie clarified, "What do you know for sure?" The professor thought a moment and answered, "Well, one never really knows anything for sure, does one?" Charlie echoed him. "Does one? I never found schooled people sure. I went to school only 3 years. People say that's bad, but it left me open to see things most people are too busy to look at. Like, I know books are trees. Some would call that simple, but I read more in trees than in the books that are made from them." The professor nodded reflectively. Charlie said, "Books ain't sure of what's true. Books don't change. But life is change, building and falling like in a song." The professor admitted that after years of teaching, he'd begun to question his purpose. He'd found little inspiration and increasingly less fulfillment in his job, which was why he had come to the beach. "You did right, man," Charlie lauded. "Nature teaches. It's your nature. Life teaches. I love this world. My love makes me happy. I know this." The woman got up and straightened her clothes, rummaging their belongings to get her purse. With her back to us, she brushed out her hair. Patiently, the man shrugged and explained, "I promised to take her to town." As we walked back to our trailer, I was conflicted. Millions of people attend colleges, honing their minds to cut through serious problems, finding cures for diseases and inventions that amaze. Why would we be so gifted with wisdom and knowledge beyond schooling? Mary carried Charlie's wallet with all our money and IDs. On a blustery hilltop, Muffet jumped on her, and the wallet fell. There in the blasting wind, swirling notes, licenses, and dollar bills danced down the deep ravine. We headed south again, this time for new IDs. 3 nobodies indeed. Chapter 3. Kismet. In those days, almost anyone could afford to drive. For better or worse, insurance was not required, and gas cost less than 35 cents a gallon, which in 2022 I looked and adjusted for inflation is about $3 a gallon. Half the cars on the road were clunkers. Mary's old sedan had a short circuit. Charlie used to get out, open the hood, and hocus-pocus it. He tinkered and tapped, explaining that you have to act like you know what you're doing, and sometimes you get lucky. Incidentally, he believed in patience, sweet talk, and attention to water and oil. It kept the tread-worn tires rolling, and our minds traveling, the past, present, and rarely the future. Being present for life was becoming real to me. But we wanted to know about his past, and it came out randomly. When we saw hobos in open boxcars, he said, I left town in a boxcar out of Charleston at 6 or 7 years old. And I was skeptical. He said, my grandmother got me back. Granddad was a World War I vet and a railroad man. All the family got a free pass to ride the skunk. That's what they called the stinking train that hooked up to other farms. There used to be a difference, he said, between hobos, tramps, and bums. The Depression was hard on people, and men rode the rails looking for work. Some carried hoes on their shoulders. He said a tramp was basically a traveler. No matter what condition the economy, it might work from time to time and place to place. And a bum was pretty much always looking for a handout. These solitary individuals shared solidarity, he said, in codes and symbols they scratched on posts and the sides of old buildings to tell if a town was friendly or hostile, to watch out for police, railroad detectives, and so on. We got off the main road one night in a dark industrial town of chain-link fences, smokestack factories, railroad tracks, and warehouses. A red-lit guardrail and ringing bell stopped us at a crossing. While watching the passing train, Charlie said, the cars are like thoughts. To know the all of thought, you gotta see between them. I darted my eyes between the rolling thoughts and got dizzy. You could look at the cars as lifetimes, he continued, and the spaces between are called nowhere and nothing and everywhere and everything. And you just ride in your own car, and the time track goes forever in both directions. Yet, it's always now. Any understanding I have of Charlie came without my trying, and is my interpretation. He used the words, the all of thought, for what I'd call the universe. He said, now is like thinking a parade of 5,000 years in a minute, a week, a year. And most of the thoughts in your world were set years ago in prisons and nut houses. He said he heard the expression, right on, in the 1950s, but that it didn't become common on the streets till the 60s. The word hip, he said, came from the old prisons in New York, where dopers shot heroin in their hips. Are you hip? Meant, do you use junk? Then it got mixed in with old whorehouse music, pimp, and con games. The significance of all this is up for grabs. We listened because it was interesting, and so much of the life we came from was not. He knew all kinds of languages and slangs. He sang us a song he'd written entirely in Australian rhyme slang, a language that originated in the rough Australian prisons of the 1800s. In the lingo, dots and dies were eyes. I suppose the nose. north and south, the mouth, and so on. It seemed too obvious for obfuscation, but when spoken fast enough, it must have bypassed somebody. That twist and twirl used a lady from Bristol to get in the jelly and jar. Sometimes he used slang that is today an excuse to take offense. Mick, Mac, Doggo, and Spade were common amongst prisoners and hipsters. I heard no protest nor anyone offended by those terms. Negro was definitely out, like colored before it. And nigger was not one of Charlie's words. There was a Spanish word for blacks that he used right after he got out of prison. It sounded like my ate, and I don't know what it meant. Which, just an interlude, but the word really is mayate, and it still pretty much means that to this day. The caboose came by, the guardrail raised, and there was the space between the thoughts. We drove off into nothingness. Indistinct roadside shapes became mammoth machinery, and blocks of factories soon surrounded us in a dark maze. I was hungry. Wheeling around the corners of empty streets, he seemed unconscious of the late hour and the fact that we hadn't eaten anything. He joked, "We couldn't have made a wrong turn. We're not going anywhere." Then our headlights struck something. He swerved, opened his door, pulled in a brown paper bag, and handed it to me for inventory. I took out 1 quart of milk, corn chips, sliced cheese, bologna, and cupcakes. I was agape. "Of course," Mary piped from the back seat. He grinned. How and who left this? No one was around to ask. It can't be overemphasized how remarkably often these perfect things happened with him. And increasingly, it seemed to me we were exactly where we were supposed to be at all times, even in the music. Songs on the radio were tributes to the eccentric and free-spirited, to wanderlust and travelers with guitars who valued music more than money. The last time folk music was popular, hard scrabble folks roamed the land, and owning a radio was a luxury. Charlie reminisced as though it was ridiculous to depart from the present, yet with droll affection. He remembered Smilin' Jack and Orphan Annie in the comic strips, and 3 decades of songs and singers of all genres. Hank Williams, he said, was called Luke the Drifter, and Lefty Frizzle sang, "We will travel far, just me and my guitar." On a hot day, we got out of the car to stretch our legs at a Central California town park. Charlie brought his guitar onto an amphitheater stage, and within minutes, little kids were coming from all directions. It was surreal. They were climbing up on the stage and dancing. I'd never seen anything like it. After Charlie himself became overwhelmed, he crept down off the stage. We regrouped on the outskirts of the park, attracting 3 small boys who appeared to be brothers. Their initial excitement over the guitar quickly turned them inexplicably mean, and they began to hit each other. Charlie stopped playing, calling, "Hey! Hey!" and they ran away. I thought the behavior was typical, but he mulled it over. Later, on the road, out of a blue silence, he concluded. That's the kind of love they were shown. That's the only way some people know how to touch each other. And after another silence, kids pick up whatever you show them, even when they sleep. Charlie was almost 4 when Kathleen Maddox turned 20 in the West Virginia State Penitentiary at Moundsville. He remembered visiting her there and hearing her tell of having seen terrible things. When he was 6 and caught taking the train, he told his captors that it was okay because his grandfather was the conductor and he was allowed to ride. A conductor in life, his grandfather had actually died before he was born. The family lived by his legacy. Charlie remembered his grandmother as a good woman, but so obsessively religious she had pushed her youngest daughter away from home. Living alternately with his grandmother and with relatives in Kentucky, he'd struggled to fit in where kids were already living. He remembered stealing canned milk from a refrigerator and drinking it in a closet. And he remembered that when his mother got out of prison, she came for him. Erratically, Kathleen kept Charlie and left him in the care of others, some of whom were not kin. She had once run out of money while playing poker and, on a lark, bet him. He recalled the other ladies laughing when he had to go home with the winner. He was sent to live with his grandmother one Christmas, and his cousins were there, receiving toys, including a dollhouse and bicycles. Because of his late arrival, the adults had only one gift for him: a Superman hairbrush. His grandmother found him crying in a closet and explained to him that he had gotten the best gift of all, because if he brushed his hair with that hairbrush, he might be able to fly. He said his tears dried up. His smile came out. I brushed and brushed, caped a rag around my neck, and I was off to fly. Flying hadn't worked out for Charlie, as he would later tell, but his can-do attitude survived. His appreciation for our talents and abilities encouraged us. You could say that he played us, but it was to good effect. He asked me to do a little dance one day when we'd stopped for gas. A few leaps and a twirl in front of a service station attendant, and I felt like I'd choreographed a musical. He kept nudging us to sing and play instruments. That would be a long time coming. Shyness was called cute when I was a kid, but it wasn't cute. It was just as he said. We were cheating ourselves of a simple pleasure. They called them boys' schools, but the places Charlie was left for lack of stable parents sounded like jails. He was vulnerable, he said, because he had no one outside to speak up for him. A few of his relatives said they were coming to visit. Boys with visitors were made to dress in shirts and ties and wait on a bench. Charlie said he got dressed up and waited, but they didn't come. His mother gave notice that she would be coming, and he waited expectantly, but she didn't come either. Too many times, he said. He'd waited on the bench, watching other kids leave, but his people didn't come. When they finally came, and he was able, he took off running. Caught and returned to the school, he was punished and told he was ungrateful. He would later lament that most of his youth was spent in a room with a bed, a table, and a locker. He imagined having a bicycle. He always wanted a kite, and at every opportunity, he ran away. Once he got stuck in a ventilator and had to be sought out. And once he and a swarm of kids broke out and ran in different directions, believing that at least they all wouldn't get caught. At 12 or 13, he escaped, robbed a gas station, and was picked up walking around town in a new cowboy shirt with $300 rolled in one pocket. Later, he was put with older kids and learned lock-picking, pocket-picking, and things like that. He and the kids in a gang pierced their foreskins and hung small phosphorescent skulls from their penises. Whenever a certain teacher walked by, they stood at the fence, shaking their skulls at her. He said that her expression was worth the possible punishment. Charlie said he wouldn't wish his life on anyone, yet he was not sorry for any of it. He didn't say prison was a good place to be. He said it was the only home people like him have known, that there was heartache, but also soul. He used the word soul at different times in relation to feeling, knowing, and love. Describing newborn babies as soul or holes in the universe, he said. In total helplessness and openness, they absorb all they are shown. Father Mike understood the contemplative life, theoretically. His exposure to prayer and solitude, Charlie suggested, might allow him to understand how one could come to know things he didn't realize he knew. Mike responded as he often did, with a tight smile, signaling bemusement and no understanding at all. Charlie said that in solitary confinement, he'd begun to realize that he knew things without knowing how he knew them. He said he came to believe that knowledge is available to anyone who wants to know. Then I figured out, he went on, there ain't nothing to figure out. This tickled him, as though it were a joke played by the universe. He said, everything just is. No big mystical questions or answers. Mike wasn't sure he liked that. I think he had a penchant for doctrine. I didn't like it either. Figuring out stuff is one of the world's greatest passions. But Charlie said he wasn't talking about medical research. He was talking about questions like the meaning of life. He complained to Mike, a society built on fear and doubt teaches and preaches away from faith. If you don't have faith in yourself, you won't see it in me to know it. Not in me or in anyone. Not Christ, God, life, or anything at all. People who teach you away from yourself are trying to give you an old self that was given to them in the past. In a world of faith, knowing comes first, then learning. Knowing first, faith first. Then let the kids decide what they want to learn. Mike looked hopeful and doubtful. His doubt was well-founded. As Catholics, we were taught we were born dumb and sinful. The hierarchy of our church would enlighten us. Charlie said, I have never had anyone I could count on outside myself. But I found out that's all I needed. It sounded like bragging, but he also said that he'd known many men who were like fathers to him. He said, I looked into a lot of brains. Even Alvin Karpis was like a dad to me. He recounted to Mike his time in the Catholic boys' school run by monks with straps and paddles. Those monks drew a hard line, but they showed me unity of will and mind. It wasn't easy to get away from them because them guys could almost see what I was thinking. But I did. He'd also done time under ex-military men. In '49, I escaped, took the doctor's car, and got busted in Salt Lake City. They sent me to National Boys School in Washington, D.C. I worked in the dentist's office under MTAs who were all retired Navy. I raised myself, but the men in service taught me respect for the truth. Some of them were like dads, even though I thought of men of school as dumb-witted and slow to think. He'd had to be fast. In Chicago, he said, you had to fight to keep food in a blanket. He'd seen a lot of kids whose mothers made them weak and subject to being overtaken by other men. But he said that almost always, when a kid was willing to fight, other guys left him alone, that it was a matter of respect. He said he used to feel that being smaller than other guys was a bad thing, but that, while in the hole, he thought, well, it's not the muscles that count, or how tall or short, but how much heart you got. Muffet was often restricted to the car during our travels. Charlie said it wasn't fair. Mary's eyes watered, and they talked about finding her a home. Then in Santa Barbara, she wandered away, something she had never done before. Mary and Charlie walked the streets calling for her. The following day, we spotted her by the hamburger stand, eating handouts from kids. She came to the house another day, but wasn't hungry, and that was the last we saw of her. At the time, it seemed that Muffet was prescient and resourceful. But I think now that we should have found her a home. Muffet's departure is one of several reasons Santa Barbara is a milestone in my memory. Another is that Mary had learned she was pregnant. We were all happy about it. I think Charlie most of all. We applied for driver's licenses, and we almost got married, all three of us. It was a lark and illegal. But we would get licenses first in Santa Barbara and then in San Francisco. The driver's licensing process would take several weeks, but we never went through with the marriages. We got word that Charlie's parole officer wanted to see him. He left, telling us he would hitchhike to San Francisco and return in 2 weeks. I didn't want to be married. For the past decade, more and more people had opted to leave churches and governments out of their unions. I think that Charlie suggested the double marriage to secure our commitments. I also think that Mary would have liked to have been married. But after meeting Charlie, she'd begun to give up what she wanted. And, willful as she was, these were major sacrifices. Charlie seemed to think it significant that he had never divorced his wife. The 3 of us could be married in truth, he concluded. But he had legally married to Rose, the girl he'd brought to California. She'd given birth to a son, and, as Charlie was in prison, she'd filed for divorce, changed the boy's name, and moved away. "I never divorced her," he said once. And later he added, "It would be better for a man to have 100 wives than to divorce one." Chapter 4. The Fat Man and the Preacher. A fat man in a fat car sped down a highway in a hurry to get to the very place he didn't want to be. Passing a ragged hitchhiker, he surprised himself by braking and motioning for the hitchhiker to come. Driving, he introduced himself as Don, a salesman. He spoke of his unassuming wife and 3 fine youngsters, a boring job, his uncontrollable appetite. And as Charlie listened, the man's answers were in his questions. The fat man was talking to himself. When Charlie pointed this out to him, the man became elated. They spoke further of birth and death, and what of religion? He belonged to an obscure sect of Christianity, the Rosicrucians. His best friend, Dean, was a traditional Methodist minister. Confidentially, both men had been looking to try LSD. Did Charlie know where they could get some? Charlie went to see his parole officer and returned to San Jose to fulfill the fat man's request, remaining with him while he experienced his first immediate sensations since childhood. Grateful for the chance to revisit perspicacity, the fat man had taken Charlie to meet Dean, the Methodist preacher, an uptight, compact Mr. Clean, dressed in all black. Dean was not cheerful. A man in a black raincoat was at the door of Paula's apartment in Santa Barbara and called me by name. It took me several moments to recognize him as Charlie, barbered and clean-shaven. He enthusiastically told about his visits with Don and Dean, 2 educated suburban family men. Don was of average height and weighed at least 300 pounds. His little wife probably didn't amount to 1/3 of that. They owned a nice home in San Jose, where their 5-year-old son had told Charlie that his mother wouldn't let him sit on the couch. Charlie loved this story and told it often. The little boy said that he wanted his mother to put up a picture of the couch so that he could sit on the real one. Dawn had talked about religion and moving away from the suburbs. Dean was the Methodist preacher, already in the process of moving his family to a cabin in the Ukiah woods. He'd invited Charlie to bring Mary and me there to meet his wife and teenage daughter. Dawn and Dean were both taking a big step. They were dropping out. Dr. Timothy Leary's call for humanity to turn on, tune in, and drop out was not heeded by the American majority, but it seemed so in California. Dean had taken his first acid trip with Charlie in San Francisco. He'd laughed about superficial things he'd once considered important, and as tears rolled down his face, he'd said that he remembered what it is to feel. We left Paula's to visit these men after Charlie got his new driver's license. Stopping at a roadside motel, Mary and I met the fat Don. He said he would be moving his family out of San Jose, but had not yet collected the courage to tell his wife about a change in their lifestyle. That night, as we sat around the motel room, talking, Charlie transformed. His voice, though not louder, filled the room with its magnitude, and his words were so powerful that my spine felt pulled through the top of my head. I couldn't take my eyes off him. Suddenly, he noticed his own hand extended in an authoritative gesture, and he became still. Chuckling uneasily, he asked, "What am I talking about?" His assertive voice answered, "Don't question it." And instantly, he returned to the previous expressions. My amazement was complete. When the meeker Charlie appeared again, he said, "I'm just listening to this for the first time myself." The next day, as we drove north through evergreen forests, I wished that everyone could have seen and heard Charlie. I wished that we could have filmed and recorded him, because I couldn't recreate or even remember what I had witnessed. It was lost to the moments from which it had come. The preacher's 15-year-old daughter waved to us from the deck of their 2-bedroom cabin above a rushing stream. Charlie had accurately likened Ruth to a dark-eyed fawn, her slender limbs sticking from loose shorts and a crop top. Her thick brunette hair had been attractively boy-bobbed, exposing a decidedly girl neck. In the house, she sat listening to us talk with her father, and later, by the vanity mirror in her room, told Mary and me about a high school boyfriend while opening bottles of perfume and offering us whiffs. "This is musk," she said. "It's deer cum. Did you know it?" During the next days, Mary, Ruth, and I walked the banks of the rapid creek below her cabin and became as close as we ever would. Ruth navigated the wet rocks like a wild girl, her feet as tough as her will, but she patiently waited for us to catch up. I began dwelling on my own shortcomings shortly after meeting her. Her skin was golden and as smooth as a baby's. She was everything I wished to be, carelessly beautiful and comfortably connected to nature. One day, I felt like such a clumsy and speckled loser. I climbed a hill, sat down and cried, oblivious to all but myself, until I heard dogs barking at the foot of the hill. The thought of those squat little animals leading her to my distress made me laugh. Ruth's communication with them and her regard for me gave me a stronger admiration for her than the personal comparisons I was making. Ruth's father was going through his own changes. After preaching the Bible for more than 20 years, Dean wasn't sure about any of it. His personal life had become a schism. The more doubtful he had become, the more forceful his proclamations from the pulpit. He said that confessing this lifted a heavy weight from his mind, and he thanked us there for being there to hear it. Dean was not an atheist. He would continue to speak of God, but under no marquee of church or religion. He and Charlie reveled in history as put forth in the Bible about Jesus, his people, and times. But in a pensive moment, Charlie posed this question. If you were God, and you loved your creation, would you want to be way up somewhere looking down on it? I wouldn't. I'd want to be right in the middle of it. I'd want to be living it. Later, he said that God, the Father, and Jesus, the Son, are in the nature of man. Dean smiled with great pleasure, but disagreed. He revealed his belief that Charlie was man's son. Jesus Christ returned. Returned? Charlie exclaimed gleefully. Jesus Christ never went anywhere. Christ is a living consciousness. I may reflect it, but it's in you first, or you wouldn't recognize it. But Dean was unready to believe he could harbor divinity. The fat man hurried into the preacher's cabin, his big face flushed with fear. After taking LSD, his furniture had spoken to him. It had begun innocently, with a whisper from a stuffed chair. The coffee table had chimed in, and the couch was loudest of all. Buy more of me. Get more of me. 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 The cacophony was maddening. In a panic, he had tried unsuccessfully to hide under his covers. He had retreated into the Bible, gaining a modicum of peace by construing its characters as living people. Mary and I were biblical sisters. Manson, again Christ. And Dean, he thought, he might have a role as John the Baptist. But where did he himself fit in? Moses? Solomon? He'd spent the day looking for himself in the book, probably to avoid being a man bullied by his furniture. The message in the fantasy, however, was clear to him. He was addicted, desperately, unhealthily attached to properties that could not sustain his life. We talked through the evening, providing camaraderie and some consolation, but his addictions were many, and none of them illegal. Ruth's mother had gone home to the suburbs before we arrived, but one day she returned to retrieve her daughter and do battle with a husband who was no longer hers. Dean invited her to relax and take off her armor. He told her that he needed to start over, and he asked her to be patient with him. She was in an awkward position, older than the rest of us, more set in her ways. She argued and fumed and refused to say any more than a few words to Dean's suspicious visitors. Finally, he told her that he loved her, but would not allow her to spread misery in his house. After failing to convince Ruth to go with her, she left angrily and sent the county sheriffs to pick up her runaway daughter. Ruth's father was gone the day they came for her. She calmly told the two officers that she was not a runaway and that she loved her mother, but was happy living with her father and didn't want to leave him. The sheriffs threatened to arrest her, but she held her ground. Charlie offered that she was not legally bound to live with her mother, and about 20 minutes later, 12 officers from the sheriff's department had the house surrounded. Put into a squad car, Ruth told the officers that they should be stopping the lumber companies from robbing the forest. She was sent south to live with her mother. Charlie spent the week in jail for verbal interference with her arrest. When Dean returned, he was apologetic and quick to pay Charlie's fine. Far from being discouraged, he planned to visit his wife and daughter and to see us again. Heading towards San Francisco, Charlie told us he saw good reasons for marriage, but that divorce had taken the word out of marriage. The husband and wife trip was to ensure everyone a chance for life and fulfillment. Then kings and queens played divorce. Marriage was lost in truth when King Henry VIII started that. A house divided. 1967 would be known in San Francisco as the Summer of Love, coined in sincerity by hippies and repeated by straight commentators, most of whom meant it as rampant sex. Straight people were separated from hippies only by the lines in their own minds, never venturing outside grids of habit. Charlie said, "Do you realize some people get married, have kids, and die, and never find out what sex is?" Federal sanction of the contraceptive pill in the 60s was credited with relaxing fears of pregnancy and social prohibitions. But maybe ideas about sex have always been confused. The extreme being that sex is dirty, evil, an obligation in marriage, and a perversion outside of it. Thoughts of nastiness coupled with innate physical pleasure created all manner of desperate behaviors and markets. But in every era, some people have known sex as both an enjoyable and sacred expression. Haight-Ashbury had its share of tawdry and random hookups, but there, if not throughout the modern world, sex in the latter 60s was considered natural and healthful. Even Father Mike disavowed celibacy for a live-in girlfriend, an oddly pedestrian arrangement of pleasantries and housekeeping duties. When Mike and the other tenants were at work, we had the house to ourselves. Charlie was smooth. He opened us with finesse. Clean and conscious, he enjoyed himself without shame and seemed to embody a wholesome masculinity, the confluence of body, mind, and spirit. His touch was healing. It stirred in me regret at having slept most of my life and a longing to open up the rest of it. His vitality renewed itself beyond what one woman could hold. He excused himself, saying he was making up for lost time, but there was more than that. He wanted children. He said, "I want to reproduce myself in your likeness, not only in the flesh, but in the soul." At times I thought of him as holy, even as he played upon my embarrassments with comic lechery. In love, I felt that he gave us everything he had. My resistance surrendered, and then he said something I thought profound. What you feel is what you give, not what I give. You feel your own love. Runaways arrived in San Francisco, having hitchhiked from all parts of the country, some as young as 13, and some who would go to bed with anyone who asked them. Charlie could spot them at a glance. He said that without protection of the law, they were vulnerable. We brought some to Father Mike's, but our relationship with the paying tenants was already on shaky ground, and Mike was too busy to take on the responsibility. Charlie talked to these kids like he knew them, and they were quick to respond. He smiled at me when the ingenues stared at him, wide-eyed and beguiling. Then he told them funny stories, or showed them crazy faces to put on if anyone tries to run you with fear. We walked back to Mike's house talking about them. He said, "There should be a place where they can grow up to be themselves." The city was really too much for Charlie, and we never stayed long. Somewhere, on our way to the woods, we got out of the car for a walk down a country road, and he noticed a tree that had been hit by lightning or broken by the wind. Sap was running from it. Not far away, we'd seen a rolling vat of tar in use to repair the highway. The connection was natural, and soon he was in the tree smearing tar on the wound. A stiff man with a large black dog approached, asking, "What are you doing?" Without looking down, Charlie replied, "Fixing this tree." "Is that your tree?" the man demanded. "No, Charlie responded, looking at him. I thought it belonged to itself. Get off this land, the man ordered. I couldn't tell if he was angry or afraid. This is private property. Get off this land now. I'll call the police. He went away. Charlie finished tarring the trunk, and we hurried back to the car so he wouldn't get arrested for aiding a tree. He said, "It's against the law to care." In prison, he said, there was only one law I lived by. No snitching. And I didn't think much about it because it was the law I grew up with. My law was my word to myself. He used the word like no one else I had ever heard. He quoted Genesis to Father Mike. First was the Word, and the Word was God. But he put more emphasis on the word than on the word God. Breach of word, he said, breaks people away from God and themselves. These traveling monologues often most related to situations at hand. But he talked a lot about being lied to and learning to lie, which seemed entirely about his own situation. He said, as a kid, I lied, and I used to think I got away with it because no one else knew. But I knew. I learned that I'm worse on myself than on anyone. Others forgive and forget, but I've got to live with my own lies forever. While driving, Charlie recalled, here's a riddle. A traveler walking down a road comes to a fork. 2 unmarked roads. He knows that one road leads to Truthville, and the other leads to Liarsville. He wants to go to Truthville. A local resident is standing at the fork offering direction. If he's from Truthville, he's got to tell the truth. But if he's from Liarsville, he'll lie. The traveler is wise and asks just one question. What is the question? I tried out several ideas, but before he told us the answer, which was, from which way did you come? Our little red trailer on the beach by Mendocino looked lonely, but was unmolested and as cozy as we'd left it. From the cove, we took day trips to Fort Bragg, Ukiah, Willits, and the Redwoods, passing lumber trucks and tough men whose lives and skills were bound to forest management. August 1967. Dear God, we've been out admiring your artwork. Your redwoods are masterpieces. We just thought we'd turn them into picnic tables and trash bins. How do you like that idea? A century before our arrival, Fort Bragg was militarily active. Among its tasks was the supervision of a Pomo Indian reservation. The Pomo had been encamped inland until U.S. President Franklin Pierce settled a property dispute in favor of American newcomers, ordering the Pomo off their home ground and onto a piece of land near Fort Bragg. The reservation had lasted less than 10 years. Its failure, according to an official report, due to poor management, poor native adaptation, and white encroachment. The sky turned more frequently gray, and a chill dampness filled the coves. Mary left us on such a morning. She didn't say why. I followed her down the beach, fitting my feet in the prints she left. We'd never talked much, but I'd learned her ways. Characteristically reserved, smart, stubborn, and capable of scorching sarcasm. Her regard for him took down all barriers. I remember the amazement and amusement we shared in watching Charlie, her disappointment at having to share him, the way she could make me freeze from across a room, and the relief of finally seeing her laugh. And at the time, I sympathized with Mary's chemical and emotional changes, because by then, I too was pregnant. Squinting, she stared out to sea, and when a squall blew back her hair, I saw her tears, and I knew that the clouds had broken. She stopped beside a boulder the size of a boat and got up on its deck. When I thought she wouldn't mind, I climbed up beside her, and we drifted for a long time. I don't know who spoke first, but by late afternoon, we were hurrying home to make dinner. It was blustery cold and time to move on. We fantasized baking on a beach in Mexico. Charlie had fled there in the 1950s after his parole officer issued a warrant for his arrest. He had sought what he called the soul in a Mexican park where he was learning to play flamenco guitar and sing Mexican songs. He translated a few, but said it was not the same in English. He said that when the Triumph sports car he was driving broke down, he was sitting by the side of the road, and a Mexican woman, short and sturdy, with a husband who loved her and a house full of kids, welcomed him to a meal, washed his clothes, and hung them in the sun. She showed me the giving of woman. The professor's wife appeared tense and disheveled. He was solemn. After she left the tent, Charlie apologized for our intrusion. He informed the professor that we would be leaving the beach. The professor said that, despite his love for it, he would probably have to leave it as well. His wife had married a man of income and social status, not to be eroding on some vacant beach. Charlie suggested that maybe they could go on the road and see the land. He said that they could have our trailer, that his wife might be happier with a little stove and a refrigerator. The man was smiling when we left him. He was a gentle man, brave in his own way, yet fragile in his love for his wife. On the morning we departed, I arose feeling wonderfully unencumbered. I leapt around the fire with my wings outstretched and my nose up to meet the gusts of cold wind. Suddenly, we were running towards the ocean, Charlie and I, swallowing air until my lungs could hold no more, stopped abruptly and breathless at the shore. He took the chain with the skate key off his neck and handed it to me. Without word or thought, I threw it as far as I could into the turbulent sea. Suddenly realizing what I'd done, I turned to see my reflection, laughing and eyes knowing. On the way to Mexico, in Santa Barbara, we picked up Paula, taking her to visit her husband on Terminal Island. En route, we were conjuring up a vehicle we could sleep in. Along a private beach in Trancas, a wealthy section of Malibu, Charlie saw a dusty Volkswagen bus parked beside a big house, now surrounded by several other cars. He speculated that its owners didn't use the bus more than 3 weeks out of the year. So he got out of our car and went to their door to ask, "Could we use your VW bus now and bring it back all shiny and in good working condition the 3 weeks you need it?" A platinum woman freaked at the door and said she would call the police. Charlie had to talk to her and her featherless husband and their little flock into coming out to our dented car to see that there were indeed 3 girls in it, and that he did play music for a living. Out came the guitar. The woman scowled. The capon cowered, and the chicks clustered. Charlie sang a tender, popular love song as the sun set over the ocean. The woman softened. "That's very pretty," she said. "You should try to get yourself recorded." Then she apologized, was very busy. They all smiled, waved goodbye, and followed her into the house. Charlie said that he used to think that all the good people were outside of prison. But each time he got out, he'd see people stabbing each other in the back. The only difference, he said, was that the ones inside admitted to being cons. There were always a few guys in each penitentiary who told the truth. The ones doing 50 or 80 years for not snitching on their partners. They were the ones who said, "Friday, I'll give you what I owe you." And Friday, they brought what they owed. Their word was their bond. And you could find maybe 4 or 5 of them in each penitentiary. And they most often were in the hole. Mary and I were not immune to the glamour surrounding the Italian-American mafia. And Charlie was not shy about getting attention. So it surprises me that he was slow to mention even casual associations. He didn't use the word mafia, but it was clear that some men he had met were connected to organized crime families. One of my prison dads was from Baltimore, he told us. Frankie Carbo. His wife was the greatest. She would send him a box for Christmas. 4 pounds of candy each year. And he would always give me half. And we would walk the yard and talk. He used to run booze in the 1920s with the Rocco brothers from Philly. He was a grand old con man, and I didn't miss a thought from him. Despite his obvious respect for such people, I think now that Charlie's life had conditioned him against any attachments to persons, places, or things. His home had been wherever people put him, and anything he had could be taken away. It didn't exactly make him cold. It made him confident. He could ask for anything and give anything away. I don't think I ever heard him directly ask for money, but it seemed that people couldn't wait to give it to him. His conception of money was something to the effect that, as long as we kept it in motion, there was bound to be enough of it to go around. It gave him a personal freedom. "If you have to have it," he said, "it puts too much value on it. It only has real value when you don't have to worry about it." He played with clothes and instruments and passed them on. I saw him begin to give some things and pause to ask himself if he really wanted to part with them. He had some nice things, but he'd give them up if someone needed, or even looked like they'd like to have them. The feeling was not to have lost, but to have gained a new freedom. We had nothing, yet everything. It hadn't occurred to me that we had everything, only because Charlie had no reservations about deserving or accepting it. The fat man on the phone was worried. He told Charlie he had sold his home, but the new owners were due in 5 days, and he had yet to find a place for the grand concert piano he'd left in the living room. When Charlie mentioned that we were looking for a Volkswagen bus, Dawn said that if we could move that piano within 5 days, we could sell it and have the money for the bus. Energetically pursuing a task, we traveled to San Jose and found a suitable VW bus for just over $1,000. When local music stores were reluctant to take on the piano at real value, we offered it for little more than the cost of the bus and made the 5-day headline. Those few days in Dawn's empty house, Charlie talked about using the still-connected telephone to call his mother, who he believed was living in Washington State. But again, he let the opportunity pass. Charlie's frayed address book provided us plenty of places to visit and stay. In Sacramento, Peter J. DeLeo opened his front door and grabbed Charlie by the back of the neck, welcoming him in like a son. "Charlie," he called with a tight, glinting grin. "Charlie, what have you been doing? You kids hungry?" Pete lived in middle-class suburbia, but he had a full bar in his living room and a big, shiny, well-equipped kitchen. He had grapes growing in his backyard and lots of business visitors. While he cooked us omelets in olive oil, he and Charlie caught up. "Yeah, the world had changed," Pete muttered, and he was none too happy about it. "Those girlies out there giving it away. Bad for business." He sounded worried, and I couldn't hide my amusement. Straight up, Pete was a high-end bartender and a professional pimp, unlike anyone I had ever met, and a lot like gangsters in old movies. He sounded like Cagney and used Aussie rhyme slang more out of habit than to conceal his intentions. He told Charlie he had to see Hank and Frank about some bees and honey. We stayed only a few hours, during which Charlie and Pete exchanged tough talk, short snaps and caps on former associates, And Charlie gave Pete his new outlook on the world at large. He didn't know about this love stuff, he told Pete, but he thought he'd go along with it because he believed in the kids. Later, Charlie told us that Pete was old-fashioned, but meant well and had done him right in the past. He said, Pete don't like the new. In the old ways with women, there was no sex before weddings, no nude bodies, no children out of wedlock. In Pete's line of work, that was money. Tricks came to his place for what they couldn't get at home, or get at all. Now it's a new game. Charlie knew a lot about working girls. I didn't know what the Mann Act was, but the charges were on his rap sheet. He explained that in his early 20s, while on parole, he'd taken the first job he could get. It was at a hot dog stand. Among the conditions of parole, he was not to associate with ex-felons. He said he didn't know anyone but ex-felons, and that the hot dog job put him to sleep. When an old school con offered an alternative, he'd accepted training and went on to manage 3 women in L.A. who worked hotels and bars. He said the money was good. He wore expensive suits, drove a sports car, and flashed diamonds. He laughed. I was miserable. The women expected to be treated bad. I'd put on a show, get all riled up, go into a bar and order the best scotch. He laughed again. I hated the taste of scotch. I asked if he was saying that the women wanted to be hit. He said, if you didn't act tough, the women thought you didn't care. With street girls, the way was if anyone tried to take your woman, you were supposed to get mean and do bad. I always told the women, go with them. Get what they got and bring it back to me. Others said that was wrong and someone would take my women. I said, if you hold to a woman in fear, you show her doubt, that you don't trust her and you ain't sure of yourself. I felt if I showed myself unsure, the women would reflect that. This indirectly hooks with something else he said about women that I thought funny and sad, but so true. He said, I had a girlfriend. She said, I love you. I said, I love you. She said, I don't love you. I was broken. Another said, I love you. I said, I don't love you. And she said she loved me more. She said, please, please love me. And I said, okay, I love you. And she said, good. I don't love you. Someone, it must have been Father Mike, gave Charlie a drum that he loved and decided to keep until we're done playing with it. He said that the only other instrument he'd ever been attached to was the guitar he'd made in prison. His mother had offered to have it lacquered and strung for him. I asked if it was the one on the back seat. She never brought it back. I sent it out with her, and she never brought it back. After a pause, he said, that's the last time I ever spoke to her. That's one thing about a guitar. It'll never lie to you. I thought I finally understood Charlie's animosity towards his mother, and I shared it. But days later, when I said something about his mother, he surprised me with a fierce look. My mom was a 14-year-old runaway. She was just a kid when she had me, and she had more love than anyone around her had the eyes to see. For me to put words on paper, I myself must first understand them in a true light, within the word honest. Years of prison cells, as if in one large brain, I've heard, seen, and watched my own thoughts turn a universe. I start like life does, with moms in Ragtown, Ohio, as I was told by my earliest recollections of images, calling themselves aunts, uncles, grandmothers, and later. A woman came out of prison with a guy she called brother, and she looked like me and called herself mother, and all said I was to do the same. Uncle Luther and Kay did a nickel. That's 5 years in prison talk. He was a gambler, and Mom's was like a barmaid. And the years of the Depression was hard on them. Strong armed robbery carried 5 years. I remember going in the prison at Moundsville, West Virginia to see them, and how the big stones were like the temple of a solemn place. I never realized I would spend my life in such temples of suffering. My other uncles and cousins were all hill people from Scotland, Ireland, and settled in the hills of Kentucky and West Virginia, right after Daniel Boone kicked the Indians out of their space. Jess was my first and foremost person. To wit of truth in my child's mind, did he put himself with rage? Nothing short of a mean old mountain man. If words could touch him, with a wood shack from his own hands, built upon stilts. He was known as a well digger, water finder, and dog trainer, as wherever Jess was, the town dogs tagged. He hated cars, schools, government men, or anyone that wasn't kind or kin to someone he already knew. His old lady had a big iron pot to cook apples, no shoes, and 4 daughters in feed sack dresses would tend the fire and do their giggling. The state officials told Jess, "Get the children in school." But Jess vowed, "No young'uns of mine will go to school. Can't take the kids from the land. The land is life." And he would yell and beat everyone with a stick. He turned on me. I had pushed a dog off the porch, 10 feet or so, and I lied about it. They put a bucket over my head and beat it and yelled, "Never lie! Don't lie! Liars go to hell!" That bucket became my own. I was to carry the water, for it was time to kill the pig. I don't remember any money, for it was always, "I'll dig your well and bring my cow to be bred," or "I'll trade a hand-stitched quilt for 5 jars of shine." The garden was income, and Jess was always in the woods running possums, coons, or whatever was plenty. He would get all the kin with a big fire, the pot, jars, buckets, and the killings would begin. His knife was long and thin, and he would cut the hog's throat and be on with it. With a fast move, he'd cut his tail off and put it in my hand. Then he would yell, "Send this kid to the city and tell them people to stay away and leave us alone. No school. And I'm gonna make shine as long as there is a forever." Another uncle or some kin had just put dynamite under his house, under his still, in the yard, everywhere. And the U.S. government came in and blew him, his wife, his kids, and himself up, and the hills and hollows were rumbling with things I didn't realize. Grandmom would get free tickets on the railroad, 'cause Granddad was a conductor, and a World War I vet with medals and a kind of a hero to everyone but Jess. Later, I heard Jess had died in the nut house somewhere in Louisville, Kentucky, and my other cousin, Wormy, he was called Wormy because he dug fishing worms as a kid and sold them, saved his money, built a big market, got rich, never learned to read or write, and when he played big shot, he went east for a trip. Came back with a fine class woman, what in turn beat him for his money, and left him back on the riverbank digging worms and crying for his mother. I heard he died in the same nut house Jess did. My mother was a bartender. She drank a lot, and she used to come and get me out of bed, so her and Uncle John could go to bed. There would always be $20 or $30 more, and like she wasn't what they call a flatback, but she was a hustling girl. I got sold for a pitcher of beer once, but when I went up to the tall people of the attention, a dog hit me with his tail when the people wasn't looking and showed me big teeth as if to say, "This is my people. Stay away. No space for you here." So I went on down the road, and the grown-up said, "He don't like us and won't come to us." So I was sent to a place where people that got no one goes. I don't remember how I escaped, but when they found me riding in a boxcar, I told them, "My granddad runs this train." And they said, "What's his name?" And I remember Grandmom getting me back. Off to another uncle. Even as a child, I knew they were not smart. Uncle Bill had no teeth and was always getting down on me and calling me stupid. I got to their pad on Christmas, and their daughter was my first friend in love, Joanne. She kept the other kids from beating me up. Grandmom said it's a sin to fight, and when Bill seen I didn't fight, he put a dress on me and sent me to school. Then Granny gave me a witch's hat to wear in the cakewalk, and for Christmas I got a hairbrush with Superman on it. Let down because the other kids got dolls and buggies, like little plates and dollhouses. I ran to the icebox, got a can of pet milk with all the cows' heads on it, and hid and sucked the milk from the icebox. I knowed as Mom because I hadn't caught up to her. She was still in the pen. Grandmom caught me and said, "Why you cry, boy?" And I said, "A hairbrush is all I got." You gotta know a hillbilly grandmom to understand. She read one book, the Bible. No movies, no makeup, no sex, and she never lied. She said, "Boy, you got the best gift of all. That's the magic brush. And who knows? If you brush your hair with that brush, you may be able to fly, just like Superman." Eyes dried up, rag around my neck, brush in hand, I'm off to fly. Off the porch, cars, for days I worked to fly. Then I almost did it. I leapt off the fender of a car, and the wind caught me just so, and I thought it was happening. I ran into the shack where moonshine jars were being passed around, yelling, "I can almost do it! I can almost do it!" Uncle Bill was drunk. He said, "Almost do what?" "I can almost fly." He said, "You idiot, you can't fly. What's wrong with this damn kid?" And he went back to knock me down. Back to the icebox. Cry, cry, cry. The next day I got all the toys and dolls, put them in a pile in the dollhouse, and I set it on fire. Broke the piggy bank and was on the road again. Highway police caught me, gave me the ice cream and attention I had never known. And for years I thought subconsciously that cops were like fathers and nice guys, and the judge was like a god. I've never had no one to hold on to. The warden, the judge, they were God to me, till I caught them lying. When I ran away and they got me back, this old black man in court was crying and begging the judge, "Judge, I didn't steal that dog." And he looked at me and he said, "He just followed me home." I thought he was talking about me. Then I ran right into my aunt coming to take me back, and on the train again out of Kentucky and West Virginia to the prison where Mom and Luther were. McMecken, West Virginia. The town next to Moundsville, where the prison was. I seen my first movie with Bing Crosby. Got my ass beat and ran away and lived with 2 river tramps that gave me a cup of coffee. Back to court and a foster home where I met some honest, hard-working people that had concern. Few I've met, but I know there are some, and I would still be a part of them. But some lady came and said, "I'm your mother. Let's go." I started out learning moms. Her life gave her little chance for happiness and little hope for choices. She was pushed out of the house at 14, got pregnant, had me, went to prison. Now she's out and a tough little girl behind the bar of a honky-tonk, the Blue Moon. Other girls of the U.S. don't know hillbillies. They're not cowboys or Okies. If you weren't dying in the coal mines, you were lucky to work in the steel mills or on the railroad. And if the pad you lived in had a wood floor, that was uptown. Crime was crime, and outlaw women were few. I lived in a room up over the Blue Moon with Mom as she came in on the run and said, "Pack fast!" And out the back door we went. She had hit a Beanie Brother in the head with a 5th of Jim Beam whiskey and laid him out. He and another brother was out on bail on a murder trial for cutting a woman's head off. They put it on a pole and throwed her body in the river. Me, Moms, and a salesman for the Holland Furnace Company were off to Indianapolis, Indiana, as she changed her name to Kathleen Deere. They drank a lot and let me in the streets. And that let me in the streets. Uncle Bill's dress had taught me to fight, and I think I caused the invention of bicycle locks, because when I started stealing bikes, there were no locks. I had a paper corner selling papers until I seen you could put a rag up in the payphones and come back later, pick up the nickels. I spent all my time at the movies, pool halls, and bowling alleys where I set pins. And I was too young and too little, but I got a job at the Mecca Theater where Hopalong Cassidy and Bob Steele, Buster Crabbe, and Roy and Jean rode high in the saddle. $5 a week, sweeping and running between 2 picture shows for the boss. But I got greedy and the telephones weren't paying off well, so I moved into stamp machines. 2-cent and 1-cent stamps. I had stolen some stamp dispensers and I got caught in the market with all the pennies and nickels and then off to boys' school in juvenile halls. Moms would run her prison trip to me, how the food was so bad. Her job was sweeping and mopping the killing floor where men were hung. One day they came to hang a guy when she was still in the mop room, and she hid and wasn't seen. They set the trap and the noose, and something went wrong. The man was too big, or the rope wasn't right, and his head popped off. It came off his body and rolled down the steps to where she was hiding, and she said it blinked at her. Her fear of that ran off onto me, and I took it and never realized until I was on death row for 9 counts of murder and 7 death sentences on a trip not my own. I learned to run early in this life. The cops would pick me up off the streets, and some juvenile court would send me to a kid's place, and I would hit the fence, never learning what friends were, and never having anyone to ask what to do. To run was all I knew. Highway 40 went to California, and I ran that road a lot. My first bust came for the market and stealing stamp machines. And 25th and Keystone became my home, and they had tall fences, and running away became breaking out. After 3 tries, I thought to play a different angle. So I put a sob story on a priest and was sent to the boys' town in Omaha, Nebraska. A ride on the train. I got there somewhere in the 1940s, 46 or 47, and 3 days later, I was gone. Vern Black told me of his uncle who was sharp, and we hit the road to Peoria, Illinois, walked through a snowstorm and stole a hearse, a Packard, and kicked in the back windows of gas stations. I went to sleep at the wheel in Peoria, and we hit the streets on the run to end up at his uncle's pad, where, a few burglaries later, I was in that hole again and shipped back to 25th and Keystone. That place was a curse to me, and I was so sad to see it, but I escaped 4 times. I cut the wires on the back windows of the little boys' dormitory. Me and 35 kids broke out into the night. Newspaper, the Indianapolis Star, had just done a story about the new Indian blankets at the hall. They did another story showing the blankets out the back windows. They said I was the mind behind the mass break, and my first big jail stood in front of me at age 13. That was Newcastle. The jail was on an old castle in Indianapolis, an old Scottish castle given to the city, and they made a county jail out of it. It was big. Cell blocks with rows of cages. When I was taken inside, a bunch of people were outside carrying signs that said, "The world is coming to an end." I was the youngest person ever to go to that jail. I would curse, spit, smoke, fight, and no kid told me shit, and all the grown-ups were fools to me. County jail cops said, "No, we can't take him. He's too young." But the juvie cops said, "We can't hold him. He made 35 kids run away. He's no little boy. He only looks like one." So they made a place in county jail outside of the BR named for Bums Row. I was kept on the catwalk that went around the Bums' Row cells. There were 18 of us kids, and each day was total madness. About 80 men set my young mind to much more Then I realized they were all like Uncle Jess, but that was like their kid, and each gave me something. Every day something new was jumping off, and I loved it. The FBI had just shot and killed someone on the 10 most wanted list, and they were all talking about the guy's gun mall. Had a butterfly tattooed on her puss. One of the winos was a nut, and for cutting the wombs from dead women and trying to buy wine with them. Another guy cut his wrist and put his arm and hand in a bucket of warm water. Another hung himself. They were running at the end of the road. Now I was just in training for the run through my life. 10 or so other kids had escaped with me, and they did what I said, or I would kick their ass. And all the old men liked me, and each one was setting my thoughts. I didn't realize until later. The monks were men, but this was a different game. The cell doors opened on the inside, where toilets and showers and games were played, and coffee was cooked, and the older men roamed back and forth. The back side of the cells faced the outside catwalk, and we could walk around and talk with each cell, and each was a world I had never seen into. I learned to spit on my dick and stick it in this guy's ass. The guy that killed himself had gave me some head and told me how to fuck this other kid. Then he said, "But don't ever let no one fuck you, kid, and never let anyone get away with whipping your ass. Get a stick, whatever you must, but never let no one get away with playing any shit off on you." To shower and shit, we would raise the turnkey, and he would key us in and give us time to do the 3 S's. Shave, shower, and shit. There were winos with DTs making snakes and fears of all kinds. And being a mean kid, I would torment and get off on him. One thought he was stuck in a grain elevator, and I would tell him, "I'm chopping the cables, and you're about to die, but suck my dick and I'll let you live." "No, no," he cried. So I'd make him wash my shorts and shirts, and he would fuck 'em up, and I'd throw water on him. Another old man said, "Can I wash your socks?" And I gave him 3 pairs to do, and someone said, "Watch him, kid. He's a klepto." I said, "What's that?" "A kleptomaniac. He steals anything and everything." He came back with 5 socks, and I said, "Where's my other sock?" And he put his hand over his pocket and said, "I don't know." I smacked him and got the sock out of his pocket. Each person that passed me set something in my young, open mind, and a lot of it I never realized until years later. Like, one night, a big poker game was going on, and I played like I was going in to shower, but it was really to watch the game, because this one guy was teaching me how to deal and play cards. Everyone was watching, and Klepto was standing in the corner looking at the ceiling. The game peaked. All the money was between 2 men. Tough street men that didn't smile and played hard. One said, "Raise." The other called and raised. Called was the cry that echoed off the iron walls. Everyone was frozen. "Straight," was the next voice. My eyes were wide. My heart pumped, and the other guy said, "Sorry. Full house. You lose." He turned out his hand, and the other guy said, That's only 2 pairs. Kings over tens, man. Can't you see? I see 2 kings and 2 tens. Where's the other king? He reached for the money and his hand was slammed to the table. Hold it. Count the cards. I had the king of hearts. Well, it's not here now, and that's sad shit. And the money was taken, and everyone watched the loser. He looked under the table and yelled, "Who's got that king of hearts? I'm gonna kill. I will find it." And everyone looked at each other, and one by one, all eyes went to Klepto. "Klepto, you sorry dog. Did you get that card?" "No, sir. I've been standing here all the time. How could I?" And everyone was watching. Then his face was busted. It just turned red. His head bounced off the wall, and another punch caught him and turned him in a circle, and he hit the floor begging and crying, "No, sir, I don't have it." He was then kicked and beat from one end to the other. Next to death, he still swore he didn't steal the card. And the guy was tired of beating on him. "If I ever find out you took that card, I'll kill you." The turnkey called, and I went back outside the tank. I had never known such fear or seen such a thing. And I was busy running it all to the other kids when the doctor brought the old man back, all patched and bandaged up. I was being sent to reform school, the judge said, until I was 21. It was called boys' school, but I got some wild stories about it. I was due to leave the jail. Everyone was saying goodbyes and giving advice when Klepto slid up beside me and the man took off his face and said, "Boy, one day all this will be yours. God gave me all of everything, and I'm giving it to you because I'm gonna be God." And I said, "You're an old nut and a klepto." He said, "When you're with God, you can't steal because it's all yours." He said, "I got a gift for you." And he pulled that king of hearts out of his pocket. My fear jumped up, up, up. "You dizzy old fool, hide that. You'll get killed, sure." "I did it for you, boy." "Oh, no, not for me." But he gave it to me and I hid it fast. He said, "You must remember above all else, trust a liar to lie, a cheat to cheat. Trust yourself and no one else but the old man, boy, because he trusts himself and you in him." I took it in my head, but I didn't understand it until I was bitten by a snake. And when the poison came up and through my heart, it all became clear to me. And the old man with the beaten face and bandages was standing in my head laughing and said, See? My nows are in forever." Yes, that time in that old castle of Indianapolis County Jail was a trip. And when it ended, I was in handcuffs on my way once again. Put in with the little boys and rushed to a shower, a voice said, "Last one out gets a whack." They rushed past by me on the run, and I walked and stepped from the shower and pain hit me. I had picked up a razor blade in the shower to keep someone from being cut, and when I looked at what hit me, a smiling face said, "You're last out." I ran him behind the door. I whacked him with the razor blade, and he started to bleed and yelled, and he ran. So did I. I ran out the back door and was run down after about a 4-hour chase and taken and put with the bigger kids after the ass beating of my life. In them days, they had large straps that could bust you up bad and fast. On to new halls and a different kind of man, not like the monks or the drunks. Just as real but different. Servicemen retired from Navy, Army, Marines, and we marched. I was put in between 4 big guys, and they were told if I ran out from under them, they got their asses beat. I was smart enough to get out of school, even if the law said school until 16 years. I pulled all kinds of tricks, got a hacksaw and hit the bush, swiped a 1946 Chevy, ran it through a gas station at 90 miles an hour, got popped and put back in Newcastle, Indiana jail, back to Plainfield, out again and back again, up and down that highway, always the same. I had the record for escapes, and the last one was 3 of us, tunneled through the bakery into where the doctor kept his car, and away we went. Highway, all the way to Utah. Beaver City Jail was 4 cells and a nice enough sheriff that wanted to give me a job on his ranch, but the judge said no. Back to Indiana, where I got U.S. government time for taking the car over state lines. Off to Washington, D.C., school for boys. Kids from Detroit, Cleveland, New York, Kentucky, and all over, still marching and fighting. Dr. Hartman was a pushover for a story, so I got to go to a camp in 1950. Escape was my plan, but I got caught punking another kid in the butt. And at 17, I was sent to the first prison I was ever in, the U.S. prison at Petersburg, Virginia. The captain told them I was not a boy, but the Irish devil himself. I ran the food carts in the mess hall, got mad and ran everyone out of the mess hall and kitchen and bake shop and vegetable room, and I hit the lieutenant with a bucket of water and told him to clean the damn mess hall himself. I spent a whole year in the hole for that. A captain named Bulldog Edwards walked a line past the whole cells. A con told me, if you ever want out of here, you gotta ask him. I'd hear others crying to him, please, Captain, can I get out? And his ego would build. Well, I don't know, he'd say. Are you gonna be a good boy? They would say yes and beg, and he would swell up and feel big. The more they begged, the bigger he played. 3 months went by, and I didn't ask him nothing. One day, he broke his line. He came to me and said, how are you, boy? And I said, fine. He got mad and walked. 7 months later, he came over to me and said, son, do you have any problems you want to talk to me about? And I said, you would just laugh. He said, no, I might be able to do something for you. And I said, I can't shit. He looked bewildered. And I said, there is something you could do, but I hesitated to ask. He said, go ahead. And I said, I'm all out of toilet paper. Would you run down there and get me a roll? The next bus out of there, I was on it, transferred from Petersburg to Lewisburg in September 1952. The big walls were so high, the clouds seemed to touch, and it looked like a movie. Too young, they said. So I was put in a place away from the main flow where I met a guy named Big Frank from New York. And everyone respected him. Costello name meant nothing to me at the time. He talked to me like old friends about FDR and a guy named Dewey, a DA from New York. And 2/3 of what he said I didn't understand until later. Being raised the way I was, I didn't understand that I was not understanding. I just listened and moved, and I had little to nothing in my head. The Nolan brothers escaped, and we listened on the radio as they made the run with all the cops after them. News said FBI gunned him down in a whorehouse in New York. And then it was off to the baddest reform school in the U.S. at the time, Chillicothe, Ohio. When I got there, they had the National Guard, and the place was smoking. They had a lot of young men from the Korean War in for murder, and they were some tough guys. I was bad on my streets, but I was no match for them heavies. That place put a head on me, and I lost my first fight, and the guy got away with it. The lesson saved my life a lot of times, and still sets heavy in my mind's brain. At this point in time, no one but cops had ever whipped me and got away with it. I had built up an illusion in my own mind that I was bad and tough. I punched the bag best and ran best. Best in handball. But in the real, like any coward trying to prove they're not afraid, I picked my shots. All the guys I thought I couldn't whip, I was nice to. And I was always catching fronts off the others that I thought I could whip. I kept pushing this big clown because I thought he had snitched on me. He begged me to leave him alone, but I touched him up a little and he said, "I don't want to hurt you, Charlie." And that got me mad. And I tore into him with right hands and left hooks, but it didn't faze him. I punched him with everything I had again, and still nothing on his face, but, well, it's my turn. He hit me 3 times. Never had I known that feeling. I flashed as if I'd slipped on a melon in the fields on the run, for I had done that before, and it was the only thing I could compare to it. 2 black eyes, busted nose and mouth, blood running from both ears, and a broken fist, laying in the hospital. He came to visit, and I told him, "I gotta get you, guy." He said, "I'm going out tomorrow, and you'll never see me." I said, "I'll follow you until I get you. It's in me to do so." He said, "Man, you pushed me to hit you. You were trying to prove something to yourself. That's not my fault. Admit you're wrong." He told me, "A man will never push another man. It's always a boy or a punk that gets off on others. When you become a man, you learn respect by giving respect. When you learn what you can do, if you want to, I could have picked you up and thrown you off the tier. I don't like to be hurt, and I don't like to hurt others." But I didn't want to hear that truth at that stage of life. He left, and to make this story complete, I did meet him later. He was a taxi driver in Wheeling, West Virginia. I seen him, and fear hit me. And I had to get him, but I thought, no one will know if I don't. He said, "Let's go get a drink." And we did, and talked about it. I said, "Okay, it's over." He did me a favor. I went out right after that fight in 1954. First time I had been out legally since the early 1940s. And I went back to Wheeling, never realizing I was still 9 years old. At the bus station, I asked a black shoeshine man for change for a dime so I could make a nickel phone call, and he looked at me funny and said, "Man, phone calls ain't been a nickel for years. Where you been, on the moon?" What a trip. I had never had a job in about 3 years of school. The big markets had so much I had never seen. Then I stole a car and took off for Dagoland in Cleveland, Ohio, to see an ex-con who had fought with me in the joint. I sold the car to a gangster from Little Italy. I fought for and with their kids. I was one of the Dukes and Bluebirds of the long ago. In Cleveland, I ran with a Dago Mick named Murphy, running a half-assed crap and card game and living with Murphy's girlfriend's mom. She had 5 daughters. I sat in the barber's chairs and tipped $1, and the family took me into their hearts. I could have been someone, but I had a wife, and I had committed myself to her, so I gave that up. I was young and only on the ground floor, but I could have been a good crook. A lot of my kin were small-time hustlers and gamblers, and I learned. It's no big thing to be a crook, but to me it was in them days. I had met Big Frank in the pen, and he raised his hand for me. He vouched for me. You gotta be honest to be a big crook. Little crooks fake and lie. I didn't fake or snitch, but I was still a hick. When I married Rosie at 20 years old, I had never been around chicks. Rosie played me like the fool that I was. When I was in Cleveland with the mafioso's daughter, Rosie gave me a story about her brother-in-law ripping her off. I got a gun and went back to her in Benwood, West Virginia. The gun wouldn't fire, and Rosie said to me, "Oh, he didn't do it. He just tried." I wanted a red 41 Cadillac. In 1940-41, no cars were made. All was going all out for the war effort. GM was given permissions to make 144,000 Cadillacs. I was told I could have the 41 if I stole a baby blue 52 and gave it to the barbershop people of Little Italy in Cleveland. They gave me some guns, some Frank Sinatra records, and $300. I kept the blue Cadillac like a whole card, in case they didn't give me the red one. I went to Florida with the guns and to work on a tug going to Cuba, but almost got killed when the hammers and triggers were discovered missing from the guns. So I went on a run out of Florida, and with the poker game out of the Jolly Roger Hotel, took the game with me to Fort Lauderdale, then back to me, old Wheeling, West Virginia, and to Georgia. Hot, but nice. I almost stayed. I left with a 1950 hot car, a shotgun, and a straw hat full of dimes. I did 3 years for that. One of my mom's husbands was a window washer at a U.S. courthouse. His name was Deere. They got me out of prison, and she got me a 1954 Ford. I traded it for a 1952 Cadillac and used the name Charlie Deere. After Rosie dumped me, I caught a rich chick in the world, and all its treasures were mine. Money, new cars, but that wasn't it. I ran some guns and got busted. I left 3 good girls standing on the corner, each with a dime. I left a caddy, gave it all up, and went to Mexico and started over to be a bullfighter. I had a big gun, a hot fast car, TR3, an American passport as William Sergeant Bartlett given to me by the woman's secretary to the ex-president. Her husband was a general of the army. I was learning to cape the horns and playing music in the park each night, where only the pure of heart smoked the good grass. I got caught and was put in Mexico City prison and brought to the U.S. with some Africans being deported back to Kenya by the Mexican Federales and the FBI after the feds got me. That woman's daughter got 150,000 signatures on a paper to have me brought back from Texas, where I was deported without trial, but the U.S. just drove over it and sent me to McNeil Island in 1960. They still got my car and passport in Mexico. Charles Manson. Letter from prison. Circa 1986. Chapter 5. The Producer. Gary Stromberg, a record and film producer at Universal Studios in North Hollywood, had an incidental music scout inside the prison on Terminal Island. Phil Kaufman was doing time for international marijuana smuggling when he heard Charlie's music and referred him by letter to Stromberg. Charlie was just getting around to arranging that meeting. He called Stromberg from a payphone in Los Angeles. On our way through the gate at Universal, I tucked in my shirt and tied my moccasins in bows. When Charlie got out of the bus, he took one look at me, laughed, and pulled down my shirt tail. Walking towards Stromberg's office, I noticed we were parked in a space reserved for Cary Grant. Stromberg was young and well-fed. Everything about him was glossy. In friendly small talk, he referred to the letter he'd received from Phil and asked how Charlie was getting along. Charlie said that the world had changed a lot in 7 years, and they laughed about the cultural transformations. In upshot, Stromberg seemed to like Charlie. He had another appointment, but asked Charlie to return later in the week to use the recording studio. I was stoked. We left the studio for Manhattan Beach to find Bill, another Terminal Island alumnus, and impose upon his lack of hospitality. I was surprised when he answered the door. Bill was eye-catching, from his surfboard feet to his angular jaw. But his eyes were unwelcoming, and we could barely hear him introducing us to Patty, the modest brunette sitting on his couch. I could tell at a glance she didn't live there. Charlie ignored Bill's cold shoulder, telling him of places we'd been and asking him about himself. Bill offered us a bit of nothing from his hollow refrigerator, took a beer for himself, and rocked back on 2 legs of his chair, while Charlie played guitar and Patty listened intently. In contrast to her friend, she was pale, with deep brown Cleopatra hair, narrow shoulders, and bare white arms that came to rest softly against her jeans. And, unlike Bill, she gave us a great, welcoming smile. Charlie walked Patty to her apartment that night and didn't come back. Mary and I slept on Bill's 2 sofas. The next day, Patty and I set out for a corner store, both of us barefoot and a little shy, and discovered that for part of our lives, we had lived less than 6 blocks apart. She was half a grade ahead of me at Orville Wright Junior High in Westchester. We'd probably passed each other in the school dozens of times, and we nearly passed the store talking about it. Since high school, her life had been devoted to the downtown branch of an insurance company. An empty spot of beach and her imagination, in which she said she had conjured us up. A long time ago, but then it is always now, a disenchanted and frightened girl wandered aimlessly upon the sands of the Pacific shore, her mind filled with doubts and cares, knowing all is meaningless except the love of one another, but unwilling to extend her heart for fear of rejection. She might have ended as she had planned so often, a body swept upon the shore by the tide. 'Twas but a smile, a true smile, one which you could touch with the warmth of your heart and a glance, not like many you take, but one where you can travel between 2 pairs of eyes, meet in the middle, and know there is no beginning or end. A sudden load laid from your shoulders, and a sureness of your faith. And to your own surprise, you find someone who understands your every thought. A friend, much more. A reflection of yourself. The hidden beauty that you find openly in another face looking into your own. In that strange stillness of unspeakable aloneness and together that brought me here to now. 'Twas but a few days before Charlie, Mary, Lynn, and I began traveling with the roads in a cozy VW bus, exchanging thoughts composed of all our fears, sorrows, and loves, making of each other a family, strong by the bonds of understanding, experience of the road filling the longing of wants and making of us all one spirit of joy and laughter. For as long as you are together with each other, there is no moment of despair. Patricia Krenwinkel, Sybil Brand Institute for Women in Los Angeles, California, 1970. If that doesn't illustrate how florid and gentle Patricia Krenwinkel was, perhaps nothing could. Her parents had divorced when she was in high school, her mother returning to Mobile, Alabama, while her father, an insurance broker, continued to live in Southern California. Her only sibling, an older half-sister whose apartment she shared, would go on to an untimely end, and she too, arguably, the most inexplicable mass homicide of its time. During our second visit to Universal Studios, we girls were permitted to sit with Charlie by the microphones in the recording studio. Stromberg encouraged him over a speaker from the soundproof booth, and played for us a tape of high-beat African music from a group he had recently produced. Then he suggested that Charlie tell some stories while playing the songs he had written in prison. For some reason, Charlie waned. He said that his prison songs were old and there was much more happening in the streets. Stromberg assured him that people wanted to hear about prison. So Charlie tuned the guitar and unraveled some stories. But he never seemed comfortable. He said that while in prison, he had considered a job playing music, but that was 100 years past and just an old ego. That's okay, Stromberg told him. Just play anything. So, Charlie launched into the ego song and a few others. He was cordial and at times comedic, but his heart wasn't in that studio. And I felt that even he didn't know why. Clang, bang, clang went the big iron door. They put me in a cell with a concrete floor. 9 other men in that cell with me, moaning their date with destiny. Charles Manson, Prison Song, 1967. After the session, Stromberg told us he'd been kicking around a movie concept about what Jesus Christ would be doing if he came back today. With the beards, the long hair, and the sandals, today's young generation could relate. Sure, Charlie said. The kids aren't interested in the money. They're interested in the spirit. They're interested in life. Stromberg wanted Charlie to tell him how he lived. Would Charlie be willing to spend time as a technical advisor on such a project? Charlie replied that he didn't want to get tied into anything long range because he never knew where he was going to be. But he agreed to call and to stop by when we were in town. As we left the lot, I was imagining success and fame. But Charlie wondered aloud, what would they do with Christ? Patty left town with us, left her unhappy friend, her troubled sister, her job, her car in a lot, and her savings account still saving itself. Mary rolled over that night with tornado force, pulling the covers with her. It was one thing sleeping 3 in a VW bus. But 4? We had no reason to complain. Charlie had asked us if Patty could come along, and the truth was that she just fit. A stabilizer amongst women, a listener who demanded no attention for herself, an inspiration and conscience toward our own better attitudes. She was so easy to like that Mary couldn't stay mad. We gave her the coastal tour and through the Golden Gate. We went all around Haight-Ashbury, between the psychedelic banners, painted vehicles, and acres of hippies. People of like spirit welcomed her, and she smiled, quietly thrilled. Patty deserved this vacation. Only in hindsight do I wonder at what cost. But at that time in her life, and under those circumstances, could she have done otherwise? Although a short distance apart in miles, the philosophical space between Haight-Ashbury and Berkeley was wide. The university collected and spawned opinionated, often political people. In Berkeley, it seemed nearly everyone had something to proclaim. The feminist movement was gaining stride. A number of white women criticizing their male counterparts as either chauvinistic pigs or weaklings. Siding with minority men, they adopted the word oppression to say that they too had been enslaved. Ideological black Muslims and Panthers rejected their advances, interested only in furthering their own causes and in African American women. Charlie said that one reason he had not settled in society or married again was because he had seen men come to prison for women and abused by women. The dope peddler asks his wife, "Do you want me to do this kind of thing for a living?" And she says, "Baby, I don't like to see you put your life on the line, but it's up to you." They go back and forth. He says, "Well, we got a new home, new car, and money in the bank. Should I quit and get a square job? Will the kids make it on what we've got? I won't make this kind of money at a straight job, but then, if I keep on like this, I might get busted." She says, "You're right. Put the house and bank account in my name." And tears come to everyone's eyes when the judge says, 50 years. 3 years go by. Joe has come over to the house to help the lost wife of his best friend, and he's going to sell a little dope so she can get her man out of jail. Joe just loves the kids, so what's wrong with him moving into the big empty room that no one uses? He can deal right from the heart of the leftover people his friend was dealing to. Wife can't understand why her husband's going crazy. After all, she tried to visit, so she decides to get a divorce. She had to sell the house for her mom's doctor bills, but on the other side, her and Joe are going to move into a new house. Things I've seen all my life and didn't know right or wrong or judge. The man who took a shotgun and robbed banks because his dick was too small and his woman never happy. The man who shot someone a week before his wedding and lost his wife-to-be. But his mom comes every visiting day. I never thought of myself as thinking anything, but I've seen it. I don't judge it or not judge it. I just see it. Charles Manson, circa 1976, California State Prison. I said, "You can't blame everything on women." He said, "Exactly. And you can't blame everything on men. Most men are doing what they're taught to do by a woman. When the woman puts all the blame on the man, I just put it back. She's blaming part of herself. Then she runs to put her problems on the black man in the name of help. Maybe he thinks he's won a prize. He's been taught she's better than his woman, but in soul, he knows." The real African man thinks white people look like bloodless turnips. You got years of TV and movies telling people what's good looking. How do you think that makes the black man feel? He's been taken away from himself. The next time we saw Gary Stromberg at Universal Studios, he had moved into a larger office, and his conversation was frequently interrupted. Between phone calls, he explained that the Christ movie hadn't yet gelled in his mind, but the one thing he had decided for sure was that Christ should be black. This did not come as a surprise to Charlie. He told Stromberg that the important thing was not the color of Christ, but the thought he was projecting. For over 1,000 years, he said, Christian religious leaders have held up the cross, purporting to speak for Christ. Christ, he contended, was misrepresented. He also told Stromberg that making Christ black was Stromberg's attempt to calm his fears and pay off feelings of guilt. Black people, he said, should be allowed to make themselves in their own image, instead of being manipulated by white people into images not their own. Stromberg wasn't sure he understood, but his mind was on more immediate productions. He said he would have more time to work on the Christ movie later, and that Charlie should stay in touch. A retired sociologist from the prison on McNeil Island had contacted Charlie's parole officer, extending an invitation for Charlie to visit his home in Washington State. The parole officer thought it would be a positive trip and granted permission for Charlie to leave California. We set off right away, but took our time. We camped in Oregon and Washington with all of the natural amenities: plush green carpets, songbird canopies, clear water and air. For brief interludes, we heard the summer symphony without one beep, whine, or groan from a machine, and were the only humans on Earth. Charlie actively imagined being one of the first. Using a walking stick, he pretended to vault a river, make a tent, and spear food. He thought aloud about a world in which other animals walk around man, because a true Earth man can face his fellow animals, and they naturally know to respect him. Man's dominion over animals, he said, is natural dominance, not subjugation. It's a given, not something taken. Without doubt, people would know that. The religious allegory about Adam and Eve's original sin, he suggested, could be seen as Adam doubting himself, permitting the woman to take him from his nature, his word, and the God in himself. But as much as he pointed up the gender divide, he wasn't cruel or dismissive or condescending or disrespectful in any of the ways we had seen some men behave toward women in our lifetimes. He made love to all of us together. He didn't encourage us to instigate the action, preferring instead to direct the moves and expecting nothing from us but that we receive him. By earnestly working for our fulfillment, he held our attention and raised it. We became responsive to the slightest touch, and he was not overwhelmed by sensations until he had raised us above thought and brought us down gently, the sweat dripping from a curl over his brow. Tucked into woods at night, he said that all the money in the world was not worth the experience of being there with us. And then he and Mary had a fight. We had driven off the highway to survey a possible campsite when they exchanged a few words. He braked the bus. She opened the door and got out. Charlie met her at the front of the bus. She swung at him. He took her arm. She grabbed his jacket, and they tugged and wrenched and scuffled. Inside the bus, Patty and I watched, wrestling worry and heartbreak while mindlessly munching potato chips. As our hands collided going into the bag, we had the same funny thought of being at a drive-in movie. Returning to the action, we saw Mary take off towards the woods. Charlie was sweaty and somewhat torn up. He got into the bus, took some breaths, and started driving slowly behind her until, hot and exhausted, she also gave up. Nothing more was said of it. Each of us girls was a little stubborn and a little lazy. Charlie liked to take walks on what he called the hard paths, between thorn bushes and fallen trees. At first I considered these walks an imposition, but we became thinner, stronger, and more agile, and, without wanting to admit it, we began welcoming the opportunities to flex. On mornings when the bus wouldn't start, we got out to push it, grumbling silly one-liners, while the chauvinistic chauffeur steered and coasted, never missing an opportunity to show off woman power. It was as though we had never seen cows. We were hungry for the sight of any animal, and they were so close to the road that Charlie pulled the bus behind their fenced meadow, and we got out. In the stillness, accentuated by ticking insects and the calls of mourning doves, we ruminated on their lives. They had no ambitions or aspirations, no hopes of becoming horses or goats. They fulfilled their purposes, grazing, mating, giving birth, and nourishing not only their young, but millions of the rest of us. Charlie said that despite our dominion over animals, he would rather see more alive than on plates. Did we really need to eat them? I had been raised on 2 to 3 meals of beef, pork, lamb, or fowl a day, and for all I knew, the rest of the world had as much. I liked meat. It was nourishing, but in a land of abundant alternatives, did I need it? In the following days, I became aware of half-eaten hamburgers stuffed into trash bins and on fast food parking lots. People had become bloated, thoughtless, wasteful, and, ironically, unsatisfied. It was a habit we would break. In a university town, needing money, Charlie said that he was headed for the student dining room to play music and pass the hat. He repeated that we were welcome to join him, but being too shy to sing, the rest of us set out in broad daylight to ask strangers for money. Mary bolstered herself, saying, "We just gave away a $200 trailer, some bongo drums, and we almost gave away the grand piano." None of us had panhandled before, but we'd heard the lingo in Haight-Ashbury. "Got any spare change?" I felt compelled to add lengthy explanations that proved less effective than getting to the point. Nobody wanted to hear why we needed it. As a sideline, and maybe to feel normal, we stopped to chat with the students. Patty was a natural at interviewing people. At the end of the day, sure, we were called a few unflattering names, but we'd gone through our spare changes and were returning to the bus, laughing with a whopping $6. With his guitar, Charlie had received more than $15 in less than 20 minutes. He'd had a crowd gathered in the student union when an administrator told him to leave. The rest of the afternoon, he'd socialized, had lunch at some girl's house, and was invited to a fraternity party. The next day, he talked a gas station owner into getting his plate glass windows washed for another $6 and 4 ice cream bars. Lapping ice cream as he watched us, he mentioned that one day we might want to play tambourines and sing. Passing through almost any town, Charlie noted the signs on commercial buildings. It was a curiosity to him that people aspired to have their names on laundromats and such. Not that he was against such signs. Exiting a shop, he said, "Guy tells me business is bad. If he put up a better sign, he'd have more customers. You can't see that sign where it is." He claimed that people didn't realize their potential. If a guy wanted to go into the restaurant business, he could start with a broom and be managing the place within a year. It sounded like hyperbole until he explained. Say he goes in the restaurant and starts sweeping the floor every day for an hour or so. He acted the happy sweeper. The manager asks him what he's doing, and the guy says, "I just wanted something to do. I don't mind sweeping floors." And the guy is harmless and he don't accept pay. Maybe a cup of coffee or a bowl of soup. So pretty soon the people who run the place get used to him, get to know him, and like him. He's useful. And he comes in and says with more authority, "You know, if you move those tables over there, there'll be more room for people to walk. Or if you clear this window and hang some planters, some people can sit in the sun and enjoy the plants. You know, little improvements, and it brings in more customers and makes more money. And pretty soon the owner is asking the guy what to do, tossing him the keys and saying, 'Lock up when you leave.'" Charlie frequently had money-making ideas, he mentioned only in passing. Then he'd say, "These people got me thinking about making money. or "That's my old self. It's all most cons can think about. The fastest way to make money." He said there wasn't much difference between legal and illegal cons, and he acted out a number of TV commercials, pointing out subliminal messages put together by highly paid psychologists whose intent was to target human weaknesses. The sexual innuendos he noticed were implausible to me. He gave as example a deodorant commercial in which a man and woman were running towards each other on a train platform, the man carrying a pink elephant. Just before they embraced, the elephant's trunk bobbed in her face to the announcer's words, "At the peak, the peak of your excitement." Charlie said he once knew a bunco artist who talked wealthy middle-aged women into investments by offhandedly holding a rolled-up magazine near his crotch and bobbing it now and then for emphasis. He said it sufficiently distracted some women to bamboozle their better judgments. These were the kind of psychology discussions I'd expected, but didn't get in college. The towns and counties of Washington state are rife with Native American names, most famously Seattle, the chief of the Squamish peoples. We crossed into the state just after dark, hungry and needing gas. Charlie spotted a coffee house where he thought he could sing for our dinner. It was the middle of the week, and more than half of the wooden tables were empty. So he talked the manager into letting him take his guitar on stage, and we three sat at different tables applauding. The place filled up in half an hour. Charlie proceeded to charm the crowd, and during a rousing applause, the manager walked across the stage and spoke in Charlie's ear. He then took the microphone and announced, "This is Charlie Madsen. He'll be here at the club every night for the next 2 weeks." We were surprised. So was Charlie. He later told us he'd only given the man his name. He was never asked and hadn't agreed to anything. The next afternoon, around Steilacoom, we stopped to see the father of one of Charlie's ex-cell partners. Bent and gray, he was watering his flower bed and didn't even look up as Charlie approached to ask about his son. When the man finally did answer, it was in disjointed sentences, like a picture of a room in which all the furniture and appliances are floating, or just in the wrong places. Just as natural as every day, Charlie spoke to that man in similar strange sentences. The man replied, and Charlie in turn. Though Charlie said little as we drove away, I got the impression that something had hurt that man so much he preferred to live in a world apart. McNeil Island Federal Penitentiary was opened in 1875 off the Washington coast and under the splendor of Mount Rainier. Washington was not yet a state, but a U.S. territory. Railroads had not reached the area, and ship was the fastest mode of transport. So the island site was perfect for prisoners. At the end of its first year, the prison's total population was just 9 inmates and 2 guards. The first recorded inmate, Abraham Gervais, had been sentenced to 20 months for selling alcohol to Indians. By 1911, a second cell house briefly held Robert Stroud, sympathetically portrayed by movie actor Burt Lancaster in The Birdman of Alcatraz. According to prison ledgers, Stroud had attacked and stabbed an inmate orderly, receiving for the infraction a disciplinary transfer to Leavenworth, Kansas. For about 60 years more, McNeil Island continued to confine convicted men from any state or protectorate. Charlie talked about some of them. Of interest to me were a Native American who had done 15 years for stealing a pig, because he kept violating the conditions of his parole, and a cackling old lunatic who wrapped and hid small presents for guards to find on their typically shit-disturbing cell shakedowns. Before the other prisons opened, Charlie said, there was a big cross-section of people there. I knew a Guam Island man with a face full of tattoos, and an Eskimo who fished through the ice and could live apart from the supermarket. There was Africans. The difference between an African and a U.S. Negro is night and day. We found the sociologist in a 2-story house on the tree-lined outskirts of the city, and we were met at the door by a trim woman in a shirtwaist dress. She was the lady of the house, but we'd barely said hello before the man was shaking Charlie's hand and inviting us into their living room. The house was spacious and orderly, with polished wooden furniture, including a huge leather chair in the study, where shelves were filled to the ceiling with books. The sociologist was eager to tell Charlie about his new job as a teacher. Glad to be out of the prison business, he seemed to align himself more with inmates than with staff. He wondered if Charlie was still playing the guitar and thinking of making a career of it. Charlie said that he'd been locked up so many years, he was just out looking at life. He recounted some of the places we'd been and talked about the new music. The Beatles' music has a lot of subliminal in it, he told the sociologist. You would know about that. The sociologist said he hadn't really listened to it. Charlie sang a Beatles song about turning off the mind, relaxing and floating downstream. He laughed, saying, You know, I learned all that in the hole, but I didn't know I knew it, man. He said, You ought to see all the hippies in San Francisco. It's a new culture. The sociologist hadn't entirely caught up to the cultural changes, but he said he was 100% in agreement with the anti-war movement. He lamented at length the war and worldwide hunger. Charlie wondered what he had done to rectify his feelings, asking if he'd consider selling his furniture and sending them the money. The sociologist caught himself mid-sputter. Well, no, he said. I don't think that would... We give in our own way. I don't want to argue, Charlie. Charlie appealed. I'm not arguing, man. I'm listening to what you say. The sociologist's wife had disappeared, and we heard pots and pans in the kitchen. After a while, we knew it was time to leave. The sociologist followed us out to the porch, telling Charlie how good it was to see him, and extending his best wishes. He said, We may not be hippies, Charlie, But we want to end war, poverty, and hunger as much as anyone. Charlie's next words were quiet but direct. He said, "You had 4 hungry people sitting in your living room, and you offered them nothing." The sociologist reached in his pocket, but Charlie said, "No, man. Keep your money." We drove to an area of smaller homes, where a bearded man let us park for the night. The sociologist found us the following day. He said, "Charlie, you're right. You really are right. I'm sorry. Please take this." Again, he offered money. "Look," Charlie said firmly, "I don't mean to make you feel bad." "Not everyone is there yet, Charlie," the sociologist said. "Not everyone can do what you do." "I envy you, Charlie." The sociologist had much more property to lose than we did, and he had worked years for it. The fact that he felt guilty about having it was an underlying problem for him. Then again, he was passing that guilt on. As a teacher, his words about war and hunger would affect younger people into action. They could work out the problems. He could keep his furniture. At late afternoon, Charlie turned the bus down a dirt road marked Dump. But instead of rubbish at its end, we found a clearing and a clean wood on the banks of the Puget Sound. We explored, unloaded equipment, built a fire, and began cooking before Charlie asked, "Do you feel something?" I didn't, but Mary and Patty said they did. It was dusk. Charlie asked, "Do you sense somebody?" We looked around us. Nobody was coming. It seemed to him that they already were there. He said we were trespassing, and he thought we should go. Without further discussion, we dumped the food, packed up the bus, and drove out at nightfall. That was the second time I heard him allude to spirits. The next day, we looked for a good place to camp. Most land was privately owned. Charlie said, "The Indians knew the land belongs to no one and everyone, but they were called dumb savages." In the cool afternoon, Charlie sat against a tree, talking to a squirrel in a neighboring tree. I was thrilled to see the slinky little body move down the tree trunk and pause, staring at him. Holding down my breath and movement, I watched it cautiously cross the ground, coming so close to him that he could touch it. When, into that silence, a terrifying growl sent the squirrel into the underbrush. It was Charlie. When the blood returned to my brain, I was furious. I couldn't believe he had done that. He got up and passed us, saying with disgust, "The next human he trusts may blow his head off. It's not time." It was at this point in my experience of him that the Charles Manson of court records began to display misanthropic ideology. More likely, a pre-existing condition was aggravated when, on the unused roads in the deepest woods. And even in the streams we found wrappers, cans, and toilet paper. He said, "Animals are smarter than people. They don't shit and piss in the water they drink. You couldn't pay me to go to one of your schools," he said furiously. "I'd eat dirt first." We were driving up a fire road when Charlie asked if we wanted the bus. He put on both brakes, turned off the engine, and got out, telling Mary to hand him the pink slip. Placing it on the seat so that anyone could own the bus, he told us to take our things and come along if we were coming, or to take the bus and go. We followed him up a steep wooded mountain in the heat of the day. But after 30 minutes, an hour, we dropped down, deciding not to go farther. From a distance, he turned to look at us, and slowly his face reflected our displeasure. "I don't care," he told us, with no trace of feeling. "When you lay down your mind and die, you'll find me." He spoke to us as one woman, turned and continued up the mountain. We stayed put, defiant, angry, sad, and at an impasse unprecedented in our lives. Our tears came as a relief. After a time, I accepted myself as human, and humanity as good, foibles and all. Mary and Patty must have experienced something similar, for we started up the mountain, laughing and calling for him. A voice unlike his came back, mortally wounded. It said, "Go away." I thought he was angry at us. Then I saw him higher on the mountain. Not the Charlie we knew, but an animal on the edge of a cliff. The sunset reflected in empty holes of his eyes. Looking across the fumes rising from the city below, I had the thought that some in its throngs would tramp to every hidden place on earth to destroy him. He had seen the crumpled cans, the trees stumped and burnt. We'd heard the silence after the shot. I thought I was facing human nature, but I'd barely glimpsed it. He disappeared. When we saw him again, he was absently drifting past us, looking through us as if we were not. And then he paused to speak with a leaf, and no words I had ever heard, and I thought he had gone insane. A cool night was settling over the mountain. He lay on his back in a bed of leaves. We wouldn't leave without him, but we didn't want to stay. We were unready. So as darkness came, we lay down near him, crying. And after a while, he reached out of his private world and drew us in. Together, we became a warm energy. He said something like the old Charlie would say, and he agreed, without words, to come down the mountain. The 1960s busted out of the bland 50s, so radically changing the world, it's surprising more ordinary adults didn't lose their minds. Homeless waifs roamed the city. Marijuana was ubiquitous. Police were divided on the issue, some pursuing users with deadly force, while others shrugged off recreational use as harmless. Cocaine and heroin were not popular amongst hippies, but marijuana and psychedelics were virtually in every patchwork pocket and satchel. One day, I entered a room where Father Mike was standing over his open briefcase. In it were many plastic bags of marijuana and LSD. Beyond the startled second, he closed the case and behaved as though I'd seen nothing. I think now that Father Mike may have been a distributor for the Brotherhood of Love. Each generation has its end of the world scenario, and our end was imminent. All establishments and institutions seemed less stable. Communism, which seems to raise its head whenever the heads of other isms duck, appeared with several heads around the globe, shocking the capital holders into reactionary militarism and the tepidly religious to fundamentalist rebirth. Thousands of young men were drafted into military service, and few knew why they were fighting. People had burned themselves to death to protest the war, including a Quaker man who had poured gasoline over himself and his baby daughter below the office of the Secretary of Defense. Catholic priest brothers, Daniel and Philip Berrigan, the latter a decorated World War II veteran, led draft card burnings and encouraged desertion. Repulsed politicians called these and other respected Americans communists, further confusing the definition. On October 21st, 1967, in Washington, D.C., more than 100,000 anti-Vietnam War protesters gathered at the Lincoln Memorial. The next day in San Francisco was my 19th birthday, and nobody even gave me a card. That's where my head was. Charlie finally answered my sullen disappointment by explaining that he didn't think of birthdays because they always had been like any other day to him. He consoled me with humor and later suggested that we could be born every morning, celebrate the day, and rest in peace at night. It was something to think about, a different perspective, a change of attitude. I have never in my life been able to look down on anybody because I've always been at the bottom. So my anger and frustrations, I've always had to go to solitary confinement and take it out on who? You know, on me. And I'd stare at the wall and make music in my head. But then it gets to a point where solitary is peace. And when things got hectic in the yard, I'd just go up to the man and say, "You dirty so-and-so." So he'd put me in the hole. And I'd lay in the hole for 2 or 3 weeks, and I'd hum. So when I got out of prison, I take some acid that a young girl gave me on the street. I look at everybody, and I see they don't know what they're doing. They all say, "Well, so-and-so said this, or maybe around the corner, or ask him, or it said in this book." But nobody can say, "I know." So I look at it and I say, wow, What an insane world you live in, Jerry Rubin. What a madhouse you live in. I just gotta look at your world at 33 years old. And the police are hitting kids, and they direct the kids to work off their karma for past debts. You know, all of their guilt for what's been done to the black man, to the Indians, and the kids get their heads beat for it. The kids have always gotten the world their parents left them. Charles Manson, 1970. From a visit with political activist Jerry Rubin. Father Mike and Charlie still talked ethics, religion, and God, but Mike's reactions, alternately enthusiastic and doubtful, were more extreme. He seemed to be struggling to etch life into platitudes, and frustrated when, with a spirit of its own, it refused him. One night, psychedelically bouncing between the celestial firmament and subterranean fires, Mike's face contorted into demonic grimaces one moment, and glowed with beatific adoration the next. Charlie was telling him that the church needed to come to new understandings. What God and Jesus conveyed 2,000 years ago was for that time. The cross, like the pyramids, were put in the minds for reasons beyond common understandings. God always comes upon the earth to balance when needed. The earth nowadays is full of God on different levels. To Mike's training, this was blasphemy. But what it was to his sense caused him pause. Charlie said, "Even if churches try to put a monopoly on it, truth belongs to everyone, kings and sheep." He said, "The monks in Indiana said they had the real Christ. And since then, I've heard hundreds of people say their Christ is the one. Who can own Christ? Christ is a thought. Coming into the brotherhood of Christ means giving up everything and starting over. And that's not easy. Rebirth is not easy. Churches buy and sell it, but it's not easy to leave a world and all you know. I was only smart enough to learn I was dumb. That left me with 3 years of school, a card game, a few jail games, not much else." Mike stated, "You believe you're God." Charlie said, "God and Jesus are in our nature, man. Father and Son. The Indians knew everything is God. The sun, the moon, the river, the land. But you can only see God when you see you're His creation. Through you, all is His experience." Mike ventured archly, "And what about Satan? Is Satan in our nature?" Charlie replied, "If you insist. Sure, if that's what you want." He grinned. "But as God is all faith, the real devil would have to be doubt, and anything that separates us from God." San Francisco's philanthropic spirit blew minds, and then it was gone. From Mike's stereo, the Doors were singing, "This is the End," about the time that the Diggers were having a funeral. A casket with a large banner proclaiming the death of Hippie was carried down Haight Street, and they left town. The atmosphere changed. On each of our visits, the Haight showed more signs of decay. Rats and zombies gnawing at the central heart of it. Father Mike said the LSD market had been flooded with everything from sugar to strychnine by people out to make a buck. The free clinic was getting poisoning cases and freakouts. Every day we'd see gaunt, ashen creatures buying cheap poisons in dark doorways, someone stumbling down an alleyway, or in the back of some slick dick's car. Charlie returned to Mike's house one afternoon with wet, vacant eyes. He had had no room to offer a couple of young runaways. So the next day, we were headed north, out of a place where there weren't enough places to find a bigger bus. Chapter 6. Happy Birthday Poem. Should I live 100 lives, be enslaved by foolish dreams of others, wake and walk dead with no will, knowing fear rules? Rules, not thoughts from church or schools, words used as tools, running fools, crying, why, mama, why? Music lie, babies cry, and run fast after their mothers. Preachers preach, teachers teach, as brothers kill brothers. I'm so dumb I ain't got a mouth or smart words to send. Went north and ended south. How to begin? Look out, wrong way. I'm losing track of night and day. And say, why, mama? Why? World of fatherless children, I know and say, ain't you got no eyes, world? Look, look, you're going the wrong way. It takes a fool to see a fool, and you know, fool, I see. Money's got your mind, bread's got your head. Diamonds are glass, man, and gold's just lead. I said like your head's lead, and who's who in Humpty Dumpty's minds. Bones are brittle, all's in the middle, and insane eyes do shine. Can you see back through all your heads, living forever in no time? Whose thoughts are you stuck in? Or can I explain there's nothing to teach? Where's the breached breach? All is a part of the one that we must die to reach, yet not reaching for another and giving on the sneak. For who understands? Why, mama? Why? Only your father. Charles Manson. Letter from Los Angeles County Jail, 1971. Chapter 7, 1968 to 1969. The school bus. In Sacramento, we spotted it. A short, rusted, orange school bus beside a stucco house with a broken window and scattered evidence of kids. As we turned into a dirt driveway, a muscular man with the beginnings of a beard came out of the house, followed by a long line of whooping kids and their fat mama yelling for them to settle down. The man and Charlie hit it off right away, and they began discussing a trade. He said his bus was worth about $200. Charlie told him we'd paid just $1,000 for the VW bus, but would be happy to trade straight across. The man said it didn't make sense to him. 1,000 for 200. He worked at a local cannery and said he could really use the money, but with 6 kids, he needed his bus. So he invited us inside for coffee and to scan the phone book for bus retailers, and then for supper, and then to park for the night. The Van Deutsches became a part of our lives as we camped inside their bus for nearly a month while locating a small, retired yellow school bus, trading it for our VW, and refurbishing it in their backyard. Van and his 16-year-old son said that they hobbied at auto mechanics and proceeded to rebuild our entire engine. The rest of us gutted the insides, unbolted and removed the heavy seats, laid carpet remnants, and built a partition between the driver's area and the back, including a door for complete privacy. Evenings, we ate and sang with the family. Canned beans and country western mostly. And during that month, the younger kids began to argue with their mother about going to school. The teenagers talked about going with us, and the mother seemed ready, at times, to tell us to just go. Mary suffered pregnancy blues, and I suffered a miscarriage. I was fairly sure I had caused it. I'd had a blow-up with Charlie, during which I secretly wished that I wasn't pregnant. I'd cried on my way out of the bus, conspicuously reminiscent of leaving my father's house, then turned around, took off my shoes, and crawled into bed behind Mary. She'd kept quiet, but slid one of her hands behind her back into one of mine. That was how she consoled me, not with words, but with rare gestures that meant much more. I would find consolation for losing the baby only after learning that one of my grandmothers had had 4 miscarriages, in between 9 healthy children. It was a dry season in Sacramento. Work inside the bus was hot, and Mary and I were both irritable. But Patricia, the light-hearted, decided that we should sing. The latest to our entourage, Patty usually yielded to our moods, but damned if she didn't assert herself at times. In this case, dragging me kicking and snickering into a farcical opera. She and I were nailing down carpet at the back of the bus, while Mary worked at the front, hidden by the partition. Patty sang out, "Mary, we hear your hammer as you ding it, but don't say anything unless you sing it." For a moment, it seemed that our levity hadn't traveled, until we heard 2 descending tuba tones. "Fuck you." Patty was the backup singer that Charlie had wanted, but she wasn't interested in solo work. Ever the compliment, she nudged and tugged the rest of us along. Mary might be the holdout, but physical hardships and recalcitrance were no match for the strength of her love. The Van Deutsches couldn't have been more hospitable. Yet they were the poorest family I had ever met. Their poverty, however, had no effect on their fundamental character. The father was handsome, calm, steadfast, and strongly protective of his family. He drew lines, set an example, and had their respect. The mother, with her hands full, had let her body go. More than 100 pounds over a healthy weight, full of exasperation and complaint. She yelled at and swatted the kids. But they and her husband gave her purpose. Jealously, she clung to and wrestled her yoke. The 6 kids were bright-eyed, beautiful, full of unsophisticated wonder. Without the spoils of plenty, they were excited by small gifts and opportunities. Charlie gave the musically inclined 6-year-old a downsized guitar and taught him chords. Mary and I listened to the dreams of the oldest girl and made doing the dishes fun. But I couldn't leave this story without mentioning one of our questionable influences. Van's oldest son came to the bus one night and asked to try marijuana. Charlie warned that his father would be against it, but then he relented. When Van found out, he was ready to fight. I expected him to hit Charlie, but that didn't happen. Charlie talked him into coming inside the bus to smoke a joint so that he could at least speak with experience. To my knowledge, it was the only marijuana Van ever had. But the lasting result between him and Charlie was a funny and mellow piece. With their hospitality, the Van Deutsches gave us a rebuilt school bus and a view from inside a loving, hard-working family. I hope that we gave them more than troubles. We visited Peter DeLeo several times while we were in San Francisco, but we took a sharp detour after meeting his main girl, April. She was a beauty, with natural auburn hair and the freshness of a debutante. Pete was more than 20 years her senior, and attractive in only the way that confidence can be. But I figured they must need each other in the business. We girls questioned Charlie about Pete's business. He teased that he could get us jobs if we were so interested. The prospect was both exciting and repellent. The world's oldest profession perhaps always has been equally romanticized and shunned. After talking it over, we said we would like to see for ourselves. He questioned us further. Were we sure? We considered it an opportunity, and we were sure. You gotta have larceny in your heart to do this, Pete told me from one side of his mouth. You got larceny in your heart? I didn't know what the word meant, but I smiled and answered weakly in the affirmative. He sloughed off a laugh. He knew better, but we were available and worth a try. April was sisterly in preparing us for our first customer, who would arrive at the house in less than an hour. She helped us scrub, shave, perfume, and dress, while instructing us in the art of seductive foreplay that was, in reality, a check for venereal disease. She explained that our first customer would be having a party. Just him and the three of us. The man I'll call Roger was thick around the middle and reminded me of a friendly rhinoceros, but he was a lug. He lay on his back while the three of us worked on him like lifeguards. It became clear that he was prolonging the session, so we upped the persuasion, feigned ecstasy, and finally closed the deal. April, who discreetly took care of the financial dealings, had listened to us on the intercom. She was pleased. Each of us cleaned up in the bathroom. I was glad to be done with Roger, only to learn that I would be accompanying him on an all-night date. April gave me a short green evening dress and matching heels, and I was off on a whirlwind tour of middle-class bars. Roger told me that I would be meeting people, but he wouldn't tell me who I was supposed to be. Inside the first bar, he introduced me as Melanie Lane, his secretary, to a group of suited men who seemed jocularly unfooled by my title. At each of 3 bars, he introduced me to men. Then he and I perched on bar stools with highballs, pretending confidential conversation. Though 2 years below the drinking age, I was never carded. But not having had alcohol for months turned me giddy after the first gimlet. Soon, at my urging, we were whirling around a dance floor, me and Roger Rhinoceros. Later, a candlelit restaurant laid with red cloth napkins and tablecloths. We had oversized steaks with the fire marshal in an adjoining town. "She looks young, doesn't she?" Roger said, happily lifting a lock of my hair from my shoulder. "But she is over 21. Roger might have been an attorney or an investigator. He had a police radio his car and discussed cases with his cohorts. He'd ask, "What's his name, honey?" And I'd look like I was thinking through my filing cabinets. Then he'd throw out a name, and I'd chirp, "That's it!" So went the ad-libs through the night. There were more drinks I couldn't finish, along with most of the steak. When we finally returned to our hotel room, Roger was chortling. "You did very well tonight," he said, leering at me. I lumbered into bed, nauseated, and not at all inclined to put up with his rhinoceros appendages. The next day, we drove back to Pete's house. Roger sang along with the radio. "Getting to know you, getting to know all about you." I thought of the police radio. He told me he would see me again, that we would go golfing and bowling. I asked him where his wife lived. As soon as we got back to the house, I saw Charlie go in a side door, and I jumped out of the car with my shoes in my hand. This was not the life for me. Mary and Patty were not thrilled with it either. Contrary to April's assurances from her clients, Patty had been roughly treated. April was unapologetic. She rebuked Charlie for allowing himself to be seen coming into the house. She was furious that we had jeopardized her business simply so that we could have an experience. Moralizing about the way we were living, without structure or regard for money. She made a point that she was sending her 5-year-old daughter to a conservative Catholic school. Initially standing up on our behalf, Charlie chose instead to leave our share of the evening's earnings with April. We would later understand that she considered us spoiled because she had earned her way up in this business, starting at migrant flop houses, turning $10 tricks at roughly $10 an hour. Sexy Susan was a stripper in a San Francisco cabaret. Stretched on the Persian rug in a big Victorian house on Lion Street, propped on one elbow, she was barefoot and dressed in an orange sweatshirt and jeans, staring at Charlie, not saying a word. He was strumming his guitar and appeared unconscious of the 6 or 8 people who had gathered to listen. At least 4 people sublet rooms in the house. I spent some time talking with a thin blonde, rolling her short, wavy hair in curlers. That was Ella, an experienced woman on break from college. She looked like a 1930s actress, with a bright smile as ready as her conversation. Susan felined through the room with theatrical confidence, glancing but not speaking. She reminded me of the girls called cheap in high school. The red, wispy hair at her shoulders, the dark brunette on top, the way her back arched and she walked breasts first. Yet, beneath a few slivers of bangs, was a face that looked almost wholly pale and subdued. The Lion Street residents were between jobs or tired of school, and they had run out of rent money. They asked Charlie if they could travel with us on the bus. He passed the question to us. Patty smiled and shrugged. Mary was prepared for it. And I felt, like each of them, that the decision wasn't mine. I left the establishment, Susan would say later, the moment I stepped on the bus in San Francisco. And I will never become a part of the establishment again. Mary or Charlie usually drove the bus by everyone's preference. The rest of us riding in back, feeling the wind through the open windows and the road beneath us. Susan opened up on the bus. She talked so much and laughed so loud, I reconsidered the prospects of living with her. There was a haunted loneliness about her that she covered with careless flippancy and daring with sly silences and brash bombast. Charlie chuckled, telling me that Susan was not crazy, but coming from another side. I thought she was embarrassing. She talked too much and said inappropriate things. She pushed herself to the center of attention, competing for anyone or anything at hand. When men were around, she waited to the side watching for the best moment to come curling her tail, or if necessary, to pounce. It was rumored that Susan had watched her mother die in her arms and grew up on the far side of the tracks, experimenting with boys on brown grass beds. She said she'd been to prison for armed robbery with two guys on a joyride, that she hadn't done the robbery, she just waited in the car. She'd had an affair with a woman in prison, she said, and she seemed to hold that over us girls, like a degree in experience and a show of nerve. As we lay resting in the moving bus, having stayed up late the night before, I felt her hand on mine, alerting caution. But it was not a sneaking or lustful hand, only a hand that wanted to be accepted. So I did. And we lay quiet, listening to the rattles and rumbles of the bus, watching shapes of sunlight slide through the windows onto the ceiling. Not drugged, just relaxed, in touch and comfortable, like girls much younger, until we were both smiling conspiratorially, with no real secret but the feeling of being a secret together. Whenever we needed gas or a mechanic, Susan was the first volunteer to get it. She'd come back in a pickup truck, her body brushed against some bare, brawny arm, or in a station wagon, beside a goggle-eyed guy who was gulping and loosening his tie. As we scooted from the seat, she couldn't wait to tell us how perfectly it had happened. That was Susan's forte, to go out and get everything without necessarily having to give up anything. Charlie collaborated in showing her off, one time even asking her to go to Rio for a coconut. Without hesitation, without pausing to ask directions or pack a bag, she started for South America. Had he not stopped her? From collaboration, Susan advanced to competition. One night, as Charlie talked, she talked. I think it was her way of being him, but it looked like a challenge. She said exactly what he was saying, a fraction of a second behind him. He laughed and played it, tripping her up only a few times, and using the game to entertain visitors with stereophonic conversation. The challenge she had foisted fell away, and for the moment she loved him beyond herself. There was nothing she could do about it. Scattered along California's roads, streets, and highways, seekers of all generations were headed for the beaches, mountains, communes, and farms, for San Francisco, Monterey, Malibu, and Southeast Asia. No matter how light or high or blasé the times, the distant, ugly, unpopular war ran undercurrent to the common consciousness. Even those not contesting the war seemed to carry an uneasy responsibility. Charlie said that his responsibility began wherever he was. We picked up hitchhikers, pulling to the curb and opening the folding doors like a city bus. They were hippies, migrant workers, soldiers, and lots of runaways. A slight 14-year-old boy was coming south to see his brother after 4 months of travel. We asked how he avoided the cops. If I'm on the street, he said, I might point to a hippie-looking lady and say, "That's my mom, officer," and they leave me alone. One time I was ready to run. The cop went up to this lady and I just knew she was going to say, "I don't have a son." But she was cool. She looked at me and shook her head. Yes. And he just walked away. Plenty of kids had been kicked out, but few were expected to stay away. They were to beg back into their parents' favor or be punished by juvenile authorities. My mother is always miserable, a teenage girl told us, and she wants me to be like her. Charlie said that some parents hold on in reverse, fostering an ongoing conflict of misery and guilt from which their children rebel but can't escape. Did your parents seem to dislike you, yet want to depend upon them forever? Did they hold you down, pull your energy, and leave you to tears? And when you left, did they make you feel guilty? Do they think you belong to them, mind, body, and soul? Patricia Krenwinkel, 1970. A freckled runaway was sharp and blunt. My parents act like I'm the cause of all their problems. Now they can argue with each other. My father wanted all my attention. I was the object in a wicked game of vengeance with my mother, bounced across the table, and the center of every argument. And then my parents would say, "Where have we gone wrong?" Patricia Krenwinkel, 1970. Patty's parents held together until she was 17, after which she had ping-ponged across the country to be with each of them. She loved them, but had a healthy desire for independence. When we came along, she was self-motivated, self-supporting, and alone, even while sharing rent with her older sister. Patty's sister was involved in a dangerous lifestyle that Patty didn't share. Whether it was as easy as it appeared for her to leave Manhattan Beach, it almost certainly was essential to her well-being. Susan said she'd felt alone in her family since the age of 5. That's when her younger brother was born, and her parents were evidently clueless as to how to introduce him into the family. Her mother, she said, was always busy with the baby, while her father continued to do boy stuff with her older brother. She was not invited to join either of them. Rather than crying about it, she'd begun an emotionally independent life, challenging herself to do things that gave her a sense of accomplishment and identity. By the 3rd grade, she'd said, I was the best shoplifter in the neighborhood. Charlie said that rebelliousness and destructive drives would be thought through and laid to rest in the mind. As much as I liked to consider him an ally against my own parents, he said he saw no reason for any of us to hold our parents in contempt. Our parents, he said, had done a good job in raising us to this very moment. If we blamed them, we'd have to blame their parents, and all the parents before them. And if we didn't blame them, we could more easily leave them behind. The socially irresponsible notion of walking away from our pasts was offset by the very real feeling that the present was all we could realistically be responsible for. Religious leaders will later point out to me that Jesus of Nazareth had done just that. It wasn't long before all male passengers but Charlie found reasons to depart, leaving him with 5 women. Each of us took on small tasks, and together were a pale river in which he swam. There was jealousy. It didn't manifest outwardly as much as within. A wretched, harrying wraith wringing twisted hands inside our chests, stifling breath and spirit. It wrestled each one of us, and sometimes got us down. Mary was so afflicted, she cried. The paradox was in Charlie's transparency. He could have been an ordinary philanderer or bigamist. He could have taken each of us separately and told us nothing of the others. He might have said, "Honey, I'll be on the road with my music, and if you want to do something for me and stick by me, you should get a job and an apartment and start putting money in the bank so we'll have something when I get back." He could have become an entertainer, a motivational speaker, a preacher, or any form of professional guru. And he could have had homes all over the country. Instead, he brought us together, witnessed our struggles, and sang. If I told you what I thought, would it change your opinion? If I told you how bright you are, could you make the change? How can one compete with the ocean? How can one compare with the sun? Road Song, Charles Manson, 1967. He had quit singing standardized music months before, preferring to explore music of the moment. It was a loss to me. Standard arrangements were a great vehicle for his voice, but his spontaneity was interesting. The words in music always changing, and even when the words were scat, he connected with his audience rhythmically, bobbing and tapping, his face animate. He was a natural entertainer, but I think the conscientious objection kept him from an entertainment career. He said, "Soul in music is the expression of feeling, not an act of entertainment." I bogged down in self-criticism. He encouraged us seriously. Don't get down on yourself for getting down on yourself. We each do what we do because that's what we know to do. And humorously, learning to walk doesn't start with the first step. One must first stand. Walking doesn't work well unless one stands. You say how nice it is to offer someone the best, and that is a nice thought illusion. But if you play best, then there must be a worst. You would probably feel ashamed of me if I took a booger out of my nose and put it on the Queen of England's hat. And if I gave you a piece of candy with hair sand, dirt, and tobacco in it, you could wrinkle up your nose and say, I take only the best. All that is. So we can play at whatever. But we wink in knowing the universe has always been perfect. I don't know how to make the universe any better. Do you? Charles Manson, circa 1973. Letter to Lynn. He offered new views, new moves, and basic problem solving. If it doesn't work one way, try another. One time he told us a riddle. I call it an impossible situation, or how to play chess. The captives of a conquering army were brought in succession before its king, and asked why they should not be put to death. One man replied that he was but a lowly rug maker. I will spare your life for one deed, said the king. Make me a rug to cover my entire kingdom. You have until sunrise. Thus dismissed, the condemned man was confined to ponder his fate. The rug maker would survive. What did he do? I'll give you the answer if you don't know. I never solved these riddles, but I loved that they made us figure. He didn't claim to have invented them. He said he was telling us what others had told him. That was important. He acknowledged others' words and work. It wasn't flattery, and it wasn't gratuitous. Everyone over the age of 5 knows the difference. I believe he'd seen people steal credit for other people's work, and that, to him, a boss stealing credit for ideas and accomplishments of employees would have been worse than stealing their worldly goods. His attitude bulldozed mental debris that had me stuck in yesterday. He said that he, himself, started over each day as if he'd never lived the day before. And in answer to that riddle, he said that the rug maker made the king a pair of shoes. Recognition of truth is instant. It may grab you, stun you, inform, or make you laugh. You want to see or hear it or read it again. It's a gift, and you're grateful. That's what Charlie was to us. Words were meaningful to him. He once asked me, "Do you know how to keep from breaking promises?" And when I didn't respond, he said, "Don't make them." It was so simple. He could talk in ways only understood by his target audience. The rare times I heard him make references to this, he called it talking on the down low. It was a dodge of old outlaws and prisoners, and he was unconsciously fluent in it. He also communicated indirectly. One time in Sacramento, he chastened me in front of Peter DeLeo for something I hadn't done. Later, he told me he'd been talking through me to Pete. He said, if it doesn't apply, pay it no mind. So, on the one hand, he acknowledged our works and our efforts, but on the other, he didn't coddle our egos. Once, after he lauded the feminine aspects of life, he said, "What makes you think I was talking about your little personality? My woman is the earth." The ambivalence I had perceived in Charlie's view of women was not limited to two sides. As with men, He apparently had views from all women he had met, and he portrayed them, from the society gossips who begged, "Oh, do tell," to the nannies and servants who took care of their children. He didn't do imitations, but reverberations, and only in the context of the time and place and persons to whom he was speaking. Of servants, he said they were always more aware than the people they serve, and the real master is the best servant. He knew country women. Whether describing his relatives or others, he didn't say. But in many ways, his written description reminds me of my own country grandmother. She was up at the sun and put fire in the stove, grabbed a bucket and was off to the barn, milked and fed the cows, come back and put a meal on the table, homemade butter and bread, little if any store-bought food, and I mean a meal. Then she sloughed the hogs, fed chickens, turkeys, rabbits, got dressed for Sunday school, went to church, came home at 11, and at 12 or 1 had another meal on the table for 6 people. Tops the best. She put on 3 a day and worked 17 hours a day to make ends meet. With little money, everything they needed, they raised or grew themselves. Not a nail or board would go to waste. Not a rag or string got trashed. In fact, the trash was little, for everything was used and reused. There wasn't no scotch tape or paper clips, staples or ballpoints, no plastic, no waste. They was good, honest, and not even a thought about it or known the difference. I've watched the progression of women from wagons to spaceships, from no smoking or bad words, and I don't know if it's progress or decline. I guess it all depends on what's wanted. What's the goal and reason? I was never schooled into judgments of it. Charles Manson, circa 1984, letter from prison. In the days of living closely together, we girls rebuffed, mirrored, and embraced each other, exchanging random thoughts and discovering that many of our unconscious thoughts worked against us. It was easy to see that if our minds had to climb over a clutter of negatives to access intuitive knowledge, our energy and potential was wasted. While now commonly understood, those introspections were new to us. We realized that we had accepted ideas about ourselves and the world as we toddled out of self-centeredness and learned to live in the thoughts of adults. We mimicked them and fit into our advantage. But we also had languished in their unconscious limitations of themselves. Superficially, we called it negative programming or brainwashing, and it was roundly agreed that our brains could benefit from another washing. The bus was a camp with sleeping bags and a Coleman stove. It was a modern cushioned living room, a chic's lair, a think tank, a space capsule, whatever we wanted or needed. Tripping was therapeutic. Like psychotherapy, psychedelics provide inside info. The so-called hallucinations, not mere distortions of the senses, but dreamlike states revealing subconscious thought in both a tactile and attached way. We didn't stop to fear these substances, but would learn to respect their potency and limit use. Not all visions were pleasant. Charlie advised us to watch them pass without judgment. In my experience, the more natural the setting, the more universal the understandings. and accessible the peace. About that time, the Beatles debuted a new album. They sang that the magical mystery tour was dying to take us away. Death and dying took on new meanings. Someone aptly described a common psychedelic experience as the poignant sensation of life's resilience and its fragility, of its humor and sadness all at once. It blew our minds and brought us to the living present, an awareness common to the terminally ill, but who, after all, is not terminal. Rational people who have concluded psychedelics to be nothing more than the drug-induced insanity, unworthy of further study, might consider that sleep triggers the same fall into sub-realities, some more bizarre than we could consciously imagine. All the exact measurements and perfect formulas in the world do not explain dreaming, birth, death, or infinity. The realization that there is no end to the sky that surrounds us can be shocking. For those comforted by maxims and finite figures, the thought of infinity is completely insane. Charlie said that the soul doesn't die or grow old. He didn't say that the bodies would last forever, but we came to believe that we could die in thought, so that spirit could live through our bodies for as long as we had them. Most of us got our glimpses into this reality, but any attempt to capture and hold it erased the experience. We awoke from dreams of profound illumination, knowing nothing but fleeting images and feelings. Beyond gradual understandings of our individual selves, and perhaps those of our ancestors, was a larger and lasting consciousness of oneness with all life. In that thought, we opened our minds to the discovery of intelligence and communication from every living thing. People communicate on levels beneath their own awareness. Charlie said that if we looked, we could see their communications in their eyes, their facial expressions, the movements of their hands and bodies. His understanding surfaced as both a courtesy and a self-protection. One day, he told us that our sense of freedom frightened some people, and that our happiness made unhappy people uncomfortable. People who can't dance and sing don't want to see other people dancing and singing unless it's on the radio or TV, because it reminds them they're stuck. Those of us gleefully shedding inhibitions felt entitled to celebrate. But his read of other people seemed to produce in him both empathy and caution. It was more considerate and also wise at times to dim our enthusiasm. He called it playing under. As for the loudly touted ideal of freedom, he was a realist. Once, as I watched a soaring seagull, he said to me, "You think that bird is free, but it's dictated by cold, heat, rain, and some days it don't eat." In those days, it was common to see buses and vans parked on the sides of roads so that the occupants could see the sights or sleep for a night, nibbling raisins from workers behind a packing plant or dining on Camp Grub overlooking the ocean. The thrill of travel and the beauty of California got into us. On massive breakwater cliffs beside Monterey Bay, wind-bent branches appeared to conduct sunset symphonies. Once a whaling town, Monterey was still home to a few scrimshaw artists carving tiny tableaux on whalebone. Locals said that at the turn of the century, those shores had been heaped 15 feet high with whale bones, and a few might still be found. Most of us had never seen a whale, in whole or in part, except in books. Seated on the carpet after a meal, Charlie said that living with a harem was the stuff of prisoners' dreams. Then he added, "But it's not fair to you." We women smiled at each other, shrugging. He explained that his energy was limited, after which he was cheating us of both companionship and sexual love. He asked, "Where are all the guys?" and concluded, "They must be in prison or at war." He said we should think about it. Why would he want the complications of more men? Some of the girls may have liked the idea, but I think all of us wanted to be with him. Was his suggestion a tactical intention to recruit a malleable following? Was he plotting, even then, to send an army of young people against the establishment? The bus was stopped by curious police and cited for its color. I think we got 2 traffic tickets for that. The salesman hadn't told us that, although the name of the school district had been removed. The yellow bus was legally still a school bus and could not be privately operated as such. We would have to paint it. About that time, we met Tony and Poncho. They were coming out of a house in one of the run-down suburbs of LA, but it was the choppers that first caught Charlie's attention. Custom motorcycles with high handlebars and long front ends. He got out of the bus to talk to their owners. Tony could have been a Pachuco, but he wasn't Mexican. Blonde, green-eyed, muscular but lean. He was wearing jeans and a white t-shirt under a plaid wool Pendleton. His mustache curled at the corners, and he had small, straight teeth that showed when he saw 5 girls looking out of the windows of a bus at him. His best buddy, Poncho, was also cute, but short, copper-colored, and 4-legged. A corgi. Tony took us inside the house where his biker buddies milled around, and one svelte young woman in curlers was putting on makeup, getting ready for work. After hearing our story, some of the bikers volunteered to paint the bus. The resulting beer-fueled extravaganza of provocative graffiti would have brought an endless chain of police. So we diplomatically blacked the whole thing, inside and out. Unfortunately for Tony, the motorcycles around the house belonged to his friends. His bike was in pieces, literally a wreck, and he didn't have the money for another one. Furthermore, rent on the house had expired. Everyone had to move. Charlie asked Tony if he'd ever driven a bus. He hesitated, but the outcome was predictable. Poncho jumped onto the box heater inside the driver's window as Tony sat down in the seat. It was a good fit. By his smile, we knew he would agree. Tony and Charlie spent the next several hundred miles talking guy stuff, generally apart from us women. Every day, dynamics in the bus changed, but rather than feeling excluded, we girls lit with feminine energy. Tony was quiet with a dry sense of humor. Wherever he went, he attracted female attention. But he wasn't one to make the first move with a woman, and seemed clueless as to what to do with 5. Charlie, goofing around in the back of the bus, took my hand as he was talking to Tony, laid me down, and mischievously pretended that I was the motorcycle. He half-stripped me, carefully examined and polished my parts, made sure that I was successfully oiled, and set about turning on my ignition, all while talking like he was checking out a new ride. He didn't do much more than rev me up, but I think he succeeded in showing Tony that we were no more difficult and no less fun than motorcycles. We decorated and accessorized the bus a la hermit crab. Someone gave us the bleached skull of a goat that we mounted on the grill, and a friend built us a box about the size of a coffin to hold a water tank on the roof. In Sacramento, Peter DeLeo introduced us to a candy man, who loaded that box with every shape and flavor of his goods. And later, in San Francisco, while checking the load, Charlie and Tony tossed packages of candy down to passerby, like beads at Mardi Gras. Speaking of beads, I don't remember any of us wearing them. We were too active for beads. And we didn't say groovy either. We did say wow a lot. Charlie said that the rest of us picked up. All is one. It's always now. They made as much sense as the rest of the world. He said there is no time, and no death, and no such thing as no such thing. He asked, "Is there anything new? Does the earth weigh more than it did 100,000 years ago?" Charlie. Nothing ended. Nothing began. People say end, but that only means one change moving into another. The ball begins to bounce. It stops bouncing and begins to roll. It stops rolling and begins to decay. It stops rotting and blows away. Hitchhikers asked us, "Where are you going?" We said, "Nowhere." They asked, "Where are you coming from?" We laughed. "Nowhere." They asked, "Well, what are you doing?" And of course, we said, "Nothing," explaining that we were doing whatever was happening in the moment, being at home when the soul calls, touring the planet, group therapy, whatever struck our fancy. And people asked, "How do you live?" We said, "Good. We give everything away, and we still have everything." So one day, a miserable, malingering college boy stated, "I want the bus." We said, "You have the bus. You're on it." But he said, You say you give everything away. I want the bus, and I want you all to leave." We were stunned. Charlie asked, "Do you really want to do that to yourself?" He did. So without further comment, everyone got a change of clothes and left the bus. We decided on a meeting place and hitchhiked in pairs to Malibu, where we resorted on a balmy beach under a bridge. By the time all had arrived, we'd found a wooden house across the highway, in a flowery hollow, down a sandy lane, and up a spiral staircase. A house reputedly donated by an older hippie chick to be left open to whoever needs it. Chapter 8. The Spiral Staircase House. Dropping down off the busy coast highway between sparse trees, Topanga Canyon was a dirt road to maybe a dozen 1920s beach retreats secreted in plain sight. One house made of raw, dark wood had spiraling wooden stairs to thick front doors. Inside was a meeting room, such as kids might use at camp, with benches attached to surrounding walls and a picnic table near the kitchen. 2 rooms at the back of the house accommodated us for sleeping. The lane was outwardly sedate. However, Hippie was alive and well in Topanga Canyon, where the garbage man not only took away grass, but delivered it. Then 2 weeks after we moved in, we received a notice from a Northern California police department advising us to pick up our bus. It had been abandoned. Tony and Ella went to reclaim it. Good thing, because the Spiral Staircase House was a known inn for travelers. Our next bus trip was just for the trip-in. Charlie was always looking for warmer weather. Patty's mother lived in Alabama, and many of us had never been to Florida. Before departure, we cast ourselves as Hollywood productions. The idea was to give the bus a pass, and Hollywood people seemed to have a pass to go anywhere. A pretty French artist living in the lane needed something to do. We needed professional-looking signs. We got her some white paint and returned to see Hollywood Productions in perfect 6-inch block letters on both sides of the bus. Despite the French accent she had, none of us had thought to tell her how to spell it. Charlie said we should add a number to the title, and chose the number 9 for no reason that I know of. Our southern trip is abbreviated in both my memory and notes. We spent a night trekking barefoot through New Mexico's White Sands National Monument, leaving the bus parked by the perimeter fence. It was fortunate for us that the police arrived after we had retucked ourselves inside it, and that it was so late it was early, and that Charlie, by fluke, in a long religious theatrical robe, was able to quietly explain that the rest of our entourage were asleep in the back. We'd barely covered and hushed ourselves when he opened the partition door, allowing them to shine flashlights inside. Reclosing it, he assuaged their concerns about vagrancy and trespassing, asking if they hadn't seen the signs on the sides of the bus. They flash-lit Hollywood Productions, cordially advised a better place to park, and left. My next memory is of a small Texas college town where the bus broke down and the service station mechanic said something about a 2-week wait for the necessary replacement part. Some college boys offered to share their apartment. Rain kept us inside. I had a stomach sickness, and time dragged. Patty got use of a car, deciding to travel with a few other girls to see her mother in Alabama. While gone, they had a potentially fatal collision. Patty was driving across a bridge when 3 dogs seemed to come out of nowhere. She swerved the car, crashed the rail, and wound up over the edge of the bridge. Shaken and a little bruised, the girls were otherwise sound. Patty said later that she couldn't help her reaction because the dogs had made eye contact with her. In hindsight, if Patricia Krenwinkel had been killed or disabled in that crash, would Abigail Folger be alive today? That didn't happen. When we got the bus back, Rob and Deuce, whose apartment we'd shared, asked to travel with us. As the weather was cold and the bus needy, Florida was out of reach. Heading back to California through higher elevations, we got snowed down in Winslow, Arizona. We had to leave the bus in a small service station, divide up and hitchhike on roads with 7-foot snowbanks on either side. It was a cold 2 a.m., but I remember being warmed by a paper cup of coffee and the heater in the cab of a semi rolling towards someplace warm like Bakersfield. Charlie traveled alone, naturally got picked up by a young woman, and later, with uncharacteristic amazement, reported seeing a monkey running around in the snow. He got out of the car to see if he could coax it inside, but it ran away. Once again, grounded in Topanga Canyon Lane, we made ourselves at home, but more lodgers soon came up the spiral staircase. An uncombed 6'4" mountain man hoisting dirty outdoor gear. A wildly dark gypsy-looking woman in long skirts, and a cherubic young girl. As we adjusted accommodations, all eyes went to the girl. She was closer to 12 than 20, with a freckled nose, thick, straight auburn hair, striking blue-green eyes, and luminous skin like pale fresh fruit. The older people who brought her were not her parents. Later, I saw her surrounded by a small group of neighbors and figured that she was used to being stared at. There was no ignoring that Diane was pubescent, but she was also childlike. She was soon scooped into our social circles, while the black-haired woman with big bones and teeth and the mountain man missing a few were entertained by others. Truth told, Diane was not happy with them, and they were not happy when she opted to stay with us. They tried very hard to talk her out of it. Later, she told us that during the past year, she had lived with different people, including one couple who shared her in rough sex with biting and pinching. Diane's parents were middle-aged hippies who, a year before, when she was 13, had dropped out of conventional life to explore alternatives. Trusting, idealistic people, they had allowed her to travel with other hippies. And so it was that she came with us. Charlie knew that I was jealous of Diane. He finally stopped, looked me in the eyes, smiled and embraced me, and said, "She's your sister." I loved my sister, but by then the words sister and brother had enlarged in popular meaning to include persons with backgrounds and identities like oneself. In that context, we women were a sisterhood, and Diane had become one of us. Diane's parents and her own younger sister soon arrived in their van. They were attractive, arguably innocent people. The 8-year-old could roll a lid of weed quicker than any of the adults, and she never smoked it. They talked about going to see land their friends had purchased in the Nevada desert. Tony had regained our bus, so we made a group trip of it. Their family, our family, and another family with small children. The most striking thing about the desert is the space. One Los Angeles mayor had suggested using the Mojave Desert as a repository for the city's massive quantities of garbage because he thought it was good for nothing else. We were just realizing that the space of the world was as important as the clutter, that a stretch for the eyes and mind could give a new perspective. For 2 days, we drove down long, empty roads. The rumble of the bus engine was mesmerizing. One night, I spaced out until exclamations from the others drew me to the open windows. Some distance across that dark, flat landscape, with its shady globs of brittle bushes, was a phosphorescent green dome. It was big and looked alternately solid and translucent. It might have been a domed stadium or shopping center, but all around it was space, not even a road. We looked at each other in unspoken wonder as the green dome shrank into the distance. And we were just settling down when the bus engine died, abruptly engulfing us in loud silence. The men got out to examine the engine. A flashlight beam bounced about the enveloping darkness. The bus door squeaked open, and one of the men got in to start it, but after half a dozen of attempts, it was decided that we should wait until daylight. People in the bus nervously began spreading blankets and expressing fears, half joking, of giant green insects staring in the windows. Their jocular fear made me smile involuntarily. When Charlie came to the door, I looked to include him in the humor, but was startled by his expression. He was absent. To no one in particular, he said, "There's too much fear in here." And he took a sleeping bag outside. I lay down with questions, but my consciousness was extinguished with the light. Bright sunshine poured through the open windows. People stirred, and we clambered out of the bus to find large bushes, awed by the pristine panorama. Tony pulled up one of the bus's old-fashioned hood flaps to probe the engine. But when another of the men got into the driver's seat and turned the key, it started. Grinning and shaking his head, Tony called everyone. We filed inside and were off. I had questions for Charlie that I forgot to ask. After imaginary giant green insects came a swarm of little red ones. They were all over the highway ahead of us. A closer view clarified. Men in red uniforms carrying shotguns. They blocked the road with military efficiency, ordered us out, and for nearly an hour went in and out of our bus, rifling its contents. Before dismissing us, they begrudged an explanation. Murder. There'd been a murder in the area, and they were searching for the rifle. Returning to Topanga Canyon Lane, Diane's parents waved goodbye to her, and to the happy group of what they thought were typical hippies. We would see them many times, but never once could they see what was ahead for their daughter, and more daughters to come. Nancy and Dee Dee were sunny, tanned beach kids ditching a Malibu high school when we met them in the lane. Nancy was small and beautiful, with ash blonde hair to her waist, and her chin held high. She was 16 and savvy, an awarded amateur photographer. Her father, like mine, was an aeronautical engineer, but of a higher echelon, sometimes called in to work for the Pentagon. Deirdre was taller, a wholesome, sandy-colored girl with freckles. Her parents were successful in the entertainment business. Her mother, then on Broadway, playing the title role in the theater version of Auntie Mamie. Since her parents were in New York, the person Dee Dee saw most at home, besides her teenaged brother and an often inebriated uncle, was the maid who let her get away with anything. Both girls began visiting us whenever they could. Then came Melba, a trim 50-ish woman with champagne hair and a southern aristocratic manner. Melba came to the lane looking for someone to clean her stables, figuring some hippie kids might do it cheap. We took the job, 3 or 4 of us going on weekends into the Malibu hills, where her stately white home on a private bluff distantly overlooked the ocean. Melba owned 2 thoroughbred horses kept in white stables, and, like her, they were high-strung and unapproachable. It took a couple of hours to clean out the stalls and bed them with fresh straw. After conceding that we'd done a good job, Melba hesitated, putting probing words into the air about how much she would need to pay us. Her concern about money was unbefitting a woman of her dress. We told her not to worry about it. Then, testily, as if without her own consent, she invited us through the back door of her kitchen for lunch, directing us to wash in the bathroom, and, when we asked, to go ahead and shower. Meanwhile, she prepared, from dry ingredients and molasses, Boston baked beans and dark brown bread that we enjoyed with butter at a sunny glass-topped table in her breakfast room. And, reluctantly, Melba caught herself enjoying our company. As the weeks went by and the weekends came, Melba opened her back door smiling, and then pretended it was the stables that badly needed our attention, not her. Her home could have been featured in magazines. The elegantly shaped furniture and glass cases displaying artworks in a living room with a full ocean view. In reality, the house had 2 mortgages. Melba was not wealthy. Her southern relatives were. She had been married and divorced, and then got into real estate, a job that hadn't worked out for her. She still had litigation in court over a man who had swindled her out of thousands of dollars. Melba said she couldn't bear for her friends and relatives to know it. She was now working in an executive position for a government social service, which enabled her to bring home surplus foods that she gave to us, with the secrets of her true financial status, things she could divulge to no one else. The cosmic gathering was what I heard someone call a night when a projected light show and live music drew to the spiral staircase house more people than would fit in it. And we danced down the hollow halls of the infinite. It might have been a New Year's Eve party to neighborhood hippies, but in cosmic perspective, putting lines between years will be trifling. Enter Bobby Beausoleil, Cupid, to his former band, neither small nor baby-faced, but fine, according to us girls, in a top hat and cape, bobbing through the doorway, blowing an instrument he called a kaleidoscope, and trickling notes that ran up and down the spines of the dancers, faster and faster, until I blinked out. I awoke alone in our bus, hearing a rhythm that turned out to be rain on the metal roof. Far up the lane, I heard a tremendous downpour coming. Anxiously, I listened to it approach, pummel the bus, and pass. After a moment, came another deluge, and then another, the pounding sounding like sighs relieving the sky, or waves on the beach, or the pulsing blood through my heart, releasing myself into myself to clean and redeem myself in cycles. The connections awed me. The bus door cranked open. Charlie stuck his boot on the stairs, asking me to grab a rag to wipe the mud from it before he got in. He was in good humor, talking with other people. As I cleaned his boot, cradling his foot like a rare treasure, I thought of Bible stories, of devoted souls in the reverent act of washing others' feet. My reverie was broken only when he spoke. He didn't sound like Sunday school when he reminded me that I'd left the rest of him and several other people standing out in the rain. The next day, the spiral staircase house slept, as if we'd dreamt the night before. An older man named Zeb swept the porch and dropped word that you could get good eats out of supermarket garbage bins. The treasure he left was to feed us for years. We girls crept behind Malibu's markets, poking pinched fingers into the bins and barely touching the piles of surplus food. Then we spied things worth a climb inside. Crates of fresh fruits, of which some, but not all, had bruises or spots. Boxes of lettuce, onions, avocados, tomatoes, and peppers. It was good, nutritious food, and there was only one reason much of it had been tossed away. People didn't want to buy a small stalk of celery or a tomato with a bruise. They wanted picture-perfect goods and left the crooked carrots to us. Meat refuse was entirely avoidable, as most markets kept it in separate dumpsters. We were continuously surprised by what we found. Sealed blocks of cheese with a few tiny specks of mold. Dented or misprinted packages of things as crackers and pasta. Dozens of cartons of cold, fresh egg on ice. All but one or two intact, albeit a little sticky. We brought it all home, separated it, washed it thoroughly, and sat about at different tables to pare it down for pizzas, spaghetti, and stews that fed dozens. We had real butter, bread, and bright, crisp salads. And we came to believe that you could have fed the world with just America's garbage. One evening after dinner, the men were across the lane, playing music, and some of us girls were doing dishes, when a beefy, bald man with one earring and a heavy black mustache appeared at the kitchen entrance, demanding to be fed. Two other men stood behind him. Ella coldly lit the flame under the leftovers, as some of us slid into the bedroom to put on more clothes, and Patty asked them where they were from, directing them to drop their bags in the front room. When our guys came in, the strangers were sitting at the picnic table, waiting for food. Charlie introduced himself, and El Toro did the same, maintaining a sneer and an attitude of confrontation. He seemed to believe that the house was his, and that we were intruders. Charlie engaged him in lightweight verbal sparring, after which the man conceded they would only be staying a couple of days. We didn't see them that long, but the next time the bully came, he was alone, and it was specifically for a woman. First, he took hold of Patty. Susan challenged him, and someone ran to get Charlie. The ensuing exchange was brief. I didn't hear what Charlie said, but the bull went straight to the front room, where, sitting on a bench, he reached into his satchel. When he removed his hand, I saw the glint of a big blade. Then Charlie did something I never expected and will probably never forget. He went straight to the menacing man, sat down beside him, and turned his back to him. Suddenly the bull rose, bellowing, and plunged the knife into a wall. Warning, this would not be the last from him. He jacked out his knife and left. For a few moments, everyone was quiet. After Charlie went out, we girls began to talk, and then to laugh. Charlie had gambled the bully's bluff. It seemed a stunning display of strategy, but in the instant, he couldn't have thought much about it. The prospect of conflict with the mixed-up Toro put a shadow on us. If the police became involved, it could be worse. So late that night, we gathered our things, boarded the bus, and left the lane without destination. And there on the highway, hitchhiking, was Bobby Beausoleil, a seeming magician who directed us high into the hills, where he had rented the basement of a burned-down house. "This is Lucifer's place," he said. arching an eyebrow. We landed on the roof. It was flat. I poked my head over the side and saw that we were standing on top of some rooms. The house had burned, leaving nothing but the basement. It had been renovated. A path led down to an atrium, a kitchen, a family room, a bathroom, and 2 bedrooms. The family room featured sliding glass doors with a view of the steeply terraced canyon. Bobby had considered fashioning a massive hollow skull on the flat roof, one large enough to live in. At night, he said, its eye socket windows would glow all over the canyon. Light leapt from his own eyes. Glimmers of ideas too many for him, alone, to fulfill, and to what purpose beyond experience. He was 19 or 20, an artist by almost any means, with a masterpiece physique and fair skin contrasted by dark hair. He offered us the basement for as long as we needed it. Bobby was living in an apartment closer to town and paid rent on both places with income from movies and rock bands I didn't know about until later. In the ensuing weeks, he dropped by the basement, unannounced, to spend time with girls. I find him in the kitchen at sunrise looking for food, or striding down the walk looking roguish, a role he seemed to relish. One afternoon he stopped by with his guitar, and a few words later he and Charlie were playing what became a long musical conversation. Charlie's rhythms were fundamental, while Bobby's music soared above and around those rhythms. In visual terms, Bobby's music was ornate. His superior ability was obvious, but he was impatient to air it fully, taking off on his own and losing fusion, an Icarus-like lapse. There were meetings and partings. Their styles were different, yet when the music rose above them and meshed, they looked like they were listening, like they were the instruments, and the music was playing them. That was worth waiting for. The whole afternoon was entertaining, but Bobby and Charlie were not putting on a show. They were sounding each other out. At the end of the day, Bobby gave Charlie his top hat, an obvious sign of his respect. I never realized what a partner or brother meant to Charlie before I saw him with Tony and Bobby. Tony didn't much relate to Bobby or to the music, but he and Charlie were talking about getting motorcycles. They had Harley choppers in mind, but the first thing to come along, a gift to Charlie, was a nice BMW. When Charlie wasn't on it, Tony was. I think he felt more comfortable on a bike than on a woman. Tony slept beside us and showed us the utmost respect. We knew that he liked us, but he made no move to give anything but brotherly affection. Maybe, like a lot of people, he considered us Charlie's girls. Maybe he wanted more privacy. Most likely, he wanted an exclusive relationship. But whatever the reason, it bothered him. Ella was more like a buddy to Tony. She rode on the back of the bike and carried the stash. They took off on the bike one day, saying they'd be back. But they didn't come back. The next day, Charlie went inside the bus and didn't come out. At late afternoon, I went to the door, but it was locked. He said, "Go away." There was nothing any of us could do or say to ease the loss of a brother. Bobby Beausoleil was living up Old Topanga Canyon Road with a creamy-skinned older woman who was probably under 30, but exuded sophistication and maternal tolerance for his uppances and rovings. He was virile and energetic, but took little time with women. When I stopped by their apartment one morning and he summoned me inside, they appeared to be waking under floral sheets on a mattress in the living room. He stretched to his full length and patted the woman's butt as she rose for her robe. Then he talked to me from the bathroom while splashing cold water on his face and running his hands through his hair. He said he thought I was his landlord, Gary, who lived upstairs. Gary had come earlier that morning, while Bobby and the woman were corporally engaged. Bobby said he'd become aware that someone was watching them through the front window, and it turned out to be Gary. A thin, pale individual. Gary Hinman was cradling a big, cross-eyed cat the first time I met him. It vigorously needled and suckled his own forearm, drawing specks of blood. Through a tickled grin, Gary explained that the cat had been weaned too early. This wouldn't be worthy of mention, except that within 18 months, Gary would die violently at Bobby's hand. And this is among the few uneasy recollections I have of him. We had strange visitors to the basement house. There was the guy Charlie good-humoredly deduced was a narc, sending him sneaking out the door in the same way he'd tried to sneak in. There was a hairy, schizophrenic mute with a young wife and a baby. And maybe the strangest of all was the group that came looking for Bobby. A high-strung band for whom he had done guitar work in the past. We were just beginning to feel the effects of some potent LSD when they filed into the basement. A noodly boy and a thin, scowling man carrying a flute like a bludgeon, both dressed in white ballet tights and tunics, followed by two enormously fat, rat-haired women in pink tights, tutus, and mean gashes of makeup. The flautist, ironically uncomfortable being stared at, motioned Bobby aside to put forth his business. The rest stood out over us, waiting. They might have been interesting, like a quirky carnival, had they not taken themselves so seriously. But the big women looked like they were hauled around to punch out the first person who laughed. After Bobby declined his proposition, the self-important stick man, followed by the others, left as he had came. Bitch angry. Ella soon called to say she was coming home, but was concerned about leaving the bike. Charlie told her to tell Tony to keep it. Charlie got temporary use of another bike when we took a trip. The whole group of us in the bus again zonked on acid. I don't know who was driving, but I found myself on a foot in a residential neighborhood touring an old man's garden. A luxuriant labor of love for which we showed appropriate appreciation. In another suburban neighborhood, the police stopped us and called for backup. More than a dozen of us stood beside the blaring police radios in broad daylight, waiting for officers to process our IDs. Then it occurred to me that we had never paid the bus tickets and that Charlie, in violation of this, might be subject to arrest. I glanced around the group, but didn't see him. Nor was he in either of the police cars. Then I spied, at the end of the long residential block, a group of boys about 12 years old riding Stingray bicycles. He was among them. The police returned our IDs, thanked us for our cooperation, and left. The boys on bikes rode up the street, leaning back to raise their front tires, shouting to Charlie, "That's a wheelie!" Charlie tried a wheelie, and they hollered, "Yeah, yeah, like that!" One kid yelled, "Look at this!" Increasing speed, he skidded into a 180 turn. As the rest of us got into the bus, the boys circled and sat on their bikes talking. A few minutes later, Charlie came walking up the street, separate and removed. I think I knew he always would be. As much as we like to believe we were not alone, we each lived in separate worlds with different ideas, limitations, and problems. Yet, as in any union, each of our problems was all of our problems. We still had dozens of boxes of bagged chocolates until a 4-year-old boy took them. He was, by definition, a brat, relentlessly whining at his mother's skirts. His parents were conservatively dressed people, apparently well educated, and possibly affiliated with the military. They didn't volunteer information, and we didn't ask. When we offered them a place to rest, they were in a large shopping center, obviously lost, tired, and traveling with 2 children, 2 cars, and everything they owned. Something had caused this couple to leave one home in search of another, without a clue as to where they would land. And their level of need was such that they were willing to leave their 2 young children with hippie strangers for 2 weeks while they looked for another place to live. They also left their red sports car with permission for us to use it. But Bobby and I spent 9 hours in the Redwood City Jail before the couple could be located to verify the fact. It was my first arrest. At the basement house, the 10-year-old girl fit in right away, but her 4-year-old brother could not be satisfied. He was smart and stubbornly determined to do the opposite of what we were doing. If we were sitting peacefully, he was stomping, pushing, and pulling. When we were active and urging him to come along, he refused to budge. Charlie spent more time with him than any of us did, and one afternoon summoned us to get out the candy. Someone brought a single bag, but Charlie said, "No, all of it." He wants us to throw it all in the swimming pool. The dry, old stone swimming pool downhill was half full of blackened debris from the fire. About 10 of us helped carry out the boxes, each containing 40 cellophane bags of chocolates. Charlie had to urge us to open each bag before hurling them into the pool. Hundreds of chocolates went flying, caramels and stars and mints. Everyone was mute. Nobody liked doing it. The boy stood stiff, rocking foot to foot, his eyes darting from one of us to the other. It took maybe 10 minutes to complete the task. Then we went into the house without looking at him. From there, I watched him sit down beside Charlie, overlooking the pool, and I went about my business. In the days that followed, the boy played by himself amongst us. We were never again awakened by whining, nor did he throw tantrums. Up early one morning, I followed him out the door to the paved road. Descending into the residential canyon, he knew that I was behind him, and he didn't wait for me. But every so often he said something. He pulled out a natural gas pipe and called it a dragon. After what seemed a long walk, I wondered if he was running away. The roads became steep and busy with traffic. I decided to stop him. That's when he dropped out of sight. In a panic, I ran until I came to a mailbox. Looking down the mountain through treetops, I saw him standing on the landing of some long wooden stairs, grinning. He was waiting for me. My relief was replaced by propriety. This was obviously the stairway to somebody's house. The boy's little body kicked around the landing, and he looked up at me again. Somebody's house, I was thinking. With a clear expression of disgust, he continued downstairs without me. I followed. 10 or 12 steps led to each of 7 landings. At last, I spotted a cottage and a creek with a miniature bridge across it. An old man in a hat came out to greet the boy, and they went inside together. They were friends. When I got to the open door, the man looked at me without welcome. He had poured the boy a cup of cocoa from a pan on a pot-bellied stove, and he motioned for me to serve myself. The boy drank his chocolate and moved across the room freely. I tried to hold a conversation with the man, but he wasn't a talker. They both went outside, and I followed. I started to comment on the wonderful bridge, but the man was across the yard, his back to me, tending his garden. After inspecting the bridge, I felt we should go. The boy had already started for the stairs. We walked home as we had come, the boy allowing me to come closer, but never beside him. I wondered how many mornings he had made this trip and gotten back to the basement before any of us knew. After 2 weeks, the kids' parents returned, having found a place to live. The boy was playing when he heard his mother's voice. As soon as she had hugged and kissed him, he went right back to whining at her skirt. We laughed at him to say we knew this was a game, but he wouldn't look at us. It was something they had going between them. Nancy and Deirdre came from Malibu, bringing food from their parents' cupboards. They'll never miss it, Dee Dee assured us. They don't even know it's there. The girls also presented us with high-quality cannabis and LSD. They knew all the best dealers at the high school. Deirdre was of strong English-Irish stock, resilient and good-natured. She wore jeans and soft blouses, too adventurous for dresses, and she looked like a child when she grinned. On a warm afternoon, she sat on our roof, strumming a guitar and singing to herself, while below, Charlie and I listened, and he said tenderly, "Look at her. She's 10 times the actress her mother is, without even trying. I looked up to Dee Dee, and also her mother, an Academy Award-winning, internationally known actress who would languish, awaiting another worthy role, before accepting the part of a mystery writer in a watery American TV series beamed into millions of homes weekly. When Dee Dee expressed cynicism about her parents, I was surprised. She apologized in the same way, taking it back as if to dodge hurt feelings and keep from blaming people she loved. Her family was broken apart by the success of her parents, and she reflected it in her little cracks. Nancy was tougher, more headstrong and feisty. She grew up the only girl in a large family of brothers. She was petite and pretty, but a scrapper, full of stick-to-itness and the gut strings to do what she had never done before, as if it were second nature. Of course, we didn't know this at the time. One night, we were rolling through Malibu in the bus when 4 sheriff's cars surrounded us. It looked like a drug raid, but the crux of the problem was a number of rookie deputies who needed experience. 20 guinea pigs filed into the sheriff's small substation and spent the night. The men were instantly locked up. We women sat in clusters around the questioning tables, giving ID information to the trainees. Superiors sauntered in and out of the room with comments like, "No hanky-panky now, Ralph." And several of the older men gave us lectures on the perverted lives we were leading. The men you are with are only after one thing. No secret what was on their minds. Pencils fell on the floor. Crumpled papers went in the trash. The procedure took till dawn, and one young Lorraine was recognized by a local man as Nancy, wanted by Mom and Dad. Nancy went to juvenile hall. On the day of Nancy's hearing, 4 of us girls went to court to meet her mother, a small, elegant woman at the end of her temper. She thought Nancy had been living with speed freaks. She had intended to ask the court to take custody of her daughter, but by the time of the hearing, she was relaxed and smiling. To our relief, she asked for her daughter's release, and so granted. The 4 of us were invited for dinner. Nancy stayed in Malibu, tolerating her parents' rules, and talking with us on the phone Bobby had hooked up. Her father had her on restriction, and it wasn't but a few weeks before she called whispering. She'd overheard her father tell her mother he could not accept her attitude. He was going to have her placed in a lockup facility the next day. So she came to the basement to live in hiding. With Nancy's illegality came a plague of police. They came using the black bus as an excuse, saying it was parked too far out in the street. We sarcastically guessed that it was blocking traffic at the end of the road. They came at all hours to check our IDs. One night I awoke as someone stepped on my sleeping bag. I saw the glint of a flashlight and the shadow of 2 large men on their way out the door. Seconds later came loud knocking and the toneless announcement, "Police officers." Somebody turned on a light and they filed in. At guard and on point, they searched the house. What was the excuse for this early morning raid? People. How many people were living in the house, and how many toilets were available? Satisfied that our sanitation was up to par, they left. Nancy knew that we could be charged for harboring her. Demonstrating a cool determination to stay out of custody, she slid between the house and the woods like a vapor, unnoticed even by many of us. When police came, she had the patience to wait in the bushes as long was necessary, appearing later with foliage in her hair. Nancy was a light-hearted prankster, but she wasn't playing when it came to her freedom. Donnie De Niro, through a line of acquaintances he and Charlie had known at the McNeil Island Federal Penitentiary. He was short and drove an older model Cadillac with fins. Barbered hair and pressed slacks pretty much pegged him to the 1950s, and he looked like he'd swallowed a beach ball that challenged the buttons on his short-sleeved rayon shirt. But Donnie had completed his prison time for making counterfeit money, and he was back on the streets to start a new life. In the trunk of his car, he had a suitcase full of fresh 20s. "What will we do with money?" Charlie asked, causing a round of chortles. Donnie was offering a substantial cut if we could help him pass the bills. No, Charlie said. "What we need are new IDs." Somehow, he talked Donnie into making the IDs without any recompense from us. Except Susan. Susan appealed to Donnie in the raised eyebrow way. So when Donnie came again, Susan came out in her Chiquita blouse, showing plenty of shoulder, hopped into his convertible, and they wheeled away like Frank Sinatra and Ava Gardner. He brought her back, but he was ID okay. For the next week, while Donnie set up, those of us opting for different identities would consider new names. Ella, on a lark, chose the last name of Cinder. Others were more ordinary, but Susan strolled the room pensively, coming up with something that sounded like a French whore. Charlie said, "How about Sadie? Real country-like. Sadie Mae Glutz." Susan shrieked, "Charlie!" But she liked the laughter, and the name stuck. Nancy was to be Glenda, but mistakenly became Brenda. And we paper-married young Diane to one of the Texans. What none of us knew about IDs was that there were 7 indistinguishable markings, making them legitimate, including 2 sets of staple holes at the top of each card. When the police came looking for Nancy, the new IDs were scrutinized with doubt. But in the confusion of people rising and dressing, they sufficed. No, they didn't want coffee. They split. After a repeat performance, we piled in the bus and took a trip. And so it was that we kept moving, circling back to the spiral house, back to the spiral staircase, and to Bobby's basement, and forward to new places. And every time I get out of prison, people are running faster, talking faster. The 40s were mellow. I got out in the 50s and things were like 10 miles per hour. I go in and the world stops. I get out, and it's 25 miles per hour, and I see a lumber truck a day. I go in and get out, and I see more lumber trucks, new freeways, more smoke, more dead fish in the harbor, less birds. This last time I get out, and it's all going 105. Lumber trucks 24 hours a day. Kids all over the streets. And people going crazy. So I think the answer is to pull away from it. Get together. With everything I missed, see it, and come back, and when it's burnt itself out, I look at it all. I say a few things. I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of us and all these kids whose parents don't want them. And I say a little more, and pretty soon the police are after us, and they've been chasing us all over L.A. Charles Manson, L.A. County Jail, 1970. Chapter 9. The Condemned House. Nested in a crescent of trees, the Topanga Shopping Center was just a short block of mostly hippie-owned stores. It's where we first learned about the condemned house, and where I first saw Bruce. The house was to be torn down because it didn't meet the building codes. Its absentee owner could not legally rent it without making improvements, but locals said there was nothing wrong with it if you didn't mind living without utilities, topping another of Topanga's dead-end mountain roads. The property was wild-grown and private. The house was clean, and it was wired for electricity, but couldn't be legally hooked up. Worse, the only available water was from a spigot at roadside. But there was also no rent, so we took it, and set about making our own improvements. Buckets would have to be hauled from the road and kept in reserve to flush the downstairs toilet. Small carpentry projects were easy, and in the interest of space, a platform mattress was suspended on heavy chains from the ceiling. Any do-it-yourselfer knows that challenge inspires creativity. Down at the shopping center, I came out of the laundromat in time to see a stranger leaving our bus. I was suspicious until Charlie came out behind him. Bruce McGregor Davis was as dignified as his Scot-English name, yet still befitting the southern accent, the brushy mountain beard, the Levi's, and the motorcycle. He accepted Charlie's invitation to park it on the road by our house, and for the next few days he tinkered with the engine, a smile like a familiar song playing on his face, a nice blend of verve and reserve. Bruce was not easily distracted, but his face colored when he was struck by Charlie's humor or the eyes of one of us girls. Lying in the last patch of March sunshine on the wild-grown grass that fronted our house, I was dissatisfied and restless. Dinner was already made. Feet bobbed from the treehouse. An expedition was trekking the backwoods to plant the seeds of our stash. I wanted to spend more time with Charlie. Just then, he walked out of the house, shaking something dusty. He paused only long enough to hand me a vest he'd found downstairs, asking if I'd fix it up for him. Then he was off down the walk with Bruce. It was all about motorcycles again. Half-heartedly, I inspected the material. Then I got an idea. I went to find the embroidery thread and forgot about all else. Brenda was the witch-handed girl who had brought us to the art of colored threads. Sitting on the lawn with 5 or 6 of us, she had pulled a wad of muslin from her pocket and, without breaking conversation, drew out an arm's length of thick embroidery thread. Separating the filaments by half, she dabbed an end on her tongue, threaded the needle, and continued an abstract doodle on the material, her face lifting to our curiosity. "It's easy," she said modestly. "If you turn it and look at it in different ways, you can see creatures, faces, and stuff in the doodles. When I really like one, I fill it in." They were unusual, if not fantastic, forms of elongated and abbreviated creatures, caricatures, interconnected puzzles. They were tattoos and thread. Since being shown, the rest of us had been practicing stitches on muslin patches. The result was pure imagination. So it would be on the vest. A sun-dark boy with a Cheshire cat grin and a nose for opportunity drifted through our doorway one evening on the aroma of dinner. Dressed to the teeth in ashram white, his dark hair and skin slickly oiled, he glided past each of us, saying nothing more than "hello," but with his eyes and eyebrows. "What have we here?" and "how about this?" Paul was 17 and a runaway, but he quickly assured us that he'd been staying with people all over the canyon and was a pro at avoiding the cops. He also announced that he'd been raised by American parents in Lebanon, where marijuana and hashish were plentiful, and that he'd learned about sex from the maid. Speaking of maids, Stephanie, a new girl, was the medieval sort, the tavern wench, buxom and shy, with surprising bursts of hilarity. One evening in the kitchen, while we were cutting up the day's harvest, Stephanie said that her mother had told her if she took LSD, she would turn into a vegetable. Ballooning her cheeks, she presented a convincing tomato, prompting rounds of vegetable mimicry. While we took up animals, Diane, often silent and separate, joined in with such a sincere and wonderfully wall-eyed snake that she broke everyone up and got a nickname. Snake was prone to do-gooding, as seen on TV. Someone on a garbage run picked up a whole case of Tiger Shake, a sickly sweet powdered drink mix marketed to mothers to make milk more nutritious. After finding that the powder reeked of old vitamins, we put it aside to return it to the dumpster. But Snake began sneaking it into our food. Each of her secret attempts to fortify us produced protests and puke faces at first bite. But she was incorrigible until somebody hauled the stuff away. Nothing is quite like the taste of spaghetti sauce made with Tiger Shake. One night, I was with Charlie in an older car on the coast highway. He picked up a couple of young hitchhikers, teenagers, a boy and a girl carrying baggage. Climbing into the back seat, their faces were serious and conversation sparse, avoiding any indication of where they were coming from or going. Charlie asked them if they needed a place to stay for the night, and the boy quickly said they had somewhere to go. When we came to our turnoff, Charlie pulled the car off the highway and sat staring towards the ocean. The road was unpopulated, but for an infrequent, swiftly passing car. He turned to me and said, "Come on." Following his lead, I got out of the car. The teens looked scared and confused. Holding the driver's door, Charlie said to them, "You can drive, can't you?" "Well, yeah," the boy said. "Come on then," Charlie told him. The two got into the front seat. Through the driver's side window, Charlie said, "The pink slip is signed in the glove box. That's your ownership paper. Here's $50 for gas. Now it doesn't go too fast, and you have to check the oil. It's got a leak. Not bad, but check it." The boy nodded. They both thanked us, smiling. We walked a while, and then hitchhiked a ride back into the mountains. Charlie was always giving things away, but just being there was worth the price of admission. I inherited $1,000 from a great aunt, and it took him over a week to get rid of that. He was driving a car full of us up the canyon from the beach and stopped for another hitchhiker. "Good afternoon," he said, pretending to be a British chauffeur. "This is Master Bruce, Princess Roop-de-Doo, Countess Diddy-Dad, and, Lady What's-Her-Name. And where may we take you today?" From the back seat, the hitchhiker, with noticeable discomfort, said something short and brittle, causing Charlie to toss out the accent and tone it down to normal. But then he came up with an interesting proposal. "Tell you what," he said. "I'll trade you all the money I got in my pocket for all the money in yours." The hitchhiker's face wrinkled. He was in his teens or early 20s. "It could be a very good trade for you," Charlie said frankly, looking into the rearview mirror. The hitchhiker touched his pocket and hesitated. Nah, I don't think so," he said, dodging a scam. "Are you sure?" Charlie asked. "You'd better be sure." "How do you know? I might have $1,000 in my pocket." "Yeah, I'm sure," the hitchhiker said. A couple of us asked him, "Well, how much you got?" Without looking, he estimated he had $3 or $4 in change. Charlie pulled out the $1,000 in small bills, fanned and raised it so that the hitchhiker could see it. His jaw went slack. "You were really gonna trade?" "Sure," Charlie said. "If you hadn't been so afraid of losing your change. Ain't no security in this stuff. The security's in you. As long as you hold on to money, that's all you got." It was a time of plenty. People were dropping out and dropping in. One couple gave Charlie a beautiful new red Mustang, and at first I could not pull from my memory any trace of what happened to it after all the enthusiastic excursions people found reason to take in it. Melba buttoned her chiffon robe and fussed over her hair as she opened her back door on the mornings we came to clean her stables. Charlie and Bruce came along just to visit and gave her a reason to look good, because they always told her when she did. Habitually nonchalant, Melba still pretended that we were poor people she was helping. But when her southern relatives were unexpectedly coming to see her, she fretted and worked herself up, asking Charlie if he might have extra money to lend, just until after the visit. I wasn't there that day, but I was told he shook his head firmly in the negative. He said he wouldn't loan her money because it would tie him up having to keep track of what she owed. So he gave her $200, and he gave her the Mustang. He said it suited her. I was sorry to see the car go, but I would have loved to have seen Melba trying to be nonchalant about that. Throughout 1967 and early 68, Mary had conscientiously kept herself healthy. Her experiences in the shades of her pregnancy were personal. Not one to complain about aches and pains, she sometimes climbed the hill across the house carrying a sleeping bag. She'd sleep the afternoon on the grass under the trees and return feeling better. I almost expected her to carry off the sleeping bag and return with a baby. But she wouldn't deprive us of this event. It was April. Sandy. Have babies? Are you kidding? How mundane. Any animal can give birth. I'd rather develop my mind than wash diapers, cook meals, and take care of a house day after day. My mother wore a green apron with black letters saying, "To hell with housework." And she was very witty and very clever, and children were a burden. I went to college to learn to be witty and clever, and to make the right allusions to the right books and the right people at the right times. And I was getting it down good. I thought women who had children were trapped. The women on the college lawn who circulated petitions to legalize abortions always had my firm support. Illegal abortions were a fun, in thing to talk about with other girls, even if you barely knew each other. Once I moved into an apartment in San Francisco with 3 girls. One was the daughter of the president of an airline, another's father was a movie star, and the third was the granddaughter of Carl Menninger, the noted psychiatrist. The girls were all clever and neurotic. I felt I was in my element. We discussed mutual experiences. Well, in Juarez, all you do is call this number and make an appointment. One by one, you go into this room, get on a cot, and this woman puts a bunch of cotton up you to begin the contractions. They give you the pentothal, and zap! You wake up, and it's gone. They must run 30 girls through there a day. They got a big house, and they give you some real groovy orange spice tea when it's all done. My father paid for mine. The bummer was I lost my glasses coming home on the plane. I carried this with me, along with my birth control pills, out of San Francisco on a break from work and school to Los Angeles, where I first met Charlie. I had hoped to go surfing, but my artist friend kept raving about Charlie and this bunch of girls who were always with him. He borrowed a small plane, and we flew to LA, rented a car, and drove to Topanga Canyon up a long, winding road until we came to a dead end. The moon was out, and I saw no house. Just an old black school bus parked on a slightly sloped hill. It was silent, but for the sounds of crickets and frogs far below. As we got out, a cat came to rub against my legs, and a blonde, very pregnant girl moved up the hill towards me. "Mary! Hello!" My friend recognized her and they hugged. He made reference to her belly, and she told him it wouldn't be long. My first thought upon seeing her belly was, what an unfortunate state to be in. Mary picked up my suitcase and led us down a short path to a small house. She turned to me at the door. "You should see this when it's light out. It's really magic. There are little roses and vines growing all over the house." We went in. I needed to use the bathroom, so Mary set my bag down and let me down a steep flight of rickety stairs to a dark, cluttered basement. She struck a match, and as we turned into the bathroom and continued to burn matches, I fumbled for the toilet seat. She handed me the paper. "Where are you going to have your baby?" I asked her. "Right here in the house," she replied, with all the enthusiasm of a child about Christmas. "The girls are going to deliver it." "What girls?" "Oh, you'll meet them. They're upstairs." This stumped me. 100 hows and what ifs clogged my head. "Are you married?" I questioned. "Or will your boyfriend take care of you?" "Neither," she laughed. I felt awfully conventional and too embarrassed to ask any more questions. The toilet didn't flush. Mary dumped a bucket of water in it and led the way up the dark stairs. "I'm going outside to wash some dishes," she said. "We haven't gotten side water, so we wash under the hose. Did you see the bathtub in the front yard?" I hadn't. "Make yourself at home," she said. I went into the living room. Home? Christ, the house didn't fit into any category of anything I'd ever experienced. No shelves of books or electricity, just candlelight and the glimmer of a dying fire and a pot-bellied stove. What kind of place was I in? There was no intellectual debate in the air. In fact, it seemed to be a place of timelessness. I uncomfortably shifted my body into various stances, removing my glasses and putting them on, untying and retying my hair. A girl, Sadie, with snappy brown eyes and electric movements, motioned with her eyes to a guitar laying on a tapestry-covered mattress, simply saying, "Stephanie." Instantly, the guitar was in Sadie's hands, something familiar that I could relate to. I walked over and sat cross-legged in front of Sadie, expecting to hear her peace and freedom songs or something like that. A low, strong, eerie voice began swelling to the tone of a minor chord that her fingers flicked into ever-changing rhythms. I was afraid of her. I felt plastic. "When did you start playing the guitar?" I interrupted. "Since right now," she said simply. "And the soul moves you. You don't need anyone to show you what someone else has showed them. You just do it." I looked over to the girl who had been standing in the entrance watching us. She was so young. A thick mane of auburn hair framed her small face and her clear green eyes that looked right through you. That snake, Sadie sang. Snake kind of gallumped over to us, body loose, and knelt down beside me, saying nothing. Do you play guitar too? I blurted. Yes, she replied, in a soft, faraway voice. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. Sadie saw my puzzlement and said, It's like you can do anything you want to do. Just know you can, and you can. Now the eyes of these two strange creatures were on me, and I felt uncomfortable. I went to the door of the kitchen where there were electric lights. Lots of crates and assorted food in boxes lay on the tables and floor. There were girls all over the place. Some were sitting on the floor cutting up vegetables, and some were stirring food over a Coleman stove. Others were crushing fruits into a strainer, getting the juice. One girl, right out of a 1930s Broadway musical. Her huge blue eyes and wavy blonde hair beneath an old top hat looked up from her breadboard. Shaking flour from her hands, she smiled, saying, Ella. And everyone in the room looked up at me with cheery hellos. Ella said, You want to help us with the dinner? The guys will be home soon. Just then, from the basement, came singing, louder and louder, and then giggles and more singing, a spontaneous madrigal. No, Patty, my love, 'twas you who stashed the weed, the precious weed. And it got very loud. Let us trip it around the room, oh do. Me and Brenda, Lynn or Sue, she'll put it in the stew and make of us another Hugh do. Everyone laughed, and the girls in the kitchen sang back. Ella handed me a knife and some celery sticks. Where did you guys get all this food? We did a garbage run today. You ought to come the next time. It's really fun. So many questions I wanted to ask, but I couldn't. Somehow my questions didn't belong here. Yet these girls looked so familiar. Freckled faces, brown, red, golden hair, straight teeth, small bodies. My old playmates? My sisters? And that Sadie in the living room. She was the girl I wasn't allowed to play with. The madrigal quartet, bearing the rolled grass, bound up the stairs into the kitchen. The room became electric with sound and movement. I was being inspected. A tiny long-haired girl wearing a long ruffled skirt and no top began fondling my hair. Your hair's so pretty. Why don't you take out that rubber band and let it breathe? She told me. Without thinking, I handed Brenda the rubber band and she said, You know, Mary and Ella used to wear glasses, but they threw them away. Can I see your glasses? I handed them to her and she put them on, looking pretty crazy with her long hair flowing over her bare shoulders and breasts and my round brown framed glasses. Your eyes aren't so weak, and they're pretty, she told me. Whispers of, Yeah, really, filled the room. Brenda left the kitchen with my glasses and rubber band. She returned with a long blue velvet dress, explaining, "I just made it today, and I was waiting for the perfect person to come along to wear it. Put it on." At my hesitation, she said, "Ever heard of the Magical Mystery Tour? You know, the one the Beatles are singing about? Well, we're on it, and it's fun. It's, being different people every day." I put the dress on, reluctantly. It was beautiful, and I didn't want to look beautiful. This little creature, Brenda, was stripping away my identity, making me into a Renaissance princess. All the girls got in on the act. Lace and ribbons were pulled out of boxes, a jewel tied around my neck, and an antique ring with tiny diamonds placed on my finger. "I'd better take these things off," I told them, turning to find my striped pantsuit. "That's okay. You can have all this stuff. We just play with these things," they told me. I was removing the ring with the diamonds, saying, "Here, this is valuable." Stephanie held my hand still and said, "It was my grandmother's wedding ring. It's yours now, and when you get tired of it, just pass it on." This was too much. I slipped out of the kitchen, recovered my clothes, my glasses, and tied my hair back. A car door slammed outside. Ella exclaimed, "The guys are home!" I crawled onto the couch in the shadows and watched 5 men come through the door. I had not hidden well enough. Charlie came into the living room straight to me and removed my glasses, saying, "Hello, pretty girl. Taking time off from college?" Before I could muster a reply, he was back with all the bustling in the kitchen. Candles were brought into the living room and set in the middle of the floor. A bunny-like girl moved next to me. More girls sitting next to her, and soon there was a circular conglomeration of I wasn't sure what. The room became hushed. The girls brought the food and placed it down gently. I watched as Charlie tasted from a bowl and said, "You witches are too much." He passed the bowl to Bruce and said, "You dig the love these girls put into their meals?" Snake peeled the grapes, took the seeds out of the cherries, cracked the walnuts, and I saw her making that yogurt from scratch a few days ago. He looked at Snake and said, "Watch the nutshells, honey. These witches are tricky too, brother," he said, winking at Bruce. "Snake, I see what you do. You don't have to put nutshells in the salad to get my attention." Snake shrugged and laughed. The way everyone talked, Bruce was a newcomer. He and Charlie looked like blood brothers. After the meal, Ella lit up joints, gave one to each of the guys, and they sent them around the circle. I asked one of the girls how they paid for the weed, and she said that people just gave it to them. Charlie took the guitar and began playing a song that made my loaded computer spark, fizzle, and die. There's a time for living, the time keeps on flying. You think you're loving, baby, but all you're doing is crying. Can you feel all those feelings real? Look at your game, girl. I felt empty, lonely, and confused, in the midst of so many happy faces. The rhythm changed, and he was singing. With your canned cough medicines and your wonder drugs, you got more sickness than you got cures of. Cancer of the mind, take a look at yourself. Take yourself off the shelf. You can belong to no one. I felt like leaving the room right away. Charlie was in my head. No, you can't hide from intensified tide, he sang, laughing. Suddenly he switched to a romantic fantasy song, and I felt I was off the hook. It made sense to me now. My artist friend wanted to be like Charlie. In San Francisco, he lived in a comfortable home with 4 young children and a wife. Soon after meeting me, he suggested I meet her. The times were unconventional, but I found myself feeling very ill at ease, sitting in their living room. She was a pleasant woman, but he was proposing a ménage à trois, and I sensed her relief when I didn't agree. While I'd attended the University of Oregon, a college professor had shocked me with a similar proposal. I had never considered kinky sex, and going to bed with a husband and wife was out of the question. In Topanga, I slept in a room beside my friend, but he was asleep before I lay down. Routinely plagued by insomnia, I lay awake listening to the sighs and soft moans of people in the other rooms making love. When I awoke the next day, my friend was already up, having planned to fly back for work that afternoon. He seemed neither surprised nor upset when I told him I decided to stay. I called San Francisco to tell my boss and my roommates that I wouldn't be back for a while. That night, after another circular gathering, Charlie asked if I'd like to go for a walk. He told me to ask one of the girls for a blanket. I started to ask why I needed a blanket, but felt he could see through my attempt at naivete. We left the house, walking down the path and up a hill in the moonlight. He turned to look at me and touched my throat, his fingers tracing a tracheotomy scar. I explained that I had been sick as a child and even had most of one lung removed. And before I could go on, he told me to forget the past. He said he knew I was strong, just as the baby Mary would have would be strong. Those people in the house and you haven't even begun to see what super creatures you are. The babies you girls will have won't have to go through what you went through. They'll be like nothing anyone has ever seen. And I was nervously poking my leg with a pencil. You don't like babies, do you? He said, taking the pencil and tossing it. Well, it's like, I began running down about overpopulation, finishing my education, and that an old psychiatrist of mine had once told me I wouldn't make a good mother because my mother wasn't a good mother, and that for me to have a baby would be unfair to the child. Charlie looked bored. I felt silly. He said, Jesus Christ, Sandy. I don't give a fuck about your mother, your psychiatrist, or any of your other crazy problems. I see you, and I see you would make super babies. You take birth control pills, huh? And I said he was right. Well, I'll be right here. You run back to the house and get them for me, would you? I didn't really think about it. I just went and found my purse and pulled out the dial-a-pill plastic container of pink pills. When I came back, he was sitting on the blanket under a tree. I sat down, tucked my legs under me, and lit a cigarette. I handed him the pills, and he looked them over in the moonlight, shaking his head. "Here, give me a drag of that cigarette," he said, "and take your clothes off." "My clothes?" He sat there watching. I removed my jacket, tugged off my shirt, and then put the jacket back on. It was warm out. "Go on," he said. I turned my back to him and took my pants off. "Come on, Sandy," he said. "You know you're pretty." He slid me down to him and I closed my eyes. Gently, he removed the rubber band and ran his hands through my hair, massaging my temples and head along the way. "Quit thinking," he said. He held my head in his lap, rubbing the muscles with his fingertips in continuous motion, stroking my neck and down my back. He said, "Take off my clothes." I unlaced his moccasins while he continued caressing and feeling more and more of my body. He removed his shirt. "Lie down," he said, pulling off his pants. I did, and he covered my embarrassment with his small, warm body. "Just lie still and let me move you." My body responded while my mind was amazed. He kept moving in a gentle dance. He made love to me for a long, long time, and when he sat up, he was still hard. He said, "Sandy, you'll never make love until you quit thinking." And I said, "But I didn't know you could. How do you?" Wow, other girls are sure missing out. He said, "The more I love, which is more each day, the more a man loves, the longer he can make love. It's guilt, doubt, and all that negative thinking that cuts them off. Your kids won't be stuck with that. If you hadn't been taking those pills, I could have gotten you pregnant." When we got back to the house, candles were lit. Mary was in labor. No shrieks of pain or fingernails digging into sweaty palms, as I'd seen in the movies. She was making music. The most beautiful high, sweet panting sounds, and her skin was white and glowing. All the girls were smiling and calm around her. My mind was still with Charlie. I felt very strange. I crept over to sleep in the swinging bed. I awoke at daylight to a moan that climbed to a high cry. Peeking from behind the tapestry, I saw Mary on a clean, sheet-covered mattress, the girls around her massaging her neck and holding up her legs. A fly buzzed, then another moan, light panting, and Mary yelled, "It's coming!" Blood ran from her, but I didn't know what to think. What was emerging from her looked all wrong. Something was on top of the baby's head. It was purple, the size and shape of a walnut. Perspiring faces around her paled, and a silent fear solidified. Then a little penis appeared and peed. One of the girls exclaimed, "It's a boy! It's a boy!" "What's happening?" Mary cried. Patty said, "It's okay. He's breech, but he's coming." Mary struggled to rise, saying, "Help me up." The girls propped her at the foot of the bed as she instructed, supporting her back and elbows so she could squat above the floor. "Now," she yelled louder. The boy first inched, then slid, unfolding from her body. But his head didn't come out. All was still. Mary was panting, beads of sweat all over her body. The room was hushed. The baby's body was long, narrow, and milky blue in color. I thought he was dead. I was waiting for someone to move, to find a doctor. Mary moaned and pushed to no avail, at last coaxing softly, "Come on, baby." Water and blood poured from her. Then, bloop, the baby fell into Sadie's hands. He didn't move or cry. Brenda took him and held him upside down, patting him on the back. Mary put her mouth to his, drawing fluids from his mouth and nose. Finally, to everyone's great relief, he let out his first breath and a tiny cry. I was in a state of mild shock. Charlie's lovemaking and the baby's birth began for me a mind-blowing week that included my first acid trip. A day or two after the birth, Charlie took me to a music club in Topanga, where the band Buffalo Springfield played, and to Old Topanga Road, where I was introduced to Bobby Beausoleil. He was good-looking, but if someone had told me by the end of the year I would be pregnant by him, I wouldn't have believed it. I met Bobby's landlord, Gary Hinman. On learning that I was going through a bout of insomnia, Gary offered me non-prescription sleeping pills. I wasn't sure I would use them, but I slipped them into the pocket of my jacket. Back at the condemned house, I met Phil Kaufman, a sometime roadie who connected well-known music people in Hollywood. What got my attention was his humorous repartee with Charlie. In the early 60s, I was under 21, but had gotten into an adult nightclub in San Francisco to see Lenny Bruce, famous not only for his humor, but because he said "fuck" on stage before any other comedian. I'd also seen The Committee, a San Francisco improv group that was very funny and cool. But Charlie and Phil Kaufman topped all these guys. Phil had been at Terminal Island Federal Prison for smuggling marijuana. After hearing Charlie play a guitar and sing on the prison yard, he wrote to his producer friend at Universal Studios that Charlie sounded like a young Frankie Lane. Frankie Lane was popular in the 40s and 50s, and when I was very young, he'd been a guest of my parents at their house in Del Mar. Phil would go on to be a road manager for the Rolling Stones and other popular groups. What impressed me was that he and Charlie didn't express bitterness or anger about their time in prison, just humor. They were imitating the ubiquitous radio communications between prison guards, including the static. We got a 224 in front. 10-4 squat, 2 in custody, 2 in custody, 205 the bushes out there at the building. Their parody of a totally alien way of life was hilarious. I wouldn't realize how right on it was until I did time in the same prison 8 years later. That week, Charlie gave me my first tab of acid, assuring me that it would not make me go crazy, as I feared it would. He drove me to a summit overlooking Los Angeles, and, unprovoked, I saw the scene below me in flames. I laughed and laughed until I cried. I don't remember what was so funny. It was like I was privy to some huge cosmic joke. I'd never laughed so hard before that, nor since. Later, when I asked Charlie about the laughing, he said that I'd seen the whole thing. He drove me to a more secluded place and told me to get in the back seat of the car and take my clothes off. When I did, he told me I was beautiful, but never to use my beauty. He made love to me, and when later I told him I didn't remember anything about it, he said, "Your soul got it." Afterward, we went to a house where a few people were, and we started dancing with Lynn. Petite, with long red hair, she appeared bright and colorful. They seemed matched in size and energy. By this time, the effects of the LSD were wearing off, and I was feeling dull and inadequate, especially when I saw them dancing together. Sparks of energy flying off their hair, hands, and bodies. It was almost like looking into a big bonfire. I felt that Charlie was showing me a mirror of the energy that was inside of me once I would let go of my past. Next, he took me to a house in Malibu and introduced me to a woman named Melba. By then, the acid was really wearing off, and I was feeling very ill at ease. I didn't know what the relationship was or how to interact. My mind was blown. Part of me felt that he was trying to impress me, and maybe to impress Melba. What I wanted was the privacy and comfort of a warm shower to clean myself of all the intense experiences of the evening. As it turned out, he had brought me to the right place. I believe that Charlie could see my and others' innate brightness layered over with our personal histories. He was smart to show me someone much like myself, who was freer and happier and having fun, and then take me to the home of an older woman with all the trappings of wealth. My parents were not rich, but certainly well off. They were comfortably uncomfortable. Both came from families of good social standing. They had 2 daughters before I came along. By then, they were beginning to separate, and from that beginning, I had breathing problems that put me in and out of the hospital and later disrupted my schooling. Absence from school, but mostly extreme anxiety, fostered reading and learning difficulties, and I never felt comfortable anywhere in high school. Until in high school, when a group of girls and I were drawn together in camaraderie. They were the bright, popular girls, the cheerleaders and class officers, and no one suspected one of them of painting obscenities on the football bleachers. They had an enthusiasm for learning, but they also had a good, healthy rebel side that I was always eager to aid and abet. We called ourselves the Knights, and in our times of nighttime roving, I felt a kinship and security I hadn't known before. There was also music. All of my friends could harmonize and play instruments. One had composed pieces performed by the San Diego Symphony, beginning when she was 9 years old. Sometimes the nights would sneak onto the grounds of the San Diego Starlight Opera. One time during a performance by the New York Philharmonic with Leonard Bernstein conducting, I lost my footing on the hill, slid noisily through the brush, evoking shh-is from the audiences, and a moment I thought I'd go tumbling into the orchestra pit. Graduation, colleges, and careers split the nights apart, and I was alone again, even with other people. When I entered San Francisco State College, after almost 2 years at the University of Oregon, while others were discovering the Beatles, I was listening to Gregorian chants and madrigals. My sister, Ginny, had introduced me to Baroque musicians. She was dating the son of a conductor for the LA Philharmonic Orchestra, and also seeing a psychiatrist. Ginny was beautiful, talented, popular, and at the top of all her classes. She had attended Sarah Lawrence College in New York. She had also been in 2 state psychiatric hospitals. I longed to be as cultured and informed as she was. I wanted to learn about every culture on earth, especially my own Northern European heritage. So after seeing the faces of Brenda, Lynn, and the other girls in Topanga, and hearing them sing, like my old friends, struck a deep chord. I thought, these could be my people. I had so many defense mechanisms that weren't needed there. There was no alcohol, no mood-altering pharmaceuticals, no outward expressions of depression. The police came as civil servants. Did everyone know that the house was condemned? They were told it was being fixed up, and they left, but returned to run identification checks. Then, one day, the girls had gone on a garbage run, except for me, Snake, Brenda, and a few of the others. Mary and the baby were visiting friends. I hadn't slept a full night in weeks, and was contemplating the sleepies pill I found in the pocket of my jacket. Brenda said, "Every time I turn around, the police are barging in. One time they came in the afternoon, so I took some ivy and wrapped it around myself and just stood out in the backyard." "Where do you sleep?" I asked her. "Down the hill by the creek," she said. She got a slight grin on her face and added, "Amidst all the wild creatures that roam the hills at night, I watch the flashlights go in and out of the house, and I hear the cops grumbling on their way to their cars about how many girls are living in this house, and that one guy's an ex-convict." She moved to the window. I heard 2 car doors slam. "I knew it," she said. "They're here." She slid out the back just before 3 big cops stormed through the front door, saying, "Jesus Christ, how do you live like this?" I told them I was visiting from San Francisco. "How old are you?" 24. "Bullshit. You're not over 16. Where's your ID?" I proceeded to show one of them my passport. "Okay, empty your pockets." I dug around and handed him some Kleenex and 4 tablets. 3 yellow sleepies and 1 quiet world. "Where'd you get these pills?" "A friend. They're sleeping pills you can buy in the store." He said, "Hey, Ed, this kid's got Nembutal on her." They rounded up the few of us and took us to jail, charging us with possession of my pills and some weed seeds they said they found outside the house. I think everyone was released but me. I kept telling them, "You can get Sleepies and Quiet World in any drugstore without a prescription. but they held me for 6 days until I made bail. I'd attended 2 colleges. I'd been to Europe. I had never been to jail. In a word, jail was concrete, both sterile and dirty. 3/4 of the day was noisy, and the glaring fluorescent lights buzzed. After 6 days, the girls from Topanga picked me up at the gate and took me back to the condemned house. That night, I was so exhausted, I didn't need pills to sleep. Sandra Good was like the faceless secretary in old movies who becomes stunning with the simple removal of hairpins and glasses. In real life, she clung to her reservations and seemed to want to observe the rest of us rather than participate in what we were doing. At times, she was so removed as not to be seen. Perhaps due to the sheer numbers of us, the incriminating evidence found outside our house could not be pinned on anyone except Snake. Deputies found Snake's false ID with the weed seeds. She was then 15, but in keeping with her new ID, she gave her age as 20. At the women's jail, she was taken out of her cell and questioned all night long. And each time they told her they knew she was not 20 and that she would never get out if she didn't tell them the truth, she stuck by her story. Finally, they released her with her new name and age, henceforth confirmed by her arrest record. With continued police surveillance, it was time to move. The weather was warm, and all the bus windows were open as Charlie drove us to the beach, and then north, past the populated parts of Malibu, until the land opposite the beach was undeveloped. When he saw a road between 2 mountains and no signs of ownership, we bumped inland on uneven flood-cratered dirt toward foliage and twisted scrub oak, until a rear tire lodged in a crevice, and the back right side of the bus sank 6 inches. Charlie and a couple of the guys were resigned to moving the bus because it was still within sight of the road. But everyone else seemed to consider this fate, happily getting out and trekking into the woods. Several hundred yards inland was a round clearing close to a stream where birds and butterflies were plentiful, and there were no telephone wires. The guys wanted to hike around the stream, and most of the girls wanted to stay around Mary and the baby. Charlie named the baby Sunstone, with Mary's agreement. But the men waiting out the birth on the porch said that a hawk flew over the house as they first heard his cry, so he became Sunstone Hawk. Soon after the birth, a neighbor who happened to be a medical doctor had examined Sunstone and said, to no one's surprise, deemed him perfectly healthy. To us girls, he was a source of wonder, especially to Mary, who couldn't stop smiling or looking at him. At late afternoon, we made a circle of stones and a fire. After a light meal, we laid sleeping bags and blankets around the embers, and we all went to sleep. I awoke, hearing a crunch. Everyone's breathing sounded heavy in sleep. Then big beams of light strangely lit up enough woods so I could see 2 large animals, German shepherds, emerging from the brush. My attention quickly shifted from the dogs to the ends of their taut chains. "You are all under arrest. Get up and keep your hands where we could see them." Again? There must have been 10 or 12 officers. Everyone got up, resigned to a procedure that would take all night. Marched out of the woods single file at gunpoint, we were ordered to sit on the ground at roadside, where a paddy wagon and 4 blinking squad cars awaited us. Our IDs were collected, and after some official hubbub, names were read, 4 at a time, summoning each of us to a different car to be searched and probed for data. Most of us had already been recorded when Johnny Bluestone's name came up. Coincidentally, Johnny was standing by another squad car, giving personal information about his other name. Whatever his logic or lack thereof, he'd been carrying both his IDs. "John Bluestone," the officer called again. "Here." Charlie stepped forward, grinning and raising his hand. The officer said, "We already got you, didn't we?" Soon, we were all laughing. The big shepherds were sitting beside us, getting scratched behind the ears, when, in sudden realization, their embarrassed handlers commanded, "Heel!" Snake recovered 3 tabs of acid, buried 1, and swallowed 2. She wasn't the only one deciding not to forfeit the treasured stash. Charlie took whatever he was holding, ultimately becoming responsible for an iconic mugshot of him taken at the Ventura County Sheriff's Substation and later published on the cover of Life magazine. Everyone was charged with trespassing on government property, although there was no sign, and grand theft, on the assumption that the bus was stolen. Mary was charged with endangering the life of her child, who'd been sleeping snugly beside her in her sleeping bag. The next day, most of us were released without charges, except Mary. The county wanted to prosecute her for child neglect. Their motivation was questionable and could have been fueled by gossip. A local newspaper had run a sensational story under this headline: "Nude hippies found strewn in weeds." Mary was quoted as saying, as an afterthought, just before being driven to jail, "Oh wait, my baby's in the bus." Melba, in her capacity as a social worker, intervened on Mary's behalf, getting Sunstone released and Mary probation. But the charge would make Mary's future life difficult. We returned to the condemned house for just a short time before its owner showed. Rather than being upset, she was impressed with the way the house looked. A couple of weeks later, she decided to meet the housing codes so she could legally rent it out. When we explained that we could not pay rent, she said she would like to let everybody stay, but she needed the money. Charlie gave her a new stereo to buy us some time, but as the deadline approached, we didn't know where we were going to live. Chapter 10. The hills on the edge of the valley. Cocky Sadie, gallivantin' lady, see how she strut. Always on the heel and toe, and always putting on a show. The smaller the pants, the bigger the butt. Oh, Sadie, Sadie Mae, who did you fall in love with today? Will you tell us, or are you going away? Sitting cross-legged in your black silk scanties, evilest of all her aunties, bragging bold and bare-faced, getting your high-heeled boots laced. Her mouth is puckered, her eyes are shady. Got a booty full of acid, Sadie? Got a head full of crazy schemes. Wants to turn the world on, telling tales and making scenes. I always ignore you when you're here. Out goes the thumb and she's gone. Got a bag full of tricks and pick up sticks. Wanna come? She's back at dawn. Purring proud and talking loud. Been to London to frighten a mouse. Well, just so happens we need a house. And Sadie rolls in like an avalanche, shouting, "Hey, you guys, I found us a ranch!" Lynette Fromme, circa 1971. At the end of Topanga Canyon Boulevard, the Santa Susana Pass climbs the foothills between big boulders. The background scenes in old cowboy movies. A hairpin turn crosses the freight train tunnel, the tracks descending into a canyon. But the winding blacktop ascends to and past a big oval corral, dozens of horses, and a slope off the asphalt onto the dirt street of a Wild West movie town, with hitching rails, a boardwalk, and a long row of wooden buildings with swayed back roofs. Spawn's Movie Ranch. Now, we'll go past the movie set, like we did when we first came. Past the owner's grungy bungalow, and down a sandy road that can't be seen from the highway. It lumps along through territory thick with trees, dark, the pit of mystery at night, and in bright meadow clearings. Here's a fork, one road going down to a trickling creek, the other over a split log bridge, barely safe enough to cross. And we cross it. Now, to your right is the car and truck boneyard, dull mechanical skeletons, and on the other side of the road near the mountains is the gypsy wagon, a colorfully painted wood shack on big wagon wheels. About a quarter-mile in, you can see a house near the end of the road. It has a kitchen wired with electricity, a stone fireplace in the front room, 2 bedrooms, and an unfinished bathroom. Opposite the house and up a hill are the skeletal frames of 2 outlaw shacks for movie use, crooked, holy, and 2 stories high with open lofts. Beyond these, into the eucalyptus grove, the road soon ends in deep gullies, giving way to 27 acres of horse-hoof trails through grassland and mountain boulders. There are caves in those hills where runaway kids painted their names and left their old blue jeans. On the other side of the mountain is a half-buried ghost town called the Indian Mesa. Long hairs were living in the house when we first came, and they told us where we might park our bus and stay a spell. And there were these wild animal boys, runaways from the suburbs who lived in the hills half naked and came down just to hang around the corners of the buildings and watch us and run off again. 3 or 4 of them came around the bus one day just after Charlie had left for town. They were skittish, but as eager as young dogs. They wanted to see the inside of the bus, and they wanted to see girls. A moment later, Charlie came back to the bus for something, and when he got inside, I heard fierce growls and sounds inhuman. Then I saw the boys leaping from the bus, scattering in the hills. Charlie told me he got mad because they were sneaking behind his back, and that meant that they couldn't face him. The valley suffered a heat wave that summer, the metal bus becoming an oven at night. So we cleaned up the outlaw shacks, where night breezes blew between the warped boards. In the lofts, we could drift to sleep under constellations we never thought of during the day, until a sharp splinter of sunlight forced us up, squinting and thirsty. Towel and toothbrush in hand, I'd head down to the creek. I'd likely meet Brenda coming up, gripping the dry grass with her arched feet, her body damp beneath loose shorts, and some relic of a soft blouse that always looked feminine on her. No matter how hot it was, Brenda looked cool. She'd start breakfast in the hippie's house. Sometimes I'd run red-head on into the milkmaid snake, hauling a bucket of water for cooking. She'd been up early, ambling the woods. She was cub-like, cat cub, curious, near fearless, just a little clumsy. Walking into the shallow creek, I'd wake more, my feet rousing by spring water and cold stones. In a deeper crater, I'd strip and drop under, bolting from cold shock. If it happened that several of us were there together, we rippled around, smiling and not saying much. Sometimes we had to hide while horseback riders passed. The owner of the ranch rented out his 60-some horses. Well, the drought persisted. The creek went down, and the hills for miles around turned bone dry and barren. On the brittle boardwalk fronting the shacks, we girls sat on wooden crates, embroidering patches for Charlie's vest. We concentrated deeply to keep from thinking of the heat, swiping at flies, and brushing back the sweat that trickled into our ears and eyes. Then, one day, Patty and Ella returned from a hitchhiking trip to the city and told us of a young man and a Rolls Royce who had stopped for them. He had taken them to the estate he rented near Beverly Hills, where they spent the afternoon in his treehouse, talking about coming to consciousness. Dennis was a handsome musician, the drummer for a well-known West Coast music group. He had invited the girls to bring the rest of us to see him. So one evening, a car full of us went for a drive through the valley to the coast and up Sunset Boulevard to the Pacific Palisades. Finding Dennis's iron gates wide open, we followed his driveway around woods and well-kept lawns to the carport of a wide-ranging ranch house, cabanas, and pool. A smaller version of the big house, a guest house, was lit. When no one answered at the big house, we went to the guest house and found the door open, but Dennis was not in. Patty and Ella had assured us that Dennis would have us make ourselves at home, so we entered to wait, resting ourselves on thick white rugs around a fireplace. We lit logs for ambience. There was no kindling but the phone book, much of it already gone to the same purpose. The master of the house soon returned and was frightened. He did a quavering dance, mocking himself, as he did not even remember Patty and Ella at first. Then he smiled widely in firelight, inviting us to follow him through the patio into the main quarters, past a massive antique dining table, and into the living room where claw-foot brocade couches faced a mantle-stone fireplace in the style of 19th century hunting lodges. We talked back and forth, sang a little, and after the evening's exchange, Dennis outright invited us to stay. We told him about the black bus and the many more of us, and he said to bring them. Whoever claimed that we had moved into Dennis's house uninvited was either untruthful or uninformed.